Korin Lok was just a gamer who woke up inside the world of the heroic legend of Arhan, a game he knew inside out. At first he wasn't worried. After all, he wasn't the protagonist. That role belonged to Park Si-hoo, the hero destined to defeat the final boss. Korin believed all he had to do was survive and follow the script. But the deeper he followed Si-hoo, the more things felt wrong. Missing heroines, twisted quests, and secrets buried beneath the surface. By the time he uncovered the truth, it was horrifying. The so-called hero was a monster, farming the blood of the heroines and hiding an obsession far darker than any final boss. Korin died, betrayed and powerless after Hero failed to defeat the final boss alone. Now return to the very beginning. He's no longer naive. This isn't a game. The hero is the threat, and Korin's only goal now is simple: stop Si-hoo before he becomes unstoppable, so he could calmly enjoy his wonderful school life together with the beautiful girls at the academy. Korin soon wakes up to find that he has been regressed to the point where he first started 3 years ago. He vows to not repeat what happened and needs to kill Park Si-hoo. Korin needs to kill the main player. Some time ago, the system notified us that an incident with the Rotian River had happened. The dam broke, causing tons of water monsters and villagers in the town to be drowned. At such a devastating incident, Park Si-hoo laughs, finding it amazing. At that time, Korin looked at him blankly. He didn't understand his joy, but now when he thinks of it, he realizes that Park saw his own advantage in it, an opportunity to monopolize his experience. Though Korin decides to stop him now, as long as he stays a rank 5 rookie like him. Additionally, all possible power-ups are concentrated in Merkaba Academy. Park Si-hoo, who came back stronger after entering the academy, may not be a monster right now, but no one knows how fast his power will grow. In that case, the admissions will start 5 days from now, so the best option is to kill Park Si-hoo right now. While running and picking up mushrooms, he gets a system notification informing him about a tutorial quest to save people, along with the security guards, as the carriage traveling towards Merkaba City broke down in a forest of infected monsters. In the forest with infected monsters, Leon and Laura, the security guards, just killed a small rabbit monster that came in their way, being happy about it. While the fixer calls out for them, the carriage is fixed now, but as soon as they turn towards the carriage, a rank 2 werewolf appears in front of them, roaring loudly, filling the air with its terror. Korin has already arrived at the forest, but feels like it is too late since he has not arrived at the exact location yet, but can still hear the roaring and howling of the monsters. Simultaneously, Leon makes Laura get out of the way and tries dodging the monster's attack. Seeing him struggle, Park Si-hoo, who is also in the carriage, runs out of it, trying to buy Leon some time. Meanwhile, Korin stands near the bushes, wanting to see if Park Si-hoo will save these people or not. As soon as Park Si-hoo stands face to face with the monster, he notices it grabbing Leon's throat with its deadly paws. With trembling hands, Park Si-hoo tries to attack the monster to save his companion, but before he could do that, Alicia Arden, the second daughter of the Arden family, who possessed Odachi, one of the 6 king swords, immediately jumps out of the carriage out of nowhere and attacks the monster, promising to handle this monster alone and assuring Park Si-hoo to get back. Just then, something familiar to Korin happens, and Park Si-hoo stabs Alicia from behind with his dagger. This makes Korin realize that Park Si-hoo was always the evil he wasn't able to recognize after all. Alicia looks at him with pleading eyes, not understanding the reason behind the betrayal, but Park Si-hoo pretends that his hand slipped. On the flip side, Korin is very well aware that if Alicia dies in this quest, then it will help Park Si-hoo to get his hands on the Odachi, and because of that, he would be joining Lunya Arden's party, the Great Swordsman, which is even worse. Although Alicia is so strong that even after being stabbed, she takes an attacking stance and jumps back several times, increasing the distance between her and the werewolf. Calming herself down, she uses her exceptional footwork skills, emitting a very strong energy, concentrating energy in her sword. Upon realizing she would be able to kill that monster alone, he throws the dagger filled with dark energy at Alicia, yet she blocks this dagger with her sword, coming to the conclusion that the excuse about slippage of hand was just a lie. Alicia then turns around to face the monsters and spots it near her face, its mouth widened to swallow her. She swings her sword with swift movement, managing to land a blow, plunging the sword into the werewolf's head, though the werewolf still bites her head. Alicia and the werewolf fall on the ground while Park Si-hoo grabs her Odachi, planning to stab her one final time, thinking about killing the NPC will bring in EXP too. Before he could kill Alicia, Korin secretly threw a powder that was coated on Tapanic mushrooms, which are the favorite of forest monsters, so as soon as it was thrown on him, the forest monster lunged forward to attack him. Seeing the opportunity, Alicia is being dragged at the corner by Korin. He thanks God as she is breathing. However, Korin uses his dagger to remove the monster's fangs, but in the meantime, Park Si-hoo sees him dragging her. Korin stands there unfazed, mocking him for having an Odachi, since he killed 3 hornets in 1 minute. When Park Si-hoo looks at him closely, he immediately recognizes it is none other than Korin Lok. Park Si-hoo takes a defensive position, gripping his Odachi tightly, demanding to know how he'd get there, which makes Korin realize that Park Si-hoo might have forgotten everything, taking it as a chance. Distracting Park Si-hoo, Korin charges forward swiftly, swinging his fist at Park Si-hoo's head and throwing the dirt he picked up from the ground at his eyes. To defend himself, Si-hoo wields the sword in the air but obviously misses the attacks. Korin dodges these strikes but understands that Park Si-hoo is a mediocre swordsman, moving fast enough. Pushing himself forward, Korin grabs the monster's fangs, aiming at his throat, but Park Si-hoo manages to open his eyes, counter-attacking at the last moment. Korin lunges forward, aiming the fang at Park Si-hoo's throat, intent on ending this fight, but once again, Si-hoo evades. The frustration burns in Korin's eyes. He wants nothing more than to see that fang buried deep inside Si-hoo. He charges, swinging his free arm as an act while bringing the fang in for another strike. Caught off guard by the hidden move, Park Si-hoo stumbles back, fear flashing across his face. Korin crashes into him, slamming him to the ground and driving the dagger into his shoulder. Blood spills out of the wound, though terror washes over Si-hoo's face when he spots Korin aiming the fang towards him with his other hand. Desperate, Si-hoo uses his hand to block the strike, letting the fang stab through it to avoid a blow that will make him dead. But Korin is unstoppable. He grabs the fang with both hands and pushes, forcing it down with every ounce of strength, until the fang finally sinks into Si-hoo's throat. Killing him was necessary. He is a monster seed, which would have grown further, causing numerous disasters for humanity. Just then, the system notifies us about an error occurring and player Park Si-hoo being dead. The percentage of successful completion of the main plot is calculated by analyzing the potential of the player and passing the experience points and the minimal backup down in case of a scenario that collapses minimal stats of Park Si-hoo to him. He's now an AADA class knight, the Martial Master's successor, sub-player. Korin is about to rejoice about this, yet his focus shifts to Alicia gasping for air. Reaching out to her, he notices her being affected by the peacock tree frog's poison. He notices the fang in her stomach, knowing during training it is difficult to create this poison without using various combinations, and if Park Si-hoo's skills were a little higher, she would have been dead up till now. But since the fang is still inside her, she needs to detoxify, and the bleeding should be stopped as well. Tightening the belt around the area of her injury, Korin stops the bleeding. Though he knows biting her own tongue would create a problem, he brings Park Si-hoo's dead arm to her mouth so that she could bite on it. Additionally, he wraps his shirt around her waist, and now she is lying on the ground peacefully, while Korin prepares the antidote. Meanwhile, as the antidote is being prepared, Korin's mind races with thoughts. He is not aware of how he traveled 3 years back, but things aren't the same. He killed a player and even saved someone. His thoughts are interrupted when Alicia murmurs to know his name, but Korin suggests she rest, ignoring the question. He wants to keep everything about himself confidential. He reminds himself of the situation, the story of the heroic legend of Arhan. This hero will be rescuing the world, taking down tons of monsters, including the final boss. Park Si-hoo was in the story so that the world would end, so Korin has a chance to be that hero. Though even after being a sub-player, he is not allowed to use the player's equipment and staff. While drawing a circle on the ground, he thinks of using factors external to the system. Then suddenly powerful flames erupt from the small magic circle. They swirl and then vanish just as quickly. However, he knows, it worked. In his previous life, though naturally weak to magic, he had devoted himself to studying one thing: runes, ancient symbols of immense magical power. Duty, restriction, oath. 3 primal laws, the source of superhuman strength. Now, with nothing left, he decides to engrave all 3 runes onto his body. While engraving these 3 runes, he promises to not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of good people, not to perceive spirits, and to save the world. With all 3 commandments being completed, they will be applied to the player. However, failure to uphold the oath will result in certain death. Sometime later, Alicia opens her eyes after a very long sleep. She is surprised to see herself in a bed, and as soon as she wakes up, she feels the pain she received from her recent injury. Though the nurse there informs her about being in Merkaba City Emergency Hospital and suggests she not move. Curious, she wants to know about the person who left her here, but she ends up disappointed after getting to know that her savior already left. On a nearby table, she notices her savior's belt, which still has her blood on it. To ignore it, she demands honey bomb candy from the nurse, yet gets frustrated upon getting strict instructions to have stew for now. It has been 3 days since that incident in the forest, and today is the day for Merkaba's entry test. While searching for his ID in the wallet, Korin notices a letter in there. It is from his mother, telling her son how proud she is, and advising him to help the people around him. After possessing this body, Korin felt pretty strange, though he is now one of them, the ones in his family, due to the fact that they never treated him without change. Pressing forward, at the train station, there are many people looking in different directions with different emotions. A girl, Mariette Dunilef, the same one who was trapped by Park Si-hoo, a first-class, second-year Merkaba mage, waves and greets those new students to gather. After a time when the train leaves, Mariette points at the training room and introduces herself to everyone. Mariette is someone who walks forward on a smooth road while getting everyone's blessings. However, tables turn pretty quickly, people face numerous mishaps, and there are tragedies that will be happening to Mariette Dunilef in the future. She is the first act's final boss. After completing their journey, students are advised to get off while taking 1 potato and sweet potato each by Mariette, and then she bids them all farewell. Students come to the Freedom Hall of Merkaba Academy. Korin immediately notices the magic circle above them, realizing that the space expansion magic is starting soon. As the space expansion magic takes place, the hall turns into darkness, making all the students freak out, though Korin stands there unfazed, already experiencing all of it. A voice can be heard in the darkness to motivate students who are backing off. It is the voice of the old Haman. All of it is the same as before, as if they are in a training camp. Instantly, a man steps out from the darkness. Furman Daman, Night Faculty Professor. He wants to see every student's capabilities, so a system window appears in front of every student. It is the overall rank of each one of them. That being said, they all have to stand in front of the number sign matching their number. As soon as Furman wishes them luck, all of them are teleported to a different location, since the battle is starting soon, to analyze their skills. Josephine Clara is amazed to see this year's students have a lot of hidden talent, but she decides not to judge the first or second rank students yet, and to wait until all the others have been assessed. In the second position is Alicia Arden, the same girl saved by Korin, Yuel, Dronworski, and Kranil Luden, and in the first position is Huarin. However, it is shocking for Josephine to see Huarin being enrolled. At the same time, the examiner feels disappointed seeing the 5th rank students being so weak. He hesitates to test the 6th rank ones, thinking they'll be even worse. Yet Josephine doesn't let him do it because each student deserves to learn. Not having much of a choice, the examiner announces that the test will start in 30 seconds. Monsters will appear based on the students' levels. Before all the students, weapon cases are dropped. In his previous life, Korin chose a sword. Most of the students chose the same weapon, but this time, Korin uses a spear, a better weapon than the others. 30 seconds pass as soon as Korin chooses the weapon, and 3 short hounds, 5th rank monsters, appear in his space. Korin smirks, looking at them. Meanwhile, they roar, their eyes filled with hunger. Abruptly, one of the short hounds attacks Korin but ends up being dead in the blink of an eye. This makes the other hounds furious, and they lunge forward, but they disappear in seconds after being defeated by Korin. He can't help but smile due to the fact that he has way too much experience killing these species. It took Korin 12 seconds to kill these hounds. Killing them in such a short time hits him with nostalgia, since in his past life, he couldn't kill these monsters in the first round and got eliminated immediately. Though this time, he is just standing there waiting for the next wave to come, knowing he is going to pass this test with flying colors. But it is kind of disappointing for him as the next wave is not starting yet. Meanwhile, the examiner looking at them from the screen is hella disappointed with the players who are being defeated by such small monsters, remembering his time when he used to kill 5th rank monsters in a total of 1 minute and 22 seconds. However, he doesn't even plan on looking at the 6th rank players after seeing the condition of the 5th ones. Although his gaze shifts to Korin, who is a player of 6th rank, assuming that there might be a bug as there are no monsters coming. Ignoring him, he looks for other passers, taking 7 minutes, while assuming that the 3rd rankers will be needing 2 to 3 minutes only. Little does he know that it is a lot. Korin has killed the monsters in 12 seconds only. Though the odd feeling gets back to the examiner, he can't help but ask his manager if there is a system malfunction, since someone who should have been eliminated a long time ago is sitting there and chilling. However, they are also aware that the malfunctions don't really happen, as Josephine has created the system for these students, and she can't make mistakes. Annoyed, the examiner summons the monsters by his own in Korin's space. Their eyes widen in shock when they witness Korin defeating the monsters in just 7.3 seconds. They stumble back and call out for Professor Furmak to see this exceptional sight. Unaware of everything, Furmak is confused. Despite that, the examiner learns from Furmak that the fastest record among the 3rd and 4th rank students under his supervision belongs to a kid named Jaeger, who completed it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This is unreal for everyone. Hearing this, the examiner becomes curious and wants to see more of Korin's capabilities, assuming that he might be a son of a hunter, noticing his exceptionality at throwing the spear. In that case, he summons a 4th rank monster, Matt Bohr, but to his surprise, Korin kills it in 3.7 seconds. This makes him even more curious about Korin's true potential, so he sends the 3rd rank monster, Owlbear, now because the test only goes up to 3rd rank monsters. Being a 3rd rank monster, Owlbears are definitely strong, so it doesn't really go into the defend mode but attacks Korin as well. Noticing it in the attack mode, Korin quickly uses the rune magic. Flames erupt in the space, engulfing the Owlbear in the fire, but it doesn't seem to attack much, so as long as it gets caught in the blaze, Korin quickly attacks it with a spear and defeats it easily. All the examiners are shocked. With that, they come to the conclusion that this player is definitely not a 6th ranked player, and is someone who shows quite the potential after a very long time. However, after the monster killing test, the evil spirit test begins. As soon as the evil spirits are summoned, Korin can't see or hear them because of the promise he took while engraving the runes in his body to not perceive spirits. Korin still tries waiting for a minute, but when it is confirmed that he can actually not interfere with evil spirits, he gives up eventually. Later on at the Merkaba Hall, students are talking about their ranks. That is when Korin's gaze darts towards Jaeger Hinchpeter. In the past life, this guy got killed by Park Sihu because he was so full of himself. Still, he is, but it is probably because of the age factor. With that, Lark, a 5th rank player who looks evidently uncomfortable. In the past life he was bullied and couldn't ever get over his complexes, and he also had the same luck as Jaeger, got killed too. Meanwhile, the director, Aryu Kasar, welcomes all the students, wishing them luck, hoping that the students will be learning and will find their own path in this place. Later on, when they all roam around, Jaeger notices Lark sitting at the corner and decides to bully him like in the past life. But this time, Korin has planned to not let him do it, so he immediately reaches out to them and cleverly talks about Jaeger's tattoos, which makes Jaeger happy that someone has a knowledge of tattoos like him. Korin only knows this because in his past life, when Jaeger went missing, his mother came to the academy. Out of worry, she revealed that his tattoos weren't just for show, they were something she had discovered, trying to protect her son who had joined the Guardian Academy. Noticing him having the same interests, Jaeger quickly gets impressed and talks friendly with both Lark and Korin. At the same time, Alicia sees all this, being happy about Korin saving his fellow mate from being bullied. However, this is how Korin ends up leaving a strong impression on Lark. He remembers Lark's ability, Memorize. A small smirk forms on Korin's face. He has found it, his free skill book. In the Merkaba Academy, most of the facilities are free, even the dorms. The cafeteria is cheaper than the outside, although the most demanded and referred facility is the training room, since it helps in a lot of ways, like fighting with the spirit bodies, which were invisible to Korin earlier in the test. While Korin is practicing with the spirit bodies, the students are shocked to see a freshman doing it. Normally, students practice with these in their second semesters, but the funny part is, he is doing it so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the second-year students can't catch wind-type spirit bodies. The students make fun of Korin when he gets a powerful blow to his face. With that, the instructor walks in, demanding an explanation for Korin's practice against a spirit body. Korin calmly explains that he's training his spear skills. The sudden attention makes Korin anxious. Why was this old man approaching him so directly? Had he made a mistake during the entrance test? But the instructor, seeing Korin's determination, hands Korin 10 meal tickets as a reward and tells him to come find him if he succeeds. He'd personally offer his praise. With that, the instructor leaves, seemingly in a good mood, while Korin quietly returns to his practice, thanking God that everything was fine. At the same time, Marriott looks at Korin's training. The way he is training unstoppably shows his urge to get better. Therefore, after a tough training session and getting a strong strike, Korin falls on the ground, breathing heavily, gasping for air. Quickly, Marriott hands him a glass of water, assuring him that he did good, should rest now, and will be better the next time. But Korin is relentless, as he is aware of the fact that in the past life, he had Sihu with him. Because of that, they had potions and skill books from the combination window, but now he has to do everything on his own, so he doesn't stop and practice again. With that decision made, Korin chooses to test his limits. He knows it might be excessive, but he needs to understand how far his past abilities can be pushed. One by one, he unleashes them. Ominous Serpent Stab, Black Capture Plague Counterattack, Returning Heaven Spin, and Pagoda Tree Mountain Throw, each strike landing heavy against the spirit. As he moves through the techniques, a thought races in his mind. In his past life, his body was weak. All the information he had about Park Sihu or the future was useless when faced with monsters and true geniuses. If he wants to stand among them this time, he needs more than knowledge. He needs immense strength, and with that he shoots his spear with the combined skill of Ominous Serpent, Deep Righteous, Slithering Serpent, and Calamity Serpent Intent, causing such an intense result that widens Marriott's eyes. She is speechless. She decides to choose words for his talent but ends up being quiet by seeing his outstanding skill. But obviously it was excessive for Korin, so he ends up being on the ground, all dizzy. The next day, Marriott introduces the Academy's facilities to the students. But even while being with all the students and visiting these facilities, Korin's mind drifts into thoughts. He wants to get stronger because with this weak body, he won't be able to test all his limits. And to be able to do it, the one way is commandments. His gaze shifts to Lark, remembering his promise to not turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. So he reaches out to him and offers to go out and discuss Grimoires, a skill book. Merkaba Library has tons of books but hides grimoires, though they both go to the library in search of the book. Korin promises to give the skill book to him if he helps him repel evil spirits. While searching for the book, Korin opens the hidden door. As soon as they enter the door, Lark demands to know what he needs to do in order to repel evil spirits, but ends up getting a strong punch by Korin, making him unconscious on the ground. Korin studies Lark, who is unconscious on the ground. At first, he wanted to help Lark too, but he needs to complete the special quest as well. Capturing the evil spirit here can make him earn the hidden piece he wants. Though the problem is the special evil spirit, Sabantia Duke. Sabantia Duke's attacks are so powerful that people can't even tolerate the first blow and end up being dead as soon as the quest starts. However, as his promise is not to perceive any evil spirit, he can't even see the special spirit, nor are his attacks working on Korin. In that case, he offers Lark's unconscious body to Sabancia in order to attack him. In this world, there are mysterious elements known as factors, forces capable of turning ordinary humans into demi-humans like vampires or werewolves. One day, Sabancia awakens as a vampire and, unable to control his urges, kills his servant. Despite his efforts to resist the transformation, he fails. Fearing he might kill his wife and daughter, he sends them away and closes his castle. To prevent further disaster, he uses magic to imprison himself inside a book, the grimoire, now hidden in the library. Although, immediately after taking over Lark's body, Sabancia lunges forward to attack Corin. Yet Corin chose Lark since he can fully unleash his hidden physical strength. Lark cannot really do much. Even when he tries to attack Corin, he dodges the attacks and counterattacks him. Corin feels sorry for Lark, but has to do what he has to do to clear this quest. If he possessed Lark, he would obtain the highest grade items, like the Duke's cape and the vampire's armor, the same items Park Sihu used, which played a great role in the future. But Corin is different. He wants to end the life of this soul kindly. In that case, he tells Sabancia about what happened to his wife and daughter after he was sealed, the way his wife died and how amazing of a hunter his daughter is. Upon receiving this information, Sabancia is ashamed to attack Corin in the first place, and they had a pretty detailed conversation before he died. However, after clearing the quest kindly, Corin obtains the epic item Soul Dust, the grimoire, the book that Duke Sabancia's soul was sealed in, having abilities and spells. He even gained a new ability, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, which can recover a wounded body. Although as soon as Lark wakes up, Corin suggests he stay still since an evil spirit possesses him and hands him the grimoire. Seeing the grimoire, Lark's face lights up with joy, and just because Corin didn't turn an eye to the misfortune of those who are kind, according to his promise, he earned 80 points. Based on the game mechanics, 5 stats are gained with each level up. This is the number of points he received after leveling up 16 times. He wonders if the total is compensating for the fact that he can't directly gain stats, but still, it seems like a lot of experience. 40 points came from Lark, and 40 more from Sabancia. At the stamina training room, Mariette is distributing sweet potatoes to the students, and she also wishes Corin luck for catching the spirit bodies today. Though the students find it funny that the 5th-ranked student would be chasing spirits, they find it unreal. However, Mariette places a bet with the students on whether Corin can catch the spirit bodies or not. Gripping the spear, Corin hopes to catch the spirit, thinking positively because now he has points from Sabancia too. Starting with the weakest basics first, he makes himself remember the last time he used Slithering Serpent to defeat the spirit body, the most difficult among the Calamity Serpent intentions, so he decides to use the Ominous Serpent skill. In a single blow, he catches the spirit. This is unbelievable for Corin himself. He never expected to be improving his strength this early. Additionally, Mariette congratulates him and hands him his share from the bet with the students. Later on that night, while walking around the campus, Corin thinks about his weaknesses and strengths. At one point, his spear skills are being improved quickly, but on the other hand, with the rune's magic, his mana is always low. In that case, he needs to solve this problem, and then he can maintain his abilities very easily. While walking, he heard a voice. He immediately recognized it. Someone even Park Sihu couldn't kill in the past life, one of the strongest forces in the heroic legend of Arhan, a notorious balance breaker, an adamant Jiangshi, Huaran, sitting under a tree, looking pretty suspicious. It is kind of shocking to find her there in the darkness, but Corin decides to ignore her and walk past her, but his eyes widen in shock when she doubts that he is the owner of the body he is in. Panic washes over Corin's face. His mind races with questions. Is she guessing, or does she really know that Corin has possessed this body? Huaran is someone like a corpse, having both human and monster within her body. She might see the color of someone's soul, being in between the middle of life and death, so it was something that was meant to happen. Her recognizing Corin has possessed somebody's body, though Corin acts in front of Huaran, pretending that her words haven't affected him and are not real. In the past life, Corin always doubted his true form. He never understands if the real him and Corin, the one whose body he possessed, is the same or not, and if not, then who is he? These questions about his true self always haunted him, but in the end, nothing mattered when he was on the ground lifeless. In that case, he explains to Huaran about his neighbor Bruce, who turns into a green giant when he is mad, though his two different personalities hate each other. What he's trying to say is that being a new soul or an original one, either way, it makes no difference. Whether someone chooses it or not, they were born into a body, and there's no sin in simply being born. Hearing that, Huaran grits her teeth, not agreeing with Corin because for her, even being born is a sin. Corin can see where the rage and agony are coming from, but he says nothing and leaves. The next morning, Corin is at the south part of the academy. He left the dorm even before the sunrise because of the mission board. The commissions there help students level up for the main quest, meaning it is a necessary course to move forward. Corin doesn't want to level up but wants to test something else, though his attention shifts to Alicia, who is staring at the board carefully. Not understanding her being so focused, Corin asks the reason behind her desperation, and her answer shocks him. She needs money. Even though the activity support funds for second rankers like Alicia are pretty high, she is not getting any due to the fact that those who are already wealthy, these fund support clubs don't really help them, and since her parents are permissive, she must earn her own living expenses. Looking at the board, Corin suggests she take part in a patrol mission, which is cheaper, but they will accept up to 3 people. Yet Corin denies Alicia taking part with her, as he has some other plans. He'll pick the best ones, find the butterfly cat. If he saves the cat dying because of the water monster, he will help the owner with the prevention of depression, and will obviously get rewards on the completion of the duty promise. And just as he said, he did all of it. The commandment is activating, which means even small missions will boost his stats. This makes Corin dance in joy, but the people find him psychotic. However, his happiness doesn't last when he remembers what he forgot, even after making notes. Kyejo Yoon is furious because there is no sauce appeasing his desire to make chicken even after adding tons of ingredients. Immediately, Corin arrives there and advises him to add starch syrup. Kyejo finds this advice foolish, but ends up screaming in joy because he cracked the dish. Even helping someone like this makes Corin earn points. This is mind-blowing for him because he told the recipe to the guy for his own selfish reasons, as it will be difficult for people of Korea to survive without Yeongnyeom chicken. Seeing him acting all goofy and happy from the top of the roof of another building, Hwarin finds him crazy. Josephine approaches her, informing her about taking permission while leaving. That is when Hwarin gets the flashback of Corin telling her being born is not a sin, but on the flip side, someone shouting at her, regretting that she was born. Later on, at the hunting ground, Josephine announces that first-year students will be tested on their survival skills in the hunting grounds. They need to reach the cabin at the northern end of the forest, and they will pass, though they need to wear their rank armbands, and they will obtain points depending on their time. Corin notices Hwarin not being there. As always, she was never there for practical tests. Just then, his attention shifts towards Alicia. She thanks him for helping her out. She is now able to cover her monthly expenses. To her surprise, he hands her a candy she loves, and without hesitation she takes it. Abruptly, space magic is created, and all the students are teleported to the forest. Corin is shocked to witness students fighting as soon as they enter the forest. The hunting ground is an event where even skilled players have to make endless attempts in order to steal others' armbands for the sake of gaining points. But the disadvantage is that players are scattered in the overall forest at random locations. Smartly, he decides to aim for the most dangerous players, and after Hwarin, it is Alicia. Little did she know Corin planted a tracking rune in the candy she ate. Corin ignores those crazy players fighting like kids and starts moving forward in the deep forest, because as long as he deals with the strong one first, the rest are like free points. Smiling, Corin keeps heading further, being aware of where Alicia is because of the tracking rune placed inside her body. Sweat coats Alicia's face. She doesn't understand why all the people are attacking her at once, finding it unfair. Still, she attacks those players and knocks them out. Just then, a guy attacks Alicia. It was a close hit, but to Alicia's surprise, he falls on the ground, unconscious out of nowhere. Alicia notices Corin, who knocked the guy out for her, making her happy. But just because she got distracted, Corin smartly attacks her armband. Her eyes are filled with tears of betrayal as she thought of him as a good person. Alicia is a pure fighting type second-rank knight. She still finds it hard to properly use her Vigilant Eyes ability. In terms of fighting power, she is about average among the second ranks. But when she breaks down in tears, feeling betrayed because she believed Corin was a good person, he only smiles evilly. With a mocking tone, he tells her to be a good person herself, and hands over her armband. She literally dealt with a group of students of 3rd and 4th rankers who made groups against her, though she didn't consider Corin, a 5th ranker, a threat at all, but that was moments ago. As of right now, she is struggling to save herself from Corin's attacks. He is smartly counterattacking her by letting her attack first in order to put her under pressure, but Alicia can sense some spaces in between those attacks. She tries to take this space as an opportunity to aim at him, but as soon as she tries attacking him, it is stopped by his weapon. First, he uses Lan to deflect the incoming attacks, pushing down Alicia's weapon. Then he follows up with Chow, a straight-line stab that catches her off guard. Alicia is shocked. He's combining the most basic techniques with such precision. By combining these fundamentals, he creates a powerful and direct counter, Spear Intent, Ultimate Essence, and 6 flawless steps. With the block capture plague, he sends her crashing back to the ground. Alicia pants on the ground, blocking the attack with her aura. She notices his level of mastery is exceptional over any skill he has, coming to the conclusion that he can't be a 5th-rank player at all. However, Corin has finally achieved the armband, but he doesn't know yet that the battle for him is not over. Mercenary of sword control, Dron Warski attacks Corin out of the blue with his heavy iron sword, though he is shocked to see a 5th-ranker block it. Being aware of his capabilities, Dron simply puts a proposition to hand him the armband and leaves unharmed. Corin can't help but curse his poor luck since Dron is the last guy he wanted to encounter. Even after killing numerous players, he is standing without a single scratch, so the only better way out, according to him, is running. Without hesitating a bit, while biting that armband, he starts running towards the cabin. although he is surprised to see Alicia running after him while crying because she doesn't want to die as Drone is unleashing attacks from behind. Upon arriving at the cabin, Cranel Luden stands at the exit with golems, demanding the armband. Behind him is Drawn, and in front of him is Cranel. Not having much of a choice, Corin takes an attacking stance, ready to fight both the guys at the same time. After some time, Corin gets inside the cabin with 3 armbands, deciding on his winning prize. A few moments ago, Corin pierced the magic sword's core before it powered up and stuck it in the ground using telekinesis. He dodged attacks with small movements, used Drawn as a shield, broke the golem's crystals, and then defeated Cranel. His skill, speed, and tactics felt like a true battlefield expert. Watching him, Alicia felt like she was seeing her sister. Witnessing this, Alicia becomes more motivated to work hard, while Drone is shocked with his capabilities, and Cranel can't help but cry on the ground when Corin advises him for acting smart, and if it was Corin, he would have made a friend stand guard. Cranel has no friends. Now the strongest participant there is the druid who gets protection of the forest, Yahello. However, there are no participants, only mages too, Mariette Dunalef. Though Yule couldn't get much protection from the forest, since the experts like Mariette took on the role of monsters. Seeing her cry, Mariette consoles her, but something unexpected happens. She senses someone behind her. It is none other than Huaran, who is not supposed to be there. Huaran, being half mobster and half human, tries attacking Mariette, but ends up being frustrated after getting to know that she is a monster as of now. Inside the cabin, the receptionist is impressed to see a high scorer like Corin after so long. Therefore, Corin chooses his winning prizes, including a Matbore molar knife, a leather protective coat, and Sharkbear's bile. But as soon as he chooses Sharkbear's bile, his mind changes, and he chooses Mandrake's seed instead. Still, he has 17 points left, so he uses them to buy nutritional plant supplements and earmuffs. After getting out of the cabin, Corin is shocked to see Jaeger and Lark obtaining 2nd and 3rd place as they work together, unlike the past life where Jaeger was the biggest bully of Lark. Jaeger suggests they go to the training room that night, but seeing him all boosted up, he suggests both Lark and Jaeger help him find the golem core, which Cranel is searching for worriedly without uttering a word. Corin is aware that it is important for Cranel, and he even worked quite often with Cranel Luden in his past life, so they all help him find the core. At this time, Alicia is injured, Drawn is out of fighting power, and Yahello is half dead after being defeated by Mariette. Seeing her in this condition shocks Corin. He wonders what these professors are up to, giving such a hard time to students. Corin approaches Yahello and helps her to stand up, but suddenly the ground starts trembling, and Yahello urges Corin to run away, blaming Mariette for something. Mariette has a natural ability to analyze magic and is blessed with a large amount of mana. She's a mage who has never faced despair, frustration, or failure. She's the talented one expected to carry on Josephine's legacy. For Mariette, the hunting ground feels like a playground. Her job is to control the difficulty just enough to help her juniors grow, but right now she is facing Huaran. Although she promised to her seniors that she would never use attack magic, she has broken that promise right now in order to save herself. She is using her full power. She tries stopping Huaran, but realizing the situation has gotten out of control, Josephine appears there on time, finding Mariette in a very bad condition. In that hunting ground, Corin takes first place, while the conflict between Huaran and Mariette scares the shit out of him because he thinks she is already awakened as a boss, though there are 3 weeks left for her to be awakened. Pressing forward at the outskirts of the hunting ground, Corin meets an NPC based on an old legend from the heroic legend of Arhan. It's an Easter egg where a Taoist hermit asks if a gold or silver axe is yours, rewarding honesty. Originally, only certain weapons triggered it, but expert players began testing random rare items. However, when Corin does the same, the hermit asks Corin if the silver seed is his. Corin denies it, thinking no one would throw away such a valuable item. Because of his honesty, the hermit rewards him with all 3 seeds, including Mandrake's white, silver, and golden seeds. Corin's eyes shine with joy. He can't help but fantasize about improving his mana. Simultaneously, the gold and white silver mandrake seeds have special capabilities. If planting a gold mandrake seed, it grows as a mandrake that shines with gold light, while the silver one shines with silver light. In his last life, Park Sihu ate the gold one, and he has the silver one, but this time, all are his. Mariette becomes the first boss, and awakens as a special vampire after a mission involving the Fog City's vampire, John Doe, in 3 weeks. Corin doesn't know how a demon agent is inside her, but there's still time. That's mainly why he showed off his power against the 2nd-ranked knights earlier, as no one would team up with a weak 5th-ranked knight. However, Mariette has finally woken up, still weak because of the injuries, though Isabel, her roommate, tries to console her. To her surprise, she is quieter than usual. While Corin has aimed to save a girl from her misfortune, deciding to train Alicia first, employ Drawn, act kind with Yuel, and become closer to Golem Sorcerer Cranel to create a party for the upcoming disaster. It all will be okay, hopefully, if everything goes accordingly, and Corin is pretty confident about saving Mariette. On the flip side, something strange has unfolded abruptly. Mariette has already turned into a vampire, lunging forward to attack Isabel to suck her blood, declaring that she is pretty thirsty. Professor Josephine has banned Hwarin to leave her room or to have any visitors. Hwarin was allowed to have private lessons from Josephine if Hwarin wanted to learn, so Hwarin can self-reflect on herself. Hwarin is getting bored in her room and even considers jumping out the window to be free. All of a sudden, Korin looks through the window, hanging upside down, and reintroduces his name to Hwarin. Korin has brought a cake for Hwarin as he did not want to come empty-handed. Korin asks Hwarin to open the window for him to enter, but Hwarin reminds Korin that coming inside is against the school's rules. Korin laughingly claims that he's on a tree and not inside, and more importantly, Madame Josephine isn't there, so Korin won't get into any trouble. Korin had come to check up on Hwarin after the incident at the hunting ground, but notices that Hwarin does not have a single scar or signs of any injuries. Korin understands Josephine's concern to lock Hwarin up for 4 days for being a special case demi-human, and after what happened at the hunting ground. Hwarin reveals that Josephine hasn't come by for more than 4 days, which shocks Korin. The tree branch on which Korin was hanging onto snapped, making Korin fall down. Korin promises to bring Hwarin some food later and leaves. Korin finds it strange why Madame Josephine left Hwarin alone, as Hwarin is the most person at Merkaba Academy. Korin wonders if something abnormal might be happening as Josephine has left for 4 days, and Magic Faculty Professor Dana and Night Professor Fermac Damon are seen going towards the outskirts, searching for a certain female. Third Security Officer Crone stops Korin, believing Korin wants to visit Mariette, and reminds Korin that his visiting request has been rejected. Korin brings Crone food and drinks, stating that Madame Josephine sent it for Crone. Crone is glad that Madame Josephine takes good care of people below her. This was all part of Korin's plan to go into the room as Korin's request to visit Mariette was rejected, and Isabel, who was protecting Mariette, had also gone missing, and there was a guard assigned to the doorstep, increasing Korin's suspicions. Crone's stomach gets upset after eating the food, and Korin leads Crone to the washroom. Crone asks Korin to guard the door till Crone gets back and warns Korin not to go inside. Korin accepts with a smile on his face and enters the room as soon as Crone leaves. Korin is in utter shock to see Isabel on the bed instead of Mariette, while Mariette is nowhere to be seen. Korin notices a vampire bite mark on Isabel's neck. Korin realizes that Mariette has awakened her vampire powers, but is in disbelief that Mariette was supposed to awaken her powers a month later, as Korin knew it from his past life. Korin now realizes that this was what the professors wanted to hide and have gone in search of Mariette. Korin recalls the steps to defeat Mariette from his past life. First, they have to deal with the monster wave. In the second phase, Korin and his team would hold Mariette back with magic circles. The third phase would be to face the monster Mariette, and last phase would require a combination of first-year names. Korin knows it would be easier to move forward till phase 3, but soon remembers that Korin's teammates, Alicia is injured, Drawn Weapon got destroyed, and Ludin's golem was destroyed. All of these incidents were Korin's fault, and the first-year names are wiped out because of Korin. Korin gets worried for not having a team. In Korin's past life, Mariette attacks her roommate. Korin and his team were led by Park, waiting below the dorm to deal with the matter quickly, although Park Shu had purposely let Mariette go. However, now, things have become a mess, all thanks to Korin. Alicia's bones have been broken into 8 pieces. Cranel is useless without the golem core. Korin thought Hwarin would be helpful, but finds it to be more of a risk for Hwarin to join. Korin recruits Dronworski with the soul dust as collateral payment. Secondly, Korin recruits Druid Yule, promising to teach her the Ogham alphabet. Jaeger and Lark join the team to gain honor and fame. Korin has assembled the minimum conditions for the team to at least pass the first phase. Korin remembers Park Shu's words of Mariette digging a tunnel and hiding in the forest, and the only forest in Merkaba Academy is the hunting ground. Drawn wonders how they will find Mariette. On Korin's request, Yule asks the spirits to find the location of Mariette's hiding. Everyone can see the spirits except for Korin. All of a sudden, the team points to a monster coming at Korin's back. Korin slashes it in half. The team starts facing the sea of monsters coming at them. Jaeger and Lark ask Korin if this is Mariette's doing. Korin denies it because it is something else. Korin sets everyone in place for their attack formations. Drawn is admired by Korin's skills, and believes that Korin's 5th rank status is unjust because Korin is showing true signs of a good strategist and leader, calling Korin a commander. Jaeger asks again if Mariette is controlling them. Korin responds that Mariette is not a puppeteer, but that monsters attack based on their habits. The monsters are basically running away from another threat which they could not respond to. The major threat is revealed to be Mariette herself. Korin assembles the team and orders them to take place while Korin takes the front preparing for the next phase. Korin and his have defeated the monsters and are getting ready for phase 2, Mariette's entry. Ul notices Mariette crying. Drawn knows that Mariette's crying doesn't change anything, and they have to subjugate the demon. Mariette blocks a heavy iron sword attack with her orb shield. Lark states that the orb is a familiar born from a vampire's blood, and is surprised to see a newly awakened vampire use an orb shield with such ease. Korin assures Lark that they do not need to be afraid that the vampire has just been born and won't be able to receive Mariette's blood or mana properly. While the vampire won't be supplied blood from Mariette, all it can do is block the squad's attack. Drawn reminds Korin that Mariette is a mage, and for a mage the defense is always a weakness which the vampire has covered, so it is something to be concerned about. yet Corin still doesn't find it to be a problem for them. Mariette is completely possessed and has lost control of the vampire powers and begins a wide-range attack. Yuel yells out that she doesn't know about any other place, but the forest is her stage, and Yuel manages to create wooden shield to block Mariette's attack. Jaeger thinks that the shield might break from the attack. Yuel has used half of her mana, and her mana heart begins to throb as an after effect of the hunting ground. Yuel is just about to reach her limit but keeps on going, because of the promise Corin had made her. Corin assures Yuel to keep going for a bit longer, as Corin intends to turn the tables in just 5 more moves. Corin knows from the game and from his past life that Mariette won't be at her full power until the 4th phase. Corin makes Lark leave before Yuel, as Corin knows Lark can use his beginner magic only 2 more times. Lark is surprised to know Corin's calculative accuration. Corin alerts the rest of his squad to be ready when Mariette starts using her alchemy magic freeze. The wooden shield collapses. Yuel notices the earth, the gods, and the bugs responding to her. It is revealed that Corin had engraved an ancient text for an ancient method to activate an ace up his sleeve, and required Yuel to activate it. Corin's plan was to summon the giant wicket doll named Wicker Man, who can only be activated by a sage of the forest such as Yuel. Corin's squad, including Yuel, are shocked to see the Wicker Man being summoned. Corin points Jaeger towards an owlbear monster being still alive and asks him to throw it to the Wicker Man. Jaeger is surprised to know that Corin was serious about the owlbear being alive, and throws it as Corin had instructed. It was actually Corin's intention to leave the owlbear alive for the Wicker Man as a sacrifice. As long as the sacrifice burns inside the Wicker Man's hollow prison, its golem-type magic will keep the Wicker Man moving till the sacrifice completely burns out. Wicker Man charges towards Mariette. Yuel is struggling to maintain the Wicker Man. Corin reminds Yuel that if she stops now, they all will die. Mariette begins attacking with beams towards the Wicker Man, and Jaeger is worried if that's going to be a problem. Corin assures everyone that they're surely going to win with this move. All of a sudden, Corin is in utter shock to see that Mariette has extinguished the Wicker Man's fire. Everything Corin had anticipated backfired, leaving Corin confused. Corin makes Yuel leave as Yuel's presence will not be making a difference anymore. Corin charges towards Mariette with Dron and Jaeger following him. Dron uses his direct acceleration sword attack but fails to break Mariette's orb. Jaeger, with a smile on his face, lands an attack with his special move called Cumulative Destruction and manages to break the orb. Jaeger starts getting overconfident only to be scolded by Corin to stay on guard. The 3rd phase has started and Mariette has summoned the Blood Realm, trapping Corin, Dron, and Jaeger. Dron and Jaeger pass out from the strong pressure. Corin is now the only one standing. It is revealed that Mariette was only using minimal defense up till now. The orb has now forcefully sucked her blood and mana to create the Blood Realm. Corin never imagined to be the last one standing, as it usually requires at least 3 people until the 3rd phase. However, it doesn't matter to Corin if he has to phase Mariette all by himself, as he believes to get the same result with or without anyone. A flashback of the events is shown that Mariette, after becoming a vampire, could not control her bloodlust, leading to consuming Isabel's blood. After realizing that she had treated her friend Isabel as a livestock, Mariette ran towards the forest until Corin came to find her. Fast forward to the present, Corin is facing the dog demon summoned by Mariette, daring to bite a human. The demon attacks Corin only to have Corin face it easily. Corin mocks the demon. The demon somehow disappears only to be noticed by Corin that the demon is moving at a high speed, making it invisible to the naked eye. Corin decides to teach the demon a lesson and attack the demon's weak point. Corin already knows the demon's weak spot from his previous life, making his work easier. Corin admires the demon for protecting its creator, Mariette, until the end, finally putting an end to the demon's life. Corin promises the demon that he'll save Mariette, calling her the demon's mom. The final phase is about to start. Mariette will put one of the squad members facing her in critical condition in the final phase. Therefore, this final phase cannot be completed alone. Corin recalls from his past life that Mariette attacks one of the members to suck his blood, while the others try to rip Mariette off the wounded member. However, now it's just Corin to face Mariette alone. Mariette attacks Corin and starts sucking Corin's blood. Corin has developed a persistent warrior's regeneration and endures his pain. Corin lets Mariette suck his blood with ease, believing that Mariette did not kill anyone after becoming a vampire, unlike Sabancia Duke. Corin believes he can change the events. To Corin's surprise, Mariette pulls away from him. Mariette cries and apologizes to Corin. Corin is happy that he was able to save Mariette. Corin remembers and is grateful for his master's teachings and chooses to walk a different path than Park Shu. After the events at the hunting ground, Mariette is locked up in the space prison created by Professor Josephine. Mariette is delighted after having potatoes for a long time. Corin has come to visit Mariette. Corin requests Josephine for permission to enter Mariette's cell. Josephine is hesitant to permit Corin from entering, considering the danger from Mariette, but Corin assures Josephine that he trusts Mariette. Corin is surprised to see Mariette eating potatoes and that Mariette's taste buds still recognize the taste of them. Mariette states that potatoes always taste good no matter what. Corin gets closer to Mariette's face, only to be driven away by Mariette. Mariette is embarrassed that she smells bad and doesn't want Corin being so close to her right now. Corin reminds her that he also had a bad odor when Mariette bit Corin's neck, further frustrating Mariette into embarrassment. Mariette reveals her fear to Corin that Hwaran had scared Mariette in the events of the hunting ground. Even though Hwaran only coincidentally ran into Mariette, Hwaran's showcase of powers forced the vampire inside Mariette to react. Mariette admires Corin's determination that even after being ridiculed, Corin still persisted and succeeded every time. Corin states that all of his doings were nothing, as Corin only likes happy endings where the good guys are rewarded and the bad guys are punished. Corin calls Mariette a good person and would like Mariette to always be happy, making Mariette blush. Mariette asks Corin to leave as she wants to wash up and finish eating her potatoes. After Corin leaves, Mariette wonders if she deserves to be happy or not. Corin believes that Mariette will soon be released even after the events, as Hwaran, being a demi-human, has also been allowed to go to school with no problems. Corin is called by Chairman Eryu to discuss some matters. This is the very first encounter between Chairman Eryu and Corin. Eryu asks Corin about his condition and states that Mariette's condition is to be discussed. Corin is shocked to hear this and requests to not have Mariette punished. Chairman Eryu comforts Corin that there is no punishment for Mariette, and she also thinks that Mariette is not dangerous. The purpose of bringing up the topic of the punishment was to check Corin's attitude towards it, as Corin was the one who fought Mariette. Chairman Eryu tells Corin that Mariette will be released from isolation after her stability is confirmed. Eryu Kasar bows down and thanks Corin for his contributions and promises to pay Corin back at his very best. Corin is impressed by the chairman's words and asks Eryu Kasar to raise his head as the payback favor to Corin. Mariette is thinking over the incident with tears and how she harmed her friends. Mariette wonders how she should apologize and questions if she would be forgiven or not. More importantly, Corin's previous words are ringing inside Mariette's head continuously regarding Corin's devotion and sincerity. Mariette realized that a piece of her life will be immortalized in her memory forever. 1 week has passed since the Mariette incident, and Corin hears the students of Merkaba Academy discussing if Mariette is dangerous or not, and will not be attending the classes. Corin is surprised to hear that Mariette is still in isolation after a week. On the other hand, Mariette's isolation has already been finished. Although everyone was asking about her powers and health, Mariette could not bear to let herself free with the guilt of not seeing her friend Isabelle there. Mariette wondered if Isabelle was afraid of her and hated Mariette for past events. Mariette is almost deciding to leave the academy but suddenly hears a knock on the door. Mariette opens the door to find Isabelle hugging her and asking about her health. Mariette inquired if Isabelle is not afraid of her. Isabelle reveals that before fainting, she saw Mariette's face after biting Isabelle. Isabelle assures Mariette that they will be friends no matter what happens. Mariette cries out thanking Isabelle. Isabelle feels sorry for Mariette being alone with guilt and feeling bad for herself. Isabelle states that she already felt better, but the hospital did not allow her to leave, but a junior helped her sneak out to meet Mariette. The tall and handsome junior has already disappeared with Isabelle looking for him. Mariette is ashamed as she realizes that Corin has once again helped her. Corin is delighted that the first part of the story has a happy ending for everyone, even after unexpected occurrences which were not seen in Corin's past life or the game. Corin is however pleased that he helped confirm the beginning of a new world. Corin is training to get stronger and faster for the upcoming challenges. Corin's training is interrupted by Mariette praising his efforts and how Corin is working too hard and back to normal as if nothing happened. As Corin is working hard, then he needs to be fed a lot. Mariette reveals that she has prepared food for Corin. Corin is surprised to see more than enough food, but is grateful to eat as Corin was hungry. Mariette notices Corin's bleeding hand, and Corin asks Mariette if something is wrong with his face. Mariette is ashamed of drooling at the sight of Corin's blood. Corin casually inquires Mariette if she's drinking blood nowadays, and if there's a difference between live blood and a blood pack. Mariette accidentally explains Corin's blood to be yummy, but corrects herself to explain with an example of frozen meat and fresh-cut meat for the blood pack and live blood. Corin offers that Mariette can drink his blood sometimes, as Corin has the ability to regenerate and endure. Mariette, being ashamed, changes the topic as she doesn't want to be a bother for Corin, and Corin should avoid saying stuff like that. Mariette offers Corin a bottle of her blood, stating that a vampire's blood acts as a healing elixir. Corin drinks Mariette's blood without any embarrassment in front of Mariette. Mariette asks if Corin liked the taste of blood. Although the taste was bitter, Corin still feels stronger than he was in his past life. Corin believes that he now can start the scenario with the girl he was training for. Alicia Arden is a direct descendant of the Arden renowned family of swordsmanship and a second-rank knight. Alicia's life has changed a lot from before. After feeling the gap between herself and Corin, a fifth-rank knight Alicia met during the hunting ground practice, Alicia has put in the effort to develop herself more. However, Alicia is fundamentally lazy with no aspiring heart for swordsmanship. Despite being a near-genius swordsman, Alicia was a terrible student at the academy with failing marks. Alicia was relieved to have a break from her family and all the hardships and daily training imposed on her. Instead, Alicia took the time to shop and enjoy her life. Corin catches Alicia in the shop, inquiring about Alicia's absence from the training room. Alicia makes an excuse of having assignments and missions. Corin offers Alicia a way to make more money by joining Corin's party. Alicia is pissed at why Corin is always looking for her. In Corin's presence, Alicia felt as if her lazy habit of trusting her talent has been exposed. For Alicia, Corin's methods are beyond hard, and Corin always gets Alicia to focus on the importance of basics. Corin reveals the mission's reward of 2 gold coins for a party of 2 for a second-rank mission. Alicia agrees to join Corin, thinking of buying clothes from the earned reward. Corin also wants Alicia to join on a short-term mission with the reward of 20 silver coins, increasing Alicia's greed to join for the reward. Corin had already anticipated Alicia's decision to join in for the money. Alicia usually preferred patrolling missions to just follow designated routes, ensuring there are no problems as the monsters that came near the city were at most 4th or 5th rank, simply implying that Alicia usually avoids facing higher rank missions. At the mission, Alicia has defeated 10 low-rank monsters and asks the knights to sell the leather to make them some money. Alicia starts to gloat when the knights start praising her talent from the Arden family. Although in reality, Alicia was looked down upon by her family for being weak and always compared to her sister, Lunia Arden, who already reached the supreme stage at Alicia's age. However, with her recent victory, Alicia is still seen gloating. As the patrolling is about to end, Corin and Alicia's group is signaled by the preceding patrol group with a magical firework about a nest of second-rank monsters. The knights are relieved to have Alicia in their group. Alicia gets nervous and Corin smiles for being right about the nest of monsters being wolves, centered around the werewolf Alicia had defeated when she was poisoned. Corin and Alicia's group easily managed to defeat the wolves this time as well. All of a sudden, a first-rank monster, Dullahan, appears, making Alicia nervous. Alicia tries to fight the Dullahan with a series of attacks. However, the monster dodges all Alicia's attacks with ease. The Dullahan gets a hold of Alicia. Alicia screams and calls for Corin only to find out that Corin himself is occupied fighting monsters. At the very last moment, Dullahan's head is cut off with a sword, saving Alicia. Alicia, while thanking the savior, finds out that the one to save her is none other than Lunia Arden, Alicia's older sister, the greatest swordsman of the Arden family's generation, who will continue to walk the path of the sword genius. Lunia Arden, the eldest daughter of the famous Arden swordsmanship family and the most talented swordsman of her generation, is evidently frustrated. She questions Alicia's actions during the attack she faced earlier. Lunia is upset that Alicia didn't retreat when she saw the Dullahan, failed to properly analyze the enemy, and acted without thinking much. She is more frustrated by the way Alicia used her sword, as if she was trying to copy someone. When Alicia begins to apologize while kneeling down before her, Lunia seems uninterested in listening to all those apologies because her actions not only put herself in danger, but also the soldiers who trusted her back there. Though when she narrows down her shoulder, Lunia strictly tells her to not do it because swordsmen of Arden should be confident. Corin, on the other hand, pretends to fight the monster, but gets caught by Lunia for keeping an eye on Alicia. Corin walks up to Lunia, and they exchange greetings. He remains mostly confidential, only mentioning that he is the 8th disciple of the Hanging Spear School and Alicia's friend. On the contrary, Lunia introduces herself with confidence, stating that she holds the title of the Divine Sword, is the top disciple of her school, and also serves as the master of the First Sword Pavilion. His introduction makes Lunia kind of suspicious, but he won't reveal his spearmanship since, except for him, only 2 people can use it. However, the Arden trope includes second-rank knights called the 5 Swords, having the same rank as Alicia. The troop suggests Lunia hunt for monsters, if any are left, but she instructs Alicia and Corin to head back. Swordsmen normally travel in groups. These groups, called the Sword Faction, are like swordsman gangs that follow a leader and act like a group. 60 years ago, a sword genius named Garand started a new style of swordsmanship. Later, the current family senior spread this through martial arts schools. This made the Arden family a famous swordsmanship family known across the continent. Now at the Merkaba Arden studio, everyone meets Lunia while kneeling down before her, even Alicia, which is confusing for the rest of the swordsmen too. Lunia looks up to the missions she has been conducting and calls her pathetic for being a part of missions just to look cool. She is disappointed to see her using the Guardian certificate this way, wondering if she would be a stain on the Arden name. Since all of her missions involved only low-ranked monsters, she doesn't appear heroic doing those raids. Alicia doesn't say much, though after she leaves, the Arden troop informs Lunia about Corin being a 5th ranker, yet she knows there is something more about him, and these Merkaba tests aren't that reliable maybe. She noticed how Corin's attention was on Alicia all the time. Still, the monster didn't get half of his attention. It wasn't something simple or anything that comes with practice. It was something that a seasoned player can do only. Even though Corin was reserved about the spearmanship too, for someone as qualified as Lunia, she could easily tell the exceptional and professional way he was handling that spear. She is always protective of her sister, but she is pretty satisfied with that boy being around her. Later on, Mariette brought food for Corin just like always, promising to make some stuff he likes a lot. She grabs his hand, trying to say something, but ends up being awkward. When Isabel sees them together, Mariette runs away with her. In his past life, Corin had flings but never got into a proper relationship because of the interference of Park Sihu. Though in this life, his platonic relationships are pretty different. Sometimes Yuel brings rare and precious mushrooms from the forest, and then they begin lessons on the Ogbam alphabet in the library. Dron and Corin hang out at times too. It is more like he is his co-worker instead of a friend. However, most of the time Corin is with Jaeger and Lark. Pressing forward while roaming around with Jaeger and Lark, Corin freaks out when they scream, thinking a monster appeared, but it is Hwarin. She is no less than a monster. Despite that, she demands food, as he offered her a proposition of food a month ago. It is kind of funny for Corin that she is here for food after a month, but he ends up hanging out with her. Meanwhile, Jaeger and Lark run away from them, scared of Hwarin. Taking her out for food, she tries eating raw fish, thinking it doesn't matter whether food is raw or cooked, as long as it's chewed and goes inside, but when she eats the cooked, she can't help but eat more. The weapon production is completing. The second part is starting soon, midterms. All the students are going crazy, though Corin is chilling, but when it comes to writing on the paper, he is blank, realizing he never studied in the past life. The faculty exam is a way to redeem marks that were ruined in the written exam. This exam includes the invalidation of knights from outside. 15 students per team will have to defeat the instructor, but as soon as Corin's team sees the instructor, their eyes widen in shock. Corin stands there unfazed, since he hasn't seen the instructor yet, but his jaw drops and he trembles. His instructor is none other than Lunya. For the practical test, the guests invited are the elites of the famous swordsmanship family, the Ardens, and the 5 swords of the first sword pavilion. These 5 ones from the troop deal with the second rankers. All the girls use the Arden-style sword formation, which includes the 5-sword combo technique, causing an intense explosion. Dron stands there quietly analyzing the chances of winning, which aren't high. The 5 swords of the pavilion smartly blurred the vision of the students in order to attack them calmly, as the number of students is large. Dron decides to attack them, rather than being in a defensive mode, charging his huge iron sword at Melia, the phantom sword. Meanwhile, Alicia is handling Jenny, high-speed sword, dodging her powerful attacks. However, it is shocking for Alicia that Jenny works under her sister, yet she is still handling her so roughly. Jenny's attacks are so strong that they make Alicia stumble, ending up falling on the ground. The students witnessing this understand the power of 5 swords finally. All the students are being knocked out one after another, except for Dron and Alicia. Dron is so exceptional that his power stood against the 5 swords. Meanwhile, Alicia is still fighting Jenny. Jenny is trying to discourage her in order to pressurize her, but Alicia doesn't give up, fighting with all her power left in her body. In the start, Lunya was about to take the role of Jenny, meaning fighting with Alicia, but to everyone's surprise, she is the examiner for Group B, in which Corin is enrolled. Lunya has taken an attacking stance, claiming to everyone to be ready for an experience the same as in a Great Special Rank War. The Great Special Rank War is a monster capable of taking on an entire army alone. Even dozens of guardians might not be enough to defeat it, and most will never face such a threat in their lifetime. Normally, if Corin heard stories like this, he'd think they were made-up stories. But with Mariette, it's different, because Lunya is someone powerful enough to fight monsters like that easily, and just like that, she wields her sword, causing chaos to erupt in the whole arena. Jaeger is terrified with this immense power of hers, not understanding why she is giving such a hard time to innocent students. While Corin hides behind a pillar, knowing damn well that she is going easy on them. If not, they all would have been dead in mere seconds. On the other hand, Lark has already fainted. In a few minutes, Lunya has wiped out all the students except for one, Corin, who is hiding behind the pillar. She calls out for him, and he immediately is ready to surrender. Lunya smirks, okay with having him surrender, but reminds him of the rare opportunity to defeat a powerhouse. Corin can't help but tremble witnessing her strong aura. Lunya and Corin fought together in the past life many times. She was someone who taught him real-life combat techniques, but right now, he needs to actually fight her in order to become stronger than her. Seeing him taking a stance, Lunya doesn't waste a single moment and attacks Corin immediately. Corin dodging her attacks, holding himself after taking such strong hits, makes Lunya wonder who this guy actually is, since no mere 5th ranker would be able to counterattack against these attacks. Taking a pause, she sheathed her sword, taunting him for draining his energy. For once, Corin thinks that maybe she thinks he has done enough hard work, so she sheathed it but then realized it's a territory cut, a move that hints at the most powerful technique of the mighty Sword Emperor Garand. With that, she charges at Corin, filled with lethal intent. All the examiners and students are washed over with panic. Orders are immediately given to stop the test. Lunya's translucent reflection moves through the frozen world. Corin is moving the spear towards Lunya, but it is like he is stuck in this frozen world, wondering if he is still not able to control territory, but still he pushes himself, reacting to the territory. Witnessing him reacting to that, Lunya doesn't want more answers and concludes the test, suggesting he change his spear since it is weak for his skills. She also realizes that he knows about Alicia and he just wanted to showcase the territory, claiming that nothing will change even after this, and also advising him not to interfere. As she walks past him, Corin looks at her leaving, being very well aware that now that he has shown her the territory, things won't go as she planned. An announcement is being made for Corin about getting full marks and maximum additional points on the practical test. Every student is shocked that he alone handled Lunya, while the Academy's faculty is astonished too. They all now doubt his identity, wondering if he really is a 5th rank player. Meanwhile, Furman is also suspicious of Korin for using his techniques. A few days later, Korin arrives at a blacksmith's place in order to change his weapon. He knew he needed to change those even before Lunya advised him. The blacksmith is shocked to see the academy freely providing such rare items without hesitation, and even wonders how this student knows his family's secret methods. But obviously Korin has experienced all this in his past life. Korin has rare ingredients and full support from the chairman, unlike most players who rely on quests. He's aware that one of the very few weapons that can handle territory, the legendary Shadow Kingdom Silver Knight's Spear, also known as the Silver Spear. In another environment, Alicia remembers a moment from her childhood. Staring at the blood, she realized she had been in a real battle. The way she chopped up rank 5 monsters. However, it was her first time, but still she could differentiate between the smell of human and monster blood. She saw the girl in front of her, blood coating her entire body, making Alicia realize what she had done. Looking at the blood-stained blade, she saw her own face, realizing that this suffocating fragrance was the agony of a dying life. Ignoring these negative memories, she sighs, going ahead on a train for a mission, capturing Werewolf, which would bring her 70 coins. Remembering the other available urgent mission of searching for Fog City's murderous vampire, she freaks out, not liking dangerous missions at all. However, she chose the mission involving werewolves for an important reason. Seeing Korin's bloody belt, without realizing it belongs to him or that he is her savior, she becomes eager to find the one who saved her earlier. Suddenly, the voice of one of the mission members rings from behind. On turning around, Alicia spots Korin in the train. As Korin passes by the rest of the mission participants, Korin notices the reaction of the Guardian. Because of the quota system, the Guardian Association has to ignore students being involved, but they most likely didn't expect a 5th ranker like Korin to be there. But after seeing Alicia, he is a little relaxed, putting an arm around Alicia's shoulder, walking with her at the edge of the train, and questioning her about her eyes. Alicia realizes that he is referring to her sister, so he warns her to hurry because Lunya won't let her wield a sword again. After a while, they reach their destination, finding themselves in a deep, dark forest. There are several werewolves in the nest and about 20 short hounds captured, but the tables turn strangely. Out of the blue, monsters and ghosts combined start appearing while surrounding the air with a strange fog. The arrogant participant tries to find Korin, but he has disappeared somewhere. Though they are relaxed that Alicia is giving them backup, Alicia can sense this being artificial, because places with less population don't attract evil spirits. Ignoring these suspicions, Alicia cuts off the limbs and heads of several monsters and spirits. Abruptly, heavy footsteps and the clang of armor head towards Alicia. She immediately turns around, assuming that these are not ghosts, but real knights threatening to kill them if they don't back off. But when they don't, she kills one of the knights. Guilt washes over her face, never wanting to kill people, remembering the moment from her childhood. She trembles in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. She even freezes when another knight begins to attack her, yet a sharp blade pierced through his head, collapsing on the ground. It is Korin who saved her once again, revealing that they are not real people, but corpses raised using black magic. In the second part's opening, Fog City Murderous Vampire Subjugation, players usually are chased by the serial killer Mariette missed earlier. But if they choose the werewolf capture mission, they face and fight John Doe, and this is how the serial killer appears. But Korin advises Alicia to run away, while with his combined skills, he defeats the spirit, realizing it is not the boss of the opening act, as the real one can't be defeated easily. Just then, a terrifying voice fills the surroundings. It is the real serial killer. Seeing the fog around, all the players start running away, but the spirit grabs Charlie's leg, which makes Alicia take the initiative to help him, but instead, she gets trapped by the fog. Korin immediately tells the participant to leave. Remembering in the past life he got trapped in fog and didn't last, but in this life, he has regeneration skills, so the danger is on Alicia right now. Alicia tries to cut off the vines of fog she is trapped in, but she freezes. Negative thoughts hover in her mind, but that is when she hears Korin's voice, the same voice she recognizes in all the chaos, the voice of her savior. Korin has already reached near Alicia, but several red hands continue to hold her off the ground. Korin tries to motivate her while putting a comforting hand on her shoulder. As soon as she looks at Korin, she starts crying, claiming that she wouldn't budge, begging him to save her. Putting a hooded cape on her, he tries calming her down and puts the odachi in her hand, advising random slashes won't help, so she needs to aim and cut the vines hard. Meanwhile, the undead approach them from all directions. Yet Korin promises to save her from the undead, but she needs to cut these on her own, claiming that she is the strongest swordsman he has ever come across. Spotting him running for her, she sees his determination, even after having a lower rank than her. So without having much of a choice, she swings her sword, using her grandfather's techniques. She must be awakened to cut these. In that case, she uses the Eyes of the Boundary skill, an ability that makes it easy to see other territories. Everything goes quiet. She sinks into the empty space. Taking one step, she steps into the frozen world, using the first Arden sword style, territory division. Swinging her sword, she delivers a precise blow, cutting off the entire undead's upper body. This impact affected everything in the area. half the forest was cut down, and the fog immediately disappeared as she even defeated the murderous vampire from Fog City, John Doe. The mission members are overjoyed, but Corrin is shocked, realizing that is the Sword Emperor's legendary domain severance. Alicia happily tells Corrin about her finally doing it, which means she will be the next Arden head, but Corrin is not happy. This wasn't meant to happen this early. While everyone is celebrating the victory, Corrin is cursing his luck. The latest news to appear in the newspapers is about John Doe being defeated by Alicia Arden. The five swords tear the newspaper, while Lunia quietly drinks her tea. The famous Arden swordsmanship family operates within the sword faction, led by Garand Arden. He always awaited an heir worthy of his exceptional technique, domain severance, a skill unknown to most martial artists. Lunia, seen as the genius of her generation, trained through blood and sweat, her calloused palms proof of her hard work, yet she still couldn't meet Garand's expectations. Surprisingly, her younger sister, an illegitimate child brought from outside the family, picked up a sword and dueled Lunia in a friendly match. Until then, Lunia never considered her a rival. But when the friendly combat turned into something strange, the memories Alicia had from her childhood about harming a girl, blood coating her body, were none other than her sister Lunia, who she knocked out in the first fight. It wasn't about her speed, it was something unfamiliar, domain burnt. That was the day Garand appointed little Alicia as the candidate of the heir too. Lunia remembers stroking little Alicia's head, who was looking happily into her eyes, informing her big sister about holding the sword for the first time, probably lingering somewhere far away. She sips up her tea, noticing five swords looking worried for her, but she wanted Alicia to step into the territory, ordering five swords to prepare everything for the sword challenge. In her dorm room, Alicia is resting while Corrin is looking after her. Out of curiosity, he asks about domain, even though it's beyond her current capabilities, but Alicia reveals that he believed in her, so she did it. They both are interrupted when Mariette barges in, but seeing both of them a little close, Mariette's jealousy is evident on her face. All three of them are interrupted too because Huaran abruptly moves from the window, demanding the raw fish from earlier. Though ignoring this reunion, Alicia is being informed by Corrin about the sword challenge proposition she might get from Lunia after succeeding in domain severance. Alicia is freaked out, knowing damn well if she fights her sister, she will die. Despite that, Corrin decides to help her on one condition: if she trains and practices in the training room without any complaints. So Alicia quickly agrees, while Huaran and Mariette look at them blankly. Later on that night, May is taking a leisurely stroll around the city when a sharp knife flies right in front of her, stabbing into the wall. May immediately turns in the direction from where the knife was released, finding out Huaran is over there. May is not understanding this behavior of hers, but Huaran claims that he would buy her sushi if May is caught. Meanwhile, on another street, Lena is struggling, since Corrin is already fighting with her. Sparks flow in all directions with the collision of their weapons, and clangs of steel can be heard everywhere, but it is nighttime, so nobody's around. With an evil grin, he claims to have requested permission to train with the outstanding Wave Sword Master, Lena. The five masters of Alicia Dojo, Guandao Master Corrin Locke, Knife Master Huaran, Flying Sword Master Dron Worski, Gandalf-style Master Mariette Dunalef, and the new headmaster Alicia Arden, are fighting off the five swordwomen to raise their fame and build up their dojo. That being said, the next morning in the newspaper, the latest news is going across the city about the new Arden-style dojo's first steps, defeating the five swords. According to the rules to choose the pavilion master, the handling family's important decision, the sword challenge, is being held, which is why Corrin announced changing this order into a dojo challenge, winning against the five swords using different martial arts dojo challenge formats in order to face Lunia in a one-on-one battle. Soon both the teams gathered in the same hall. However, the registration fee, purchase of the event, and all those main things are handled by Mariette. Upon the arrival of Lunia, tension grows thicker in the air when she taunts Alicia for being there instead of running away, guessing it was Corrin's idea. Hesitantly, on Corrin's signal, she proposes a friendly duel as the new master of the Arden Dojo, so Lunia agrees but warns her to be prepared because she won't go easy on her. Mariette stands by the wall, staring at both the sisters, aware that Lunia is so strong that even after being a vampire, she doesn't think of having victory against her. Before the sparring session started, Lunia threw a small pouch at Corrin, the reconstruction fee. Just then, she immediately rushes forward, striking Alicia, who manages to block it. The force from the sword strikes Alicia, blowing her to the side of the building, instantly destroying it. There is a crash, and the entire upper part of the building is blown away. Alicia looks into her sister's eyes, remembering how she always admired her sister. When she started taking interest in swords, Lunia was the one she looked up to. Even at the age of 15, people admired her for being strong, including Alicia. But as soon as she picked up her sword for the first time and cut a human, her sister, everything gradually changed. Remembering all this, she continues the battle. Lunia points the tip of the sword at her, and she concentrates, thinking Alicia would first take a step back and then to the side. As she did that, Lunia's sword was thrown backwards. This shocks Lunia because she wasn't expecting reverse defense from her little sister, but without wasting a second, Lunia attacks again, lunging forward, making Alicia parry the blow, bouncing back, skidding on the ground. When Lunia mocks her for her slippery footwork, Alicia decides to maintain her speed, get out of sight, and strike at the shortest possible distance. Taking a sharp leap forward, using the third form of lightning, she is about to attack, yet Lunia senses her and instantly uses the makiwaza technique. Thus, Alicia manages to throw her head back in time. At this point, Alicia just wants to get over this fight, so she wraps both her arms around Lunia, forcing her body on Lunia, but both fall on the ground after Lunia pushes her. Both of their attacks get very intense, and Alicia can see the domain right now. This is what Lunia wanted, to see her true self, the one Alicia always denied. When Alicia realizes she can't win this way, both of them go into domain severance mode. Mariette and Corin can't see anything but a huge explosion erupting in the arena. One of the players is collapsed on the ground, while the other one is standing firm. The winner is decided, but nothing can be seen as the dust is not settled yet. Alicia wins, and Corin thinks her only strength was domain severance, so he instructs her some techniques by exploiting Lunia's patterns he knows from his past life. They capture the only opportunity to win in the domain battle, and Lunia's sword gets cut into two. Lunia promises that neither she nor her subordinates will interfere with Alicia's work. Alicia runs to stop scaredly, as she thinks of herself as weak, and still defeats Pavilion Master Lunia. So she's afraid of the gaze Lunia will receive along with her attitude when she turns on her back. The first time Corin met Lunia in his last life, the whole time Lunia looked for Alicia's murderer, but failed since the true culprit was Park Sihu. Lunia continues searching even until Alicia's third death anniversary. At that time, Lunia prays every year on Alicia's death anniversary. Though Corin used to think that she hated her, she agrees, and adds that there's no one who can resolve Alicia's bitterness except her. Corin realizes that Lunia hasn't forgotten or given up on Alicia, and even if Alicia wins like today, Lunia would support her while smiling. Alicia's scared of fighting, but still a part of her fights with a smile. That's why she's always avoided fighting and feared facing Lunia. So she pretends to be less serious and seeks only simple tasks. And as she's won, she's going to officially become an heir of Arden, and Lunia and her followers are going to be wary of her. But she thinks that if she runs away, her tie with Lunia will to be sever. Corin disagrees, saying relationships can't be cut just like that because whatever happens, they're still going to be sisters. Corin then praises her while reminiscing about getting beaten up by his neighborhood thugs. But later on, what made that hard was not the pain from the beatings, but the anger towards himself for never standing up for himself. Alicia feels strange and says to Corin that he's the same age as her but acting so mature, as if he's experienced all kinds of hardships. Corin has lived 14 years longer than her, and including the memories of 30-year-old Corin, it makes him 50. Alicia thanked him for the incident in the forest. She wants Corin to give her the assurance that he was the one who saved her in the forest, as she recognizes him with his voice and belt. Alicia feels so indebted to him that she asks him for anything he wants. Unexpectedly, he only extends a hand of friendship, and she agrees. May asks Mariette to accept his blood, or he can offer her his neck. Mariette assures May that she's fine due to regularly getting blood packs from Professor Josephine. Isabel, eavesdropping from outside the room, gets annoyed by May and thinks how those words make Mariette the most uncomfortable. However, her main concern is Corin, who comes and questions Mariette if her class is over. He's a first year that is close to Mariette these days. After he offers her some blood, they enter the room and lock the door. Isabel wonders if they're romantically involved, so she eavesdrops from behind the closed door. Corin tells Mariette about his plan to build an inn on the land they got after registering the dojo and asks her to invest in it. In the training room, Corin shows him a voucher for a restaurant, which she recognizes that it's the Holy Panda, and when Isabel hears it, she gets angry, realizing that the Holy Panda is renowned as the best spot for a date, and after seducing Mariette just now, he's now asking Alicia for a date. Corin asks about how much money he has made. Isabel kept on judging Corin, saying that after hitting on 2 girls, he is now talking about money. The next day, Corin asks Warren about the money too, saying he has an amazing investment. Isabel gets to the concrete conclusion that Corin is an incredible scammer. 97 gold coins and approximately 100 million South Korean won were spent on fighting Lunia, so Lunia thinks about offering a 100 gold coin loan. Warren also has significant funds managed by Protestants. Dron's wealth exceeding even the richest nobles collects 550 gold coins, and with that, Corin bought the land. Although now it's empty plains, in the second semester, they're going to have a friendly exchange festival with the Eastern Continent's Borame Academy here, and it's going to be the peak season for the lodging industry, where tourists from the entire continent will come flooding in. Clara has a conversation about the conflicting events with the chairman. The chairman then leaves for the Catholic Church to handle the situation there, leaving behind the place under Clara's care. While looking at some papers to be approved, she sees Corin's name and wonders what he is up to at this time. Corin's request was to harvest the mandrake's land provision. He and Alicia go to the testing facilities. Corin asks about her knowledge of mandrakes. She knows that they scream when one plucks them. She is right. One needs to be wary of his eardrum while harvesting them. They put on earplugs and start harvesting. It's even difficult to harvest mandrakes alone, as one needs to pull the plant and another needs to cut the roots and stem to stop its screams. Despite the nervousness, Corin starts but realizes Alicia didn't wear her earplugs properly, so she starts foaming. He decides to do it himself and screaming back at the mandrake, he cuts off its stem and roots. He yells at Alicia for not being useful and decides to stop in case he collapses if he goes until the silver ones. Mariette arrives and saying it was too noisy, she inquires what the two are up to. Corin reminds her of his plans of plucking mandrakes, but as they both are tired, they're going to have some rest. Mariette offers help and directly goes to easily harvest them without earplugs. They both are shocked seeing her do that so easily. She claims harvesting 30 of them at her farm this year. Since their plan is to make a herbal decoction, she decides to cook a stew and asks Alicia if she can get rabbit meat and potatoes to eat. Upon being asked, she tells Corin to do nothing, as she is going to do everything for him. A mandrake can be consumed by eating the root directly, but making it into a herbal decoction is more effective. By adding up to 28 ingredients and boiling for more than 10 hours, mandrake herbal decoction is ready. As Corin draws some rune characters on the sand, she recognizes them and asks how he knows a dead language. He claims to be learnt by his master. Corin has been training in martial arts for years, but this is different, as it is the original runes. He claims that knowledge is power, but only if you know how to use it. The original runes are retrieved and engraved onto the body, a power that could only be used by one person, and one of the final boss's goals was to retrieve and possess the original rune while the master tried to leave the original rune to him, and she passed away before she could. Mariette asks if his master is a member of the Mage Tower, so he replies that she's just a normal person. A normal person. Mariette then offers food to him and calls Deokgu, an ex-vampire orb, to bring the basket of food. She thanks Corin because he kept sharing his blood. That's how she officially got a familiar. He then asks if he's made from his blood. Then half of the blood in his body must be his, which makes Corin his dad. Mariette blushes and asks him to play with Deokgu, and they do so. Corin consumes mandrake herbal decoction, and his mana recovery ability increases and dignifies his named level stats. He shares the rest with them as drinking it more than once has no effect. He then picks up the white silver mandrake and eats it by the root. As a result, his aura core, a strong vessel for a knight's aura, is created. Seeing the results of the silver mandrake, Mariette wants him to take the gold one, as the results are going to be incredible, but he denies it, as he is going to do that later. Haman Velsh, by looking at Corin Locke's rank, gets shocked and wants to remeasure it. The others call it underwhelming and questions the need to remeasure. When Fermac tells how Corin won against Lunia, they couldn't believe it. One of them asks if raising his rank from some midterms is a bit much, and they cannot acknowledge a promotion as it is a rule, so they all decide to leave the official rank assessment to the association, and Instructor Haman is decided to take the charge. Fermac thinks that even a 5th rank seems excessive based on his stats, but his duel with Lunia was remarkable, so he wants to remeasure him. Alicia and Corin both are in the same class, and she sits beside Corin at Jaeger's spot. Jaeger kept glaring at Corin as he is jealous of him because he has the most favorite person of his in the academy and the super cute demon tribe girl and even the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. Professor Fermac announces about group projects. He starts explaining that the group project is spearmanship. Alicia says to Corin that it is going to be really easy for him. He gets doubtful of Fermac Daman, a boxer, suddenly teaching spearmanship and wonders if he's trying to test him out. Fermac explains the project when a student questions if the ones good at sportsmanship would be benefited. Fermac says he'll adjust the assessment criteria by offering bonus points and explains there'd be 4 members in each group and are going to be randomly assigned. Corin knows what group projects are like with those who want a free ride, since has suffered within his 4 years of being a physical education major at a university and 3 years at the academy. But now he has Jaeger, who is a 3rd ranker knight and has physical abilities in the upper rank and has good judgment skills, Alicia, who is a swordsmanship prodigy and incredibly strong, and Huaran, who is pretty hard-working. He realizes that all his members are strong enough, so his painful past won't repeat. Corin made a reservation in the training room for 3 hours, and he is going to teach them about the theories and attributes. But unfortunately, because of Huaran's extreme strength, the walls get broken down by a punch, and they are kicked out of the room. It is the first reflection session on the group assignment, and every group member is asked to share their thoughts openly. Alicia felt sorry for her attitude the day before, but they praised her skills. Jaeger is struggling to grasp how to execute the unique spin, but he can't seem to find the right path. Huaran came with glasses of juices, and as she is doing volunteer work, her weekend services are mandatory. Corin questions Huaran if she knows the source of yesterday's failure. She replies by saying that they are all too weak, as if they practice that stuff. The weak are going to be weak and the strong are going to be strong. Corin feels that she is right, but he thinks that it's a sentiment only truly strong people can express. He makes a bet that if he kneels Huaran down within 1 minute, she has to pay for their dinner, but she agrees but doesn't want a reward. They started with Jaeger's sign, and Hwarin seems pretty good at this, so he used the Tiger Sweeping Wind, which is the second step, but Hwarin manages to destroy that all too. Then he used the 8 trigram steps, but she didn't even bow a little. Hwarin gets angry and wants Korin to dodge her attack if he doesn't want to die, and if he doesn't do so, he is surely going to be hospitalized for at least 2 months. But he tried to block that, and even though he did it with full power, some of his muscles ruptured, but somehow he made her kneel down. Hwarin gets angry and wants to do that again, but Korin denies it, as he already won. A few days later, he took a bit but managed to successfully apprehend his group members' revolt, so now he can teach them spearmanship and prepare them for presentation. Hwarin sends him a letter saying that she is sick and won't be able to join. He calls her at dinner and gives her some food and claims that if she eats, she is not going to be sick anymore. She accepts that she's not sick. Korin tells her that it took him 3 years to get good enough at martial arts to make her kneel down. Somehow they both made it, and she started eating. Hwarin hands over the notebook to him, which includes the position of spearmanship principles, the one he asked her to do. The group presentation day starts. The group that came, whose leader is Police, seems quite well prepared. The professor activates his powers on him and holds his hand, and if he lasts for at least 10 seconds, he is going to give them full marks. Furman surprises his students by announcing that anyone who lasts 10 seconds against him will receive full marks for the project. Without warning, he tosses his notebook into the air and charges at the students with lightning speed. Using the down-ducking technique with a boost, he effortlessly takes them down. Jaguar acknowledges how fast Furman is, while Korin watches in awe, realizing the professor isn't holding back. After catching his notebook mid-air, Furman tells the fallen students that while they lack practice, they did okay and deserve a B. No one dares to object. He moves on to Group 2, and Korin overhears some of them saying it's pointless to fight a professor. The group's leader brags about their North 9 Deadly Dragons technique, claiming it's like 9 dragons flying, but before he finishes, Furman attacks. He criticizes their needlessly elaborate form, claiming they haven't practiced properly, and gives them a C. When it's Group 3's turn, Korin steps up confidently as their leader. He tells Furman that they'll demonstrate the Lan, Na, Za forms of 8 trigram spearmanship. Jaguar showcases Lan by deflecting attacks. Alicia shows Na by pushing down the opponent's weapon. Hwarin executes Ja by stabbing upward. Korin silently celebrates, impressed by how well Hwarin performed. Furman praises them for removing unnecessary movements and sticking to strong, simple fundamentals. He calls it incredible and gives them an A+. However, he then shocks Korin by saying only he will face the professor in the real fight. He smirks, suspecting Furman had planned this all along, but agrees without hesitation. As the duel begins, Furman uses Jet Boost and throws a right hook. Korin analyzes his stance and realizes something is off. Furman is left-handed. While pretending to be right-handed, his footing gives it away. Korin blocks the attack, catching Furman off guard. The students are stunned. Furman's speed and style have changed entirely, but Korin is still able to block every move. Furman starts to wonder if Korin has surpassed A-rank level. He steps up his power, demanding Korin show him that spearmanship is not just about the basics. But Korin suddenly stops and stands still, shocking everyone. When asked why he is not attacking, Korin calmly replies that 10 seconds have passed. Korin thinks to himself that Furman is probably suspicious. After all, he only used his right arm to fight, pretending to be right-handed, but he already knew he wasn't. What will Furman conclude from this? Furman turns to Group 3 and announces that their simple mastery of the basics represents the true secret arts. He awards them an A+ as the group celebrates. Then he asks Korin to meet him privately, assuring him it's just a talk. In a secluded location, Furman asks if Korin is a 5th rank knight. He confirms this, though Furman says his skills surpass that level. He smugly agrees, thinking to himself that although he's talented, he still can't sense spirits properly, and can only capture evil spirits under specific conditions, hence why he's not qualified to hunt high-level ghosts. Furman reveals that the Knight faculty professors recently discussed Korin's case. They decided he needs to be re-evaluated, and he'll now be given special missions. Based on their outcomes, his rank will be reconsidered. The highest possible outcome is a promotion to semi-first rank, thanks to his unconventional achievements. Korin is pleased because a higher rank means more mission options. As a student, this would usually be a privilege in the 2nd year, but now he might get it earlier. He agrees to the re-evaluation and asks what he needs to do. Furman hands him a sheet listing 4 semi-first rank missions. Korin must complete 2, 1 monster hunt, 1 evil spirit hunt, alone. He feels the pressure of the decision, but prepares himself. Soon after, Korin meets with Professor Herman, who greets him as fog covers the sky. Herman tells him stories about his youth, venturing into foggy lands to hunt monsters. He jokes that the stories will keep him entertained, which pleases Herman. Korin's first target is the twin-headed ogre in the city's western mountains. Though powerful, the creature is still a juvenile and was downgraded from 1st rank to semi-first rank. Herman also mentions that the ogre is raising longhounds and a few hunting dogs. Korin decides a frontal attack is unwise. Herman agrees, saying the Guardians value strategy, not just brute strength. When they arrive at the ogre's cave, Corin understands that neither Herman nor the nearby association staff will help unless the situation becomes life-threatening, and if they do step in, it means he'll fail the evaluation. Herman then instructs Corin to give his analysis. He inspects the area and confirms that the ogre and the hounds are traveling together. Based on footprints, he deduces there are 3 longhounds. Herman continues testing his knowledge and strategies, which Corin answers confidently. Finally, he announces that he'll use what was given to humanity in this fight. When Herman asks what that means, Corin replies, "My head." With a confident smirk, he adds that, unfortunately for the ogre and its hounds, he's an expert when it comes to using it. Positions of demonic creatures are imposed in the world, and the ruler of the forest is one of them. An ogre who's like a tyrant, with 2 heads, controls the forest and considers it as his kingdom. Longhounds notice that the female and her infant had disappeared. They start looking at the traces in the ground. An intruder had dragged out the female, and after realizing this, the ogre expressed his beast-like fury since the female was their comrade. The longhounds, following the scent of her, start searching the forest along with the ogre. The intruder was about to get a taste of his own medicine when the longhounds, unexpectedly, were met with a whining female. Just as they tried to save her, logs of wood started falling on them, so they ran for their own lives. After spotting a safe place, they stop there but fail to realize the maliciousness of humans as they're blasted to death with kenaz. When the ogre sees this, he seethes in anger at losing his pawns. The fire gets nearer to him, and the wooden logs start to fall on him too, but such trivial traps could never harm him. However, even after dodging the trap, he had no idea that it was just the beginning. The twin-headed ogre was a natural hunter, with one head gifted with good vision and the other gifted with a good sense of smell. It wasn't difficult to trace them, but there were so many traces that it was absurd. He thinks the intruder failed to even hide his traces and scent out of his foolishness, and it's so ridiculous the longhounds lost to him. However, the ogre unexpectedly failed to locate his prey on the first day due to there being numerous traces. He's about to muster up the courage again when he gets ambushed by Hagalars. He'd have been dead if it wasn't for his twin heads. He barely got grazed by a few pieces of hail, but whenever he's about to sleep, hail will start to fall, so he decided to ignore it after a few times. It was just when the falling hail turned into fired rocks and started to burn him. Even after enduring all this, he still failed to capture the prey despite his efforts. It was after 3 days when he realized that his role as a hunter had been reversed, which ignited the fire within him. Suddenly he hears the voice of Corin Locke announcing an end to this. The ogre launches towards him, but Corin also jumps in the air, unbeknownst to the future attack of the ogre. However, Corin steadfastly dodged the attack and started using his powers on him one after another. At last, the ogre knocks out. He nonchalantly yawns at not getting to use his aura even after filling his aura core. After he's made sure the ogre is finished, he wonders if Mariette's doing fine. 3 days earlier, Corin asks Mariette how much she trusts him, to which she metaphorically states that she'd believe him even if he says he's going to make kimchi out of potatoes. He then asks how far she's willing to go with him. With disbelief, she enthusiastically answered, "Until the very end." Afterwards, he tells her about his plan, and about needing Alicia and her for it. All she heard was Alicia's name, so she asked with jealousy why Alicia was in the plan. Although Mariette is a veteran guardian and a special vampire, she's still a girl in her youth, so her heart trembled with Corin's bad choice of words. She thinks it's a greater problem than expected. However, she knew Corin was always one step ahead, whether it was when he saved her or helped Alicia, but still her one-sided crush on him took over. The reason for mages wanting to become professors at the academy is not just for the Merkaba Great Library's books, but also for the huge research building at its west end, which has the undefeatable special monsters that are sealed. Professor Dana and Professor Fermac look at the wild boar, which ate the iron mine whole, and its engraved origins. He asks Dana if the research was based on the special entity's alpha characteristics. She says she wanted to write a thesis on the influence of the special demon tribe on low-rank entities and the unique alpha energy, so he asks if he just needs to engrave a rune on this special monster. She affirms and expresses her relief over having him. He says how the dead languages are hard to use in battles, and as he's about to boast, she tells him there's a special volunteer vampire, and Mariette walks in as the first act's boss against the second act boss, the King of the Iron Mine. The Haunted House mission is a basic one that can be chosen in the second semester in the original game. However, you need to be wary about the attack from various household items to defeat the first-rank evil spirit possessing the haunted house and destroy the hidden magic circle in the basement. Usually Corin can't sense spirits, but here he can. Sabencia Duke is possessing the training room's magic tools, and it's the Geist phenomenon of possessing a home, meaning they exert physical force that can't be ignored with religious precepts. You need to cut off the stalk and top part with the spear to disconnect the root. Then run into the window in the terrace with the spear facing forward and dodge the flying glass shards. Upon entering, jump slice thrice after cutting the clock, and then destroy the nails on the stairs floors and move ahead. Stepping on the center carpet cracks it and takes you downstairs. Here, after defending yourself from the attacking table, scratch the magic circle to weaken its telekinetic power. Then by using a candlestick and your spear, fire Kanaz plus Hagalaz and keep running upstairs while dodging the attacks. After the attacks halt, all of the rune magic that's been engraved will activate now, so you can leave the house to burn. Haman asks how Corrin cleared a magic cave when even 2 second-rank mages couldn't. This was the last strategy that a legendary streamer had left behind. Haman congratulates him by acknowledging him as a semi-first rank and takes him out for a meal in Sar. Hearing the mention of Sar, he realizes it is a raw fish place where his reason to raid this region lies as well. As they walk out, Corrin notices Dayoku following them and feels relieved. 88 years ago, in the polar region of the northern continent, the peninsula is enriched with countless natural resources, including the iron mine. The miners witnessed a massive boar devouring it there, and that's the king of the Iron Mountain. Alicia runs to the 4th-floor basement of the testing facilities in the morning, as asked by Corrin. A few days ago, Alicia called Mariette to the 1st floor, but she asked Alicia if she wanted to try the elixir first since she needed to check if it was safe. When Alicia drinks it, she likes it a lot, which makes Mariette happy for her experiment to work out. Afterwards, Mariette explains to Alicia about the Iron Mountain's king, which is now sealed in the testing facilities. Professor Dana asks Mariette about the difference between special demons and monsters, so she answers it's the strength of specials like domination. Dana confirms and tells how some demons, called alpha entities, emit a different energy than others and are stronger. They can dominate their kin but not other demons. However, it works on some specials, since they can command any weaker demon. Mariette recalls when she ran away from the hunting ground and had the monsters offer their blood to quench her thirst. She says to Dana that she thinks it was more like using their fear instead of domination, so Dana explains the 3 kinds of species: monsters, evil spirits, and demi-humans. She asks Dana if she can easily command other demi-humans by using her alpha traits, so Dana states the requirement of more research and doubts its possibility due to demi-humans being smarter than humans. Dana then asks for Fangbors to experiment with the alpha traits of a special monster and tells her if she can use alpha traits on them, theoretically, humanity should be able to control most monsters and evil spirits. Mariette's content to be trusted as a mage when Dana asks if she's made the elixir tasty yet. After she conforms, Dana asks her to dominate the boars. She manipulates them into coming out of cages and to stop, but when they fail to understand the command to lie down, Dana asks Firmak to release the King's Seal since lower-ranked monsters lack intelligence. He releases just the first seal, and Dana announces that the 1st, 3rd, and 7th resistance circles have been activated. She asks to strengthen the chains of the 4th and 6th seals, and the boars start attacking. When Mariette stops them, Dana wonders if they're losing control due to them being all boars. Suddenly the monster in cage A107 escapes. That's a manticore. Mariette shoots blood spears at it, and Hermac also joins in, but it's too strong. Suddenly a lab assistant alerts them about the monsters trying to escape from their cages and tells them to evacuate. Dana orders the activation of large-scale monster-resistant circles and sealing magic and reseals the king. The magic circles and sealing magic fail to activate, and the king breaks free of the chains. At Sar, Corrin and the men enjoy the feast to celebrate his promotion to semi-first rank. He gets turned down for asking for soju since he's a 3rd year, a minor, and feels devastated over it. Corrin tells Haman a saying from the East about how alcohol needs to be learned from adults and asks him to be that adult, and Haman gets manipulated by his admiring eyes. Corrin's eyes shine with greed when Haman pours him some drink, but suddenly they hear a bark, and Haman gets confused by it. Corrin almost cried at Dayaku's timing since it was going to be his first drink in ages. When the king frees himself, Firmak tells Mariette to block it together. Using the crystal lance magic, she tries blocking the king, but it unexpectedly shatters. She couldn't understand how it had such little impact on the king, but Firmak appreciates it anyway, and lunges forward towards the king. However, Firmak's attack does no damage, and the king, using a rune, Thurisaz Fehu, attacks Firmak, destroying the wall by throwing him against it. Mariette feels anxious about both Firmak and the barrier system when all the caged monsters break themselves free. The alert rings through the floor as the monsters run towards them with rage. Code Veronica activates, commanding all workers to evacuate and the security team to activate all available magic circles and mobilize the spirit golems. The golem team activates, and the interception system engages as they stand against the enraged monsters to stop them. Dana announces that the monsters must not escape the testing facilities at any cost. Among the monsters, there were even the first-ranked demonic beasts like a poisonous dragon and King Herent. The golem team fights against the monsters, but the monsters outnumber them easily. Considering the worsening situation, support is requested by Dana as they fail to block the higher-level monsters without a magic circle. She worries about them escaping the academy, so she permits the consecutive lightning attacks in the shared area. They were on such thin ice that she wasn't even sure if their budget would be okay after using all these facilities. The lightning attack activates and starts striking the monsters. As one of them gets near to Dana, someone saves her by attacking that monster, and someone says how their employer's insight is getting scarier. She turns towards the voice and is astonished to find Dron standing there. Upon being asked about his presence, he brushes it off, calling it a field trip. Dron then calls the monster towards himself, diverting their direction from Dana to himself. He then starts fighting against them and lunging towards the Dron's sword. The dragon beast roars fire from his mouth and Dron assembles his 5 swords. By using debris fusion, Cranel makes a golem out of junk to fight the monsters. Cranel jumps in happiness when the techniques he learned from Corin finally work. A few days ago, Corin told him that stamina is power and gave him some golem magic techniques after force training him. Corin further gave a book to him, which he was reading when he discovered the technique, and in return asked for today's field trip. The golem fights against the dragon, but they still get pushed back, so they wonder if it's due to the monster being first ranked. Yule then uses root supplementation and makes a junk wooden golem. She wonders how Corin knew it already to teach this to her beforehand. Dana then notices the poisonous dragon moving to the 3rd floor, so Alicia quickly defeats it and sighs. Dana feels relieved at all the appearing students here being no less than a 2nd-ranked knight or mage, and feels thankful to them until she realizes something. She asks them why they're all at the testing facilities, so they call it a field trip. As they don't mention anything about Corin, his plan of never being there at the academy is going smoothly. The realm of the blood barrier activates, and they feel relieved about preparing it beforehand by following Corin's words and stopping the king from getting to the ground. The king suddenly starts running towards them, and while Mariette activates her magic, she tells others not to get defenseless, as she's a special person like them. King Herant is a first-ranked monster like the ones in movies, and everything starts breaking as he moves, so Dron asks for help. Holding the lever at the control panel, Cranel asks Yule for help. Using the bombs of the spirit golems, Corin's technique, and Yule's mana, they mend its joints together and make it fight against Herant. Cranel then tells Yule how they'll explode all 5 spirit golems' absorbed bombs and spray out a large amount of mana, and together the two work towards it by making their golems fight against the monsters. It's the port city. Corin chooses that haunted house to come. He knocks on the door. An old woman comes, and Corin introduces himself to her as an academy student dispatched from abroad, and as he wasn't able to attend any mass due to his dispatch tasks, he seeks her permission to use her prayer room. Corin goes to the room and tries to remember. According to his memory, the marker and the response seem quite impressive. Alicia gets shocked by seeing the dragon, as she has never seen anything like that before, so she decides to face him alone. Mariette informs her that Corin tells her to make sure she doesn't use that. Alicia feels like Corin must have seen the potential in her. That is why he wants her not to use that, so she questions herself if she can really do that. In the meanwhile, Mariette came attacking the dragon, and Alicia was on the floor as she couldn't defeat him, which made Mariette think that Corin must be correct, as she is not able to defeat the demonic pig. The dragon has turned into a demonic pig after consuming the oldest steel, which has 100% resistance to physical and magic attacks, which is the reason countless heroes are murdered but still couldn't kill it. But as Corin asked Mariette to do that, she has to succeed at any cost. Although Mariette is struggling and managing to fight the demonic pig, this conflict is possible only because she is a special professor, Dana, who realizes that she is witnessing this moment that is going to one day go down as a page in history and couldn't hide her emotions of wonder and fear. The students fought hard to prevent the demonic beast from leaving the testing facilities, but everyone can feel it. And there comes Deoku, Alicia, who is struggling as she cannot use the domain severance that she can use to defeat the dragon. She also tries to put herself in Corin's place and thinks, what would he do at that time? So she manages to think that he must use the dodge and cut method, and she succeeded without even using the domain severance. In the meanwhile, Corin arrives, and he appreciates her, as she did well. Corin thinks that if the king's hair has been dealt with, which is the poisonous dragon, then where did it go, leaving behind only the fluids? Alicia thought that Corin couldn't come. She wants him to report the situation first about the demonic pig, and as Mariette is still blocking it, she wants to go help her. The glasses girl questions Corin about his plan as he brought her there all the way from church. Corin wants her to help him watch the demonic pig. She is confused why only demonic pigs, as there are a lot more monsters. It seems like there must be something that Corin said while explaining his plan to Mariette, which is to feed rocks with rune magic engraved on them to the monsters of the testing facilities, and after feeding plenty of rocks engraved with runes, give them food as an excuse. The plan was basically to sweep them all using the rune resonance activation function and the resonance activation with the silver spear made of the rune stone with enough time possible. Corin takes Alicia with her back to defeat the dragon. Among the mid-upper ranked monsters that survived the resonance activation, roughly 30 remained, with the special demonic pig standing among them. All the names of heroic legends of Arhan have gathered, and they are the heroes who are going to save the world in the future. Corin questions Mariette if she is fine. She agrees, so they all went to start again. The counterattack begins. Corin feels that his party is not just luxurious, it flows. But the reason the party members still cannot be confident is because of the opponent. The king of the Iron Mountain dominated without being ruled, was pulverized without being subjugated, and was ravaged and not merciful. Alicia orders everyone to split as the tyrannical king who consumes everything is out. Corin orders Cranel Luden to keep attacking the demonic pig no matter what. He asks Yule to grow the plants and hold on one way or another, and he wants everyone else to fan out, but it's so strong that it doesn't affect them. Korin orders Dron to flank it with both magical swords. Dron knows that his employer is the strategist who waits for the perfect timing with the best safety measures, and there is no reason for a mercenary to not listen. His other weapons, the Blade of Flames and the Blade of Lightning, were strengthened with the best first-rank mana stones and were given as a reward after the Mariette Dunilef incident. It's very difficult to defeat him as he's not getting a single point of damage after all the attacks. Korin thinks that in order to target the King of the Iron Mountains, they need to split the physical and magic attacks in half, which is a fairly common pattern. From the original runes, the 8 texts needed to go to paradise. The power of an imperfect concept, which is for the physical attacks on its red fur, and for the magic attacks on its blue fur, and the secret weapon, which is the gold fur. Yule and Cranel are ordered to try and hold on to something, and if they lose their grip, then grab him. Dron is ordered to fight from mid-distance, and Korin and Alicia are going to wait from the rear. All the attacks are left to Deokgu, and Mariette is ordered to simply move around Korin's commands. Korin wants everyone to not think of afterwards, as it's a short-term battle. They all have to pour everything into it, and they'll win. Yule and Cranel kept attacking, but he escaped, so Korin wants Dron to use the same patterns as before, which worked, and that hit is even more direct than before. The transformation of the fur stopped, and it's still red, and that was fake, as after showing that he was changing to blue fur, which has magic resistance, he used a trick to attract Deokgu. The dragon spits the destructive light, which is a titan rune that destroys everything that approaches, which makes Deokgu fly. Mariette is asked to retrieve the orb, Blood Spear. Then Korin himself went to attack him, and asked Mariette to Blood Spear again, as if he used blue fur to block the magic attack, so Blood Spear again. The king starts laughing as he's satisfied. His lips are unturned, and in the end, it's the same as always. His hidden secret card, which limits 5 minutes of invincibility where nobody can face him when he is like that. The king runs towards them. Korin orders everyone to run. As for 5 minutes, none of them are going to work on him, but unfortunately, there is nowhere left to run. The king kept laughing in order to corner the humans. Even the small demi-human's magic was powerless then. It's time for the gold fur, which is the final phase of the King of Mountains, and as there is no hidden method there, at that moment, Alicia used the Aiden-style single-blade technique against the demonic creature. She strike with a domain slash, dealing significant damage. Korin appreciates Alicia with the words that a well-raised Alicia is better than 10 party members. Alicia is still a bit confused about what is going to happen if it starts moving again, but Korin tells her that it's time for the madam to shine now. Josephine Clara questions Korin. How did he recover that huge magic in that short amount of time? The gold pattern is a strong ability, but after it shatters, one can't use the original runes for a while. Mariette is also ready. Korin requests Professor Josephine to block her, and finally the demonic pig of the Dingle Peninsula has come to an end, and the origin light that left his body as it disintegrated is something that cannot be missed by a spearman. At the origin, the 8 texts needed to go to paradise, and it is a remnant of the divine generation that cannot be destroyed by any power, but its container, rune stones, sometimes are destroyed. 88 years ago, a boar on the Dingle Peninsula swallowed a rune stone, and nobody even thought of taking it out. But that day, the demonic pig was released and defeated, and the runestone inside him shattered. They think, where did the original rune that was lost go? And the answer is quite simple. It goes to the closest runestone and wanders around aimlessly before settling, and it has reached its destination. 10 years ago, he entered the academy for all this and acted like a professor, and the King of the Iron Mountain, which was defeated by the academy students, which was a futile end, and it has been sealed for 80 years, so it's no wonder it has weakened, and all he has to do is to leave the academy. Firmak comes there. Korin tells him that as he is the disciple of the disciple his master renounced, then Korin is his martial uncle, and he wants Firmak to show him respect. Firmak feels that Korin has got to know his identity. Korin tells him that he can't go back to the origin, but that is something a mere student shouldn't know, and he thinks that maybe Josephine told him. Firmak gets angry and calls out Korin as his enemy, as even with the 6-step spearmanship he is unaware of, Korin has blocked all his plans and is standing in front of him. Firmak is the famous first-ranker knight, the mastermind behind the unsealing of the King of Iron Mountains, the final boss of the second part, the one who is going to appear with the King of Paradise, and one of the 4 executives, and his powers are at least the rank of Lunya Arden. Firmak questions Korin, saying, by showing a little of your talent, do you really think you can face me? As he knows how to quickly end things, Korin activates the rune of Sun Sawilo, which is the natural enemy of shadow types, as shadow type sorcery needs shadow to exist, just like water attribute magic needs moisture, and fire attribute magic needs air. Korin has already engraved the rune of sun for the entire 20 days, and the desolate lot has limited access. In the place secretly connected to the testing facility's basement, he is prepared for the finals before anyone else. Korin claims to Firmak that he is well prepared there. They both start fighting, where Korin attacks him with the radio, but Firmak manages to dodge that, then Korin attacks him while returning to heaven. Korin questions him again if he is still pretending to be a professor, Furmak is confident enough that he has been doing that for the last 10 years, and it's an occupational disease. Korin threatens him that whatever he is going to do there, in the end he'll face death. But Furmak confesses that he is not going to be able to end the battle there, and is going to kill Korin the next time he sees him. But Korin wants him to leave the city as soon as possible, even though he needs to avoid the attention of those who still think he's dead, because if he escapes, he is going to use space magic to even shake off Madame Josephine and Furmak Daman, who have engraved the commandment and have no other choice but to accept the duel, and that is the reason Korin came alone, and even the imprisonment's limitation is that the duel has to be one-on-one. And even according to the sacred rules, they both have to reveal their real names to each other, where Furmak's real name is King of Paradise, Tates Valtazar's is Korin, and Aaron Danua's first spear. The conclusion to the duel is going to be the same whether they win or lose. The two opponents are getting ready for the duel. They reveal their names to each other according to the sacred rules. On one side is King of Paradise Tates Valtazar's ordinary warrior, Furmak Daman, while on the other side is Queen of Paradise Aaron Danua's first spear, Korin Locke. The system backup reveals the review of the 3 commandments of the duel. The first commandment is duty, the second commandment is restraint, and the third is oath to save the world. It is revealed the Daman is a fist fighter with close-range attacks while Korin is a spearman with close and long-distance attacks. Korin starts with multiple attacks like Calamity Serpent Intent and Slithering Serpent, not letting Daman getting close. Daman, on the other hand, is waiting for an opportunity to use the time of Korin retrieving the spear to get closer to him for an attack. However, Korin had long predicted this. Korin jumps up in close combat, making Daman think it as a sign of weakness and wait for Korin to land to strike him. Korin charges with a series of attacks, first with Infinite Returning Heavens, and then Chaos Spear. Daman is impressed with Korin's speed and how he gave 7 consecutive strikes while in the air. As soon as Korin lands and starts another attack, Daman strikes him with a powerful punch. Daman could not give up the attack despite bleeding from a cut arm to close the distance. Daman charges with a Meteor Strike attack with Korin, anticipating that Daman might be focusing all his strength on the final attack. Korin tries to block the final attack to make his move, but in a split second Korin notices that Daman had not intended to strike him, but to grab Korin's spear. Daman succeeds in grabbing the spear and throws it away, lodging it into a tree. Daman mocks Korin of what he intends to do now without his spear. Korin tries to retrieve the spear but finds out that the spear has been lodged in tightly and won't come out. Daman attacks with a southpaw flicker jab. Korin, however, amazes him by blocking the attack with his martial arts moves. Korin shows Daman that he's also focused on the basics of martial arts physical combat training. Korin strikes Daman with 8 trigrams raised palms and 3 piercing palms. However, Daman implies that he is almost surprised, revealing that Korin's physical attacks have no effect on him. Korin, with his spear skills, had polished his physical combat as well, but Daman had only polished his physical combat. Daman strikes Korin with multiple ranges of consecutive attacks. Seeing Korin taking so many hits, Daman believes that Korin has lost his will to fight. As Daman is about to strike Korin with a final blow to end things once and for all, Korin blocks the attack with his spear. Daman is shocked to find out that Korin had deliberately withheld the blows to get closer to his spear and retrieve it. Korin again charges Daman with his attacks. Daman is amazed by Korin's skills and reveals that he is at a disadvantage once again. Korin mocks Daman that even after getting beaten up, Daman is still acting like a professor. Daman intends to end the fight and summons the Shadow Citadel, a dark part of paradise with demons. Daman starts gloating that Korin would not be able to escape the demons or his blows now. Korin laughs as he has one trick up his sleeve. He pulls out a gold mandrake from his bag. The mandrake's scream cannot be blocked with any magic abilities, even if they are shadow demonic beasts. Daman yells out if Korin could survive a petty trick like that. With a grin on his face, Korin replies that Daman will definitely die here. Korin mockingly questions Daman what he intends to with the demonic beasts gone, and the mandrake will keep on screaming. Korin reveals that he has abilities called regeneration and tolerance, so Korin will get used to the scream and survive the golden mandrake's screams. He mockingly questions Daman how long will he be able to withstand the screams. Calling Korin a coward, Daman summons the Shadow Servants X-12. Daman states that Korin's chances of defeating him are 0 as soon as Korin entered the Shadow Fortress. Daman charges with the Shadow Demon and the demon grabs Korin. Korin frees himself with an attack named Returning Demonic Spear. Daman charges towards Korin with his demons for his attack combinations. Frustrated, Korin reminds Daman that this was supposed to be a one-on-one battle and tears off his shirt. A bright light emerges from Korin, disintegrating the Shadow Servants. Daman is shocked to see the runes of the sun all over Korin's body, so the Shadow Servants can't even get near Korin. Daman thinks that Korin is an idiot to let his body go up in flames with the sun runes. Korin suggests Daman to have a one-on-one pure combat without any petty tricks, and to come at him with all his power. Korin senses that Daman is an arch-nemesis. Daman activates a life-risking skill named 6-Step Sura, which burns the Aura Core for power and speed. Korin activates the 6-Step Spearman Sura, revealing he can use the same skill. The two warriors go all out this move, engaging in a fierce combat. In a split second, Korin pierces through Damon's heart and wins the battle. Corin goes into a flashback of how he faced Fernak again after losing to him in the second part. Corin and his friends had found themselves in a nightmarish realm, a hell in paradise. Daman, an evil king, tried to introduce hell into this world, leading to the deaths of many people including Corin's friends. Corin is now relieved that this time it will be different as he has killed Damon. Corin searches Daman for the Leah Fail, a stone which is one of the 4 secret treasures protected by the druids. Corin does not find the Leah Fail but finds an original rune with Damon. Corin vows that he will not let Tates Valtazar have the rune as Valtazar intends to gather all 8 original runes to bring Shadow Paradise into this world. Corin looks at Damon's body. He wonders why is it important for Damon and Valtazar to kill innocent people. Corin gets Damon and Valtazar's anger and resentment for the world, but the way they're taking their anger out is wrong. Corin falls down from the pain of his severe injuries. Corin thought he had gotten used to pain from his regeneration and tolerance and lost consciousness. He is rewarded a map to Findius's son, one of the 4 secret treasures, for defeating a great evil named Fernak Daman. However, Corin is more concerned about the golden mandrake and the runes than the reward. Corin wakes up to find himself on Alicia's back. Corin asks Alicia about the cleanup. Alicia responds that Professor Dana's looking after the cleanup, however she's upset that Dron left. Alicia tells Corin that UL and the others were the ones that found him. Corin calls Dron a bastard and that he doesn't know what loyalty is. Dron had clarified not to expect much from him, as their relationship was merely business-related. Before Corin finishes his sentence to inquire about the rune and gold mandrake, Alicia interrupts and ensures him that the items are safe. Corin finds it strange that Alicia knew what he was going to ask, as she's not that smart. Alicia is triggered by this statement and reminds Corin that she's the one carrying Corin and could easily drop him. Corin expresses his gratitude to Alicia for saving his life. Alicia brings up the topic about domain severance. Alicia reminds Corin that she wouldn't have defeated the King of the Iron Mountain if it weren't for Corin. Alicia thinks and realizes that during their group assignments and making mandrake potions, Corin was drawing runes. Corin was actually preparing for this very fight ahead of time. With tears in her eyes, Alicia tells Corin there was nothing wrong with fighting together, and why did he have to go face Daman all by himself? Corin stated that it was better if lesser people die. Corin's friends find out about his battle and injuries and decide to go visit him at the hospital. They enter his room to surprise him with snacks and to be there for him at the time of his loneliness. To their surprise, Corin's friends saw 3 beautiful women taking care of him and serving him food. Corin notices his friends and with a smile asks why they had to bring snacks as he's already full. This leaves Corin's friends burning with rage. Corin's friends question themselves why they came and shouldn't have come to visit him. The girls, on the other hand, are chatting about how it isn't often they get together like this with Corin. The girls suggest playing a game and also invite Corin's friends to join. Hearing this, Corin's friends start weeping with joy and getting some attention from the girls and start blessing Corin. There's a knock on the door and everyone starts to wonder if someone else was supposed to come. One of Corin's friends goes to see who it is and is shocked to see the people who came and asks what brings them there. Corin answers that they had come as expected, and he was going to go see them anyway. It is revealed that the visitors are Chairman Eryu Kassar, the lady publicly acknowledged as the chairman of Merkaba Academy, and Professor Josephine. Eryu Kassar asks Corin about his health. Corin responds that he is better, and it was about time that he revealed his cards a bit. Chairman Eryu Kassar apologizes for sending away Corin's friends as they had to discuss confidential matters with him. Corin understands the matter. Eryu Kassar states that they have many questions to ask, as this incident wasn't something that could be overlooked by them like they did with Mariette. Corin exposes that Fermak was a spy, and the other two do not seem surprised with this information. Corin realizes that Chairman Eryu and Professor Josephine already had found out about Damon's betrayal and thinks that they do not know the whole truth yet. He reveals that Fermak Daman was a disciple of Tates Valtazar. Josephine does not believe Corin's story, to which he adds the moves which Damon used. Corin further clarified that he is the same as well, knowing those moves. Josephine is outraged hearing this and asks Corin if he's also a disciple of Valtazar. Getting off his bed, Corin reassures them that they do not have to be wary of him. Corin further adds that he's not giving this information so the chairman can act on it right away. Corin states that he knows the chairman's body right here is just a spare, and the main body is at the castle, and probably isn't in the condition to come out, leaving Eryu wondering how Corin knows about this information. Corin again informs that Valtazar is still alive and is now stronger than ever, and he is not alone as he was before. Corin reminds Eryu that Valtazar got stronger because of Eryu's indecision 80 years ago, showing the runestone in his hand, saying that the origin was split across the world because of Valtazar's betrayal, and the Eryu could only recover 2 pieces of it, and even those pieces would have been taken from them if it weren't for Corin. Corin states that the 4 secret treasures of Manhwa, including Leah Fail, the Stone of Fate, are probably in Valtazar's hands. Corin further adds that if the coronation takes place, Valtazar will no longer be considered an usurper. Corin asks the chairman that she will be able to guess what things would happen if the coronation takes place, calling the chairman by the name Aaron Danwa, shocking her. Corin realizes that it is getting all clear why Professor Josephine, with her 80 years of tenure, never became a chairman herself. but rather all the previous chairmen were bodies of Manhwa made of rune stones to watch over the world. Eryu inquires Korin what he intends to do, to which he replies that both of them have the same goal. That is Korin's commandment, and he will gladly become her first spear. Korin is even willing to be treated like a dog by Eryu to protect the world. Kusar reminds Korin that she's the adult and it's her job to protect children like Korin, not the other way around. Korin calls Eryu by her real name Danua and reminds her that he has not forgotten her warm act of sacrifice for Korin, and now it's his turn to protect her. At the castle, Danua is conversing with Josephine, hesitant to allow Korin's decision to protect her. Aaron cannot believe Balthazar is still alive and if they can trust Korin or not. Aaron wants Josephine to watch over Korin for now, just to make sure he can be trusted. Aaron cannot decide this solely as a person, as she holds a greater responsibility, and they never know if Korin could be lying about everything. Aaron could not understand why Korin was looking at her with such sad eyes. The Merkaba Academy summer break ceremony takes place. The ranks of the students are reassigned based on their performance, which holds a special meaning. This reassigned rank is an official rank given to the students by the Guardian Association. The students are praised for their efforts and performance for the semester. The chairman starts announcing the students who are to receive their reassigned ranks. Second-year magic class valedictorian, Mariette Dunalef is promoted to semi-special rank. Mariette, despite faced unfortunate hardships, showed a strong will and contributed to the prevention of a huge incident at the testing ward, even after turning into a vampire. Mariette got her achievements by assisting Professor Dana's research, and her conversion into a vampire significantly increased Mariette's mana and showed her efforts in holding back the King of Iron Mountain, preventing many casualties. These efforts made it impossible not to increase her rank. Hearing this announcement by Chairman Eryu, the students start praising Mariette that she's the youngest semi-special rank guardian ever. The students were joyful to witness such a legendary moment. Chairman Eryu begins announcing the names of the students who, like Mariette, have made great contributions to stop the incident that happened at the test ward. The students are shocked to know that who else had made contributions to increase their ranks. The students did not know about the others who contributed, even though the incident of Iron Mountain King was well known to be a huge incident. Much of the details of the incidents were kept secret, like the existence of the Iron Mountain King and the betrayal of Firmek Daman. Eryu announces the names of Kranil Luden and Yule from the magic class, Alicia Arden and Dron Worski from night class, and lastly Korin Loch. Eryu promotes Kranil, Yule, Alicia, and Dron to the semi-first rank for their achievements from the incident at the test ward. Eryu then announces that although Korin is a 5th rank guardian, but for the brilliance in his class and his amazing achievements, Korin will be promoted to 1st class rank. Korin's promotion was recommended by Eryu Kassar, Professor Josephine, and Professor Heyman Welsh. Korin's promotion left the whole crowd of students in utter shock, as Korin was someone who was a 5th rank guardian and got to the 1st rank in just one semester. Korin thinks to himself that the reason for his promotion to the 1st rank was the upper echelon's way of making sure he stays silent regarding Damon's betrayal, even though his skills were undoubtful. However, Korin doesn't care about that, as the most important part of this promotion was the special rights of the 1st rank knight and control over the other guardians. Korin would have made it to this rank in the 3rd year if this were the game. Even in the previous time, Korin barely achieved this in the 2nd year. Korin grins at this achievement because he can bring all the aces under him. Korin's friends meet outside and meet up and are sharing their plans for the summer break. Some are heading home, some are going for internships, and some are intending to go on an adventure. Alicia is, however, sad her grandfather is calling her to come home. Alicia asks Korin about his plans to go home. Korin replies that his plans have been cancelled. Alicia nervously invites Korin to join her, as she'll get scared going alone. Korin is surprised by this statement, but understands everything considering Alicia's personality. Korin thought that everything should be fine, as there weren't any problems in the game as well. Korin responds that he'll join Alicia next time. Mariette comes shouting Korin's name. Korin and Alicia are aboard a train. There are some semi-first thugs trying to hijack the train. Korin and Mariette enter the room talking casually and give not heed to the situation. The leader of the thugs gets frustrated by this and threatens Korin with his sword and asks Korin and Mariette to put their hands up. Korin lifts one of his hands up into an uppercut punch, making the other guy fly away out of the train. Korin asks the other thugs if he is to lift his hands like this, leaving them shocked and scared. Korin is in Merkaba Academy's library. Korin is reading a book named Grimoire, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration. The book reads out about the hero seeing a dying warrior within the battlefield that reeked of blood. The warrior was standing and had tied his body to the boulder with his intestines. The hero asked the warrior if he should slit his throat. The warrior asked the hero for some water to quench his thirst, as he would be grateful to the hero. Respecting the tough warrior, the hero gathers some water in his hands from a nearby lake for the warrior to drink. As soon as the warrior drinks the water, his body heals and regenerates. Korin closes the book thinking that it got too intense. A student, possessed by Duke Sabantia, comes to Korin asking about his castle in the south. Korin responds that the castle is still standing. The Duke tells Corin if he would have the reason to visit his castle, he should look into his office as he might find something. Corin inquires what he would find, to which the Duke responds that even he could not find it in his previous life, so it is all up to Corin to find. He admires Corin for his courage and humbleness, because Corin had the option to run away, but chose not to, and for that, the Duke respects Corin. The Duke leaves the student's body after thanking Corin for informing him about his wife and daughter. Fast forward to the present, Corin and Mariette reach the south. Corin decides to accompany Mariette as she is a resident of the south, and Corin can visit the Duke's castle to find what he is looking for. The station master thanks Corin and Mariette for saving everyone from the thugs. The station master hands over some money to Corin, which he excitedly accepts. On their way, Corin gets hungry, and Mariette says that she will recommend some places. Corin inquires Mariette if she really knows this area well, to which Mariette responds that she comes here quite often. Corin wants to buy anything Mariette says. Mariette shows Corin the entrance to the South Plains and tells him that all the carriages go to Left City, the big city in the south, for 8 hours. Corin gets impatient from hearing about the long distance. Mariette takes Corin to the transfer station called Wyvern Landing Zone. Corin has used Wyvern landing zones in his past life. Wyverns are a more comfortable and faster transportation than carriages, but very expensive. Even Corin's partner from his past life, Park, hated spending on wyverns. Corin asks Mariette if the one-way cost of borrowing a wyvern is at least 30 silver coins. Mariette disagrees and informs Corin that her family has arranged for a different wyvern. The staff at Mariette's residence are preparing for her arrival, as she is technically the princess of her family. The Hraesvelgr lands with Corin and Mariette getting off. The large number of staff welcomes and congratulates Mariette for her break and being promoted to semi-first rank. Corin realizes something, and to be sure asks Mariette if her family does farming or not, and how big is the scale of the farming. Mariette informs Corin that the scale is 2 million. Corin is amazed with the farming scale of 2 million pyong, to which Mariette corrects him that the unit is different from pyong. The farming scale of Mariette's family is 2 million hectares. Corin is surprised after hearing the word hectares because 2 million hectares is equal to around 6 billion pyong. Corin soon realizes that Mariette and her family are icons in the south. Corin remembers that he saw many signs of Mariette's family name, Dunalef. The name was on the salon, grocery stores, post office, agricultural cooperation, and even the wrestling association. Entering the Dunalef residence, Corin asks Mariette why she didn't tell him that she's wealthy. Mariette denies her being rich because the wealth belongs to her parents. Corin knows that all rich people say this. The Dunalef family butler, Paul, laughs, saying that Mariette will soon inherit all the assets anyway, being the firstborn daughter of the family. Corin begins to wonder who that man is while Mariette is greeting Paul. Paul asks Mariette for her luggage and notices Corin. Mariette introduces Corin to Paul as her junior. Thinking that Corin is Mariette's love interest, Paul starts talking to Corin about being the son-in-law of the Dunalef family, making Corin embarrassed. Mariette answers Corin's question about the Duke's castle that it has been bought by Count Cassius. Corin remembers Count Cassius being a traitor from an archipelago from his past life. Count Cassius was a nasty human and demanded them to catch the sea serpent before even letting them enter his castle. Corin remembers himself and Park Sihu fighting the sea serpent day and night just to get the Count's permission to enter the Duke castle. Corin is worried about going through that hardship again, to which Mariette responds that she already spoke to Count Cassius, and he happily invited them to his party on Friday. Corin is filled with tears that this quest could have been completed easily, while in his past life Corin had to work like a dog just to get Cassius's permission. Corin sees Mariette as a god to have done this task so easily. Mariette invites Corin to go shopping the next day for the party, to which Corin agrees. The next day, Corin is wondering if this is what shopping is like. Mariette buys Karina a sweet for 3 gold coins, a necklace and shoes for 6 gold coins, everyday clothes for 4 gold coins, and many other things. Everything was bought with a blank check. Corin thinks that these are all brand names and this money was enough to become wealthy in real estate in Seoul. Corin wonders if Mariette intends to make Corin her slave. Mariette takes Corin to another place, with Corin revealing that he's getting scared and tries to stop her from buying more things for him. At the Smith store, the shopkeeper greets Mariette and hands over the commissioned item she had ordered. Mariette hands over the present to Corin, saying that this item contains the same minerals used in Alicia's Odachi. The item was the unbreakable stone, which even the Academy didn't have. Holding the stone in his hand, Corin thinks that the unbreakable stone won't even break in the domain like the refined silver stone. Corin wonders how Mariette got the stone, as it even isn't on the market. This one stone made Corin happier than all the other gifts he received from Mariette, since this was the special stone used for Sword Emperor Garand Arden's hidden piece. Mariette suggests Corin that if he uses the stone to coat his spear, Corin would be able to use his spear even in the domain without any problems. The unbreakable stone is Mariette's last gift for Corin. Seeing Corin this happy and excited makes Mariette happy. Corin thanks Mariette for the stone. At the Dunalef home, Corin greets Mariette and her parents for dinner. It is customary to dine with a friend's family when visiting the friend's home. Mariette invites Corin to sit beside her. Mariette's mother, Mrs. Dunalef, admires Corin for being handsome and asks him to take a seat. Corin bows to greet Mariette's mother with respect before going to sit at the table, but is stopped by Mariette's father. Mariette's father wants to ask Corin a question to determine if he should sit there or not. Mariette's father asks Corin if he's a virgin, leaving Corin dumbfounded. Mariette and her mom burst with rage to why Mariette's dad asked such a weird thing. Mariette asks Corin to ignore her father and sit down. Mariette's dad stops Corin again to determine if he's a virgin or not, as the son-in-law of the Dunaleff family must be the virgin. This leads to an uproar of argument, with Corin thinking that this meal would not be smooth. At the dinner table, Mariette's father makes it clear to Corin that his daughter, Mariette, is off limits and wants to marry someone like her dad. While forbidding Corin to marry his daughter, Mariette's father is slammed by Mariette on the table. Mariette's dad calls Mariette strong and resembles her with her mother. Mariette stops him from talking any further nonsense. As Mariette is dragging her dad away from the room, he questions Mariette why she is being like this, as he only wants to protect his daughter, leading Mariette to stop him from talking again. Mariette's mom apologizes to Corin on her husband's behalf, and Corin still finds it merry and nice. Mariette's mom wanted to meet Corin and greet him, as she had heard about him a lot in Mariette's letters. Mariette's mother bows her head and thanks Corin, to which he responds that he did it because he could, and the most important thing for Corin is Mariette's happiness. After hearing Corin's response, Mariette's mother is shocked that admires Corin's personality and nature, that Mariette's letters were indeed true. While at it, Mariette's mother almost mistakenly calls Corin her son-in-law. Mariette's father charges in, interrupting his wife, and states that he'll only allow hand-holding. Mariette's father repeats himself that his son-in-law should be a virgin, only to be pounded by Mariette the very next second. Mariette's mother welcomes Corin and advises him to ignore her husband, and she's quite liberal. Mariette gets embarrassed by her parents' actions. Corin smiles at the quirkiness and merriness of Mariette's family. The next day, Mariette takes Corin to the Duke's castle for Count Cassius's party. Cassius greets Mariette at the door. He is excited and honored for Mariette to visit the Blandria family. Seeing all the jolliness, Corin wonders if Cassius is the same stiff man who sent him to capture the sea serpent to allow Corin into his castle. Mariette and Corin are announced entering the party. Corin is proud that if he had not saved Mariette, Corin could not have witnessed Mariette being this happy, and the southern people would have lost their princess. The ladies are amazed to see Mariette at the Blandria family's party, and Cassius must be of a higher value to have Mariette accept his invitation. The Dunaleff family has a high influence in the south. For Cassius, having Mariette's presence in his party is more beneficial than catching a sea serpent. Corin suggests Mariette to enjoy the party a bit before going into the Duke's office. Corin and Mariette had brought their gear and intended to ask Cassius to enter the Duke's office when the party reached its peak. Mariette is suddenly surrounded by suitors of high-class families to have their first dance with her. Mariette starts getting confused. Seeing Mariette's confusion, Corin rushes in and gets on one knee, leaving all the other men stunned. Corin taunts the other men that although they're energetic, they still lack manners. Corin kisses Mariette's hand, asking her to have the first dance with him. Corin reminds Mariette the basic etiquettes of a ball to have one's first dance with your partner. From his past life, Corin remembers getting scolded for etiquettes to kiss a beautiful lady to request a dance. Getting red with blushing, Mariette accepts Corin's request to dance with him. Corin apologizes to Mariette for being reckless if she felt bad. Still blushing and stuttering, Mariette did not mind his actions, as she loved it. While dancing and looking into Mariette's eyes deeply, Corin told Mariette that he felt as if he was abandoning his savior, who helped him get to this point and should return the favor. Corin gets a heated feeling while talking to Mariette, and is almost about to confess to her, but Mariette steps on his foot with her high heel. Mariette apologizes to Corin, telling him she's not a good dancer. Bearing the pain, Corin says it's not an issue. Corin suggests that he should lead the dance with Mariette and asks her to put her left foot on his foot. Corin's foot might get dirty and the dance would be awkward, but Corin tells Mariette not to care about others watching. Mariette's focus should be on Corin, her partner, and should focus on enjoying the dance. Corin guides Mariette with the dance and compliments her. Corin and Mariette gaze into each other's eyes, are laughing and having fun, sharing a dreamlike moment. After Corin and Mariette's dance, the suitors gather again to ask Mariette to dance with them. Mariette declines and excuses them to being tired and wishes to rest a while. Corin escorts Mariette to the lounge with Mariette thanking him. This leaves all the suitors enraged and cursing Corin behind his back. The ladies in the party are mesmerized by Corin's actions that were beyond romantic, and how Corin cared for Mariette, even though the dance was awkward. The ladies also talked about how Mariette was smiling when she was with Corin. Corin and Mariette enter Duke Sabancia's office. Mariette asks Corin what he is searching for, to which Corin responds that it doesn't matter what, as long as they are looking for traces of Duke Sabancia. Corin picks up a book, thinking that in the game the book has the traces of the Duke's wife Luina and daughter Cecilia, that the player in the game must find in the Duke Sabancia's quest, and normally giving this book to Duke Sabancia ends the side quest. Corin also wonders that in the game and in his past life, there was no line telling him to look in the office, so why has the Duke called him here? Exhausted from endlessly searching the entire office, Corin and Mariette sit down to rest. Mariette questions Corin if there is any evidence or hidden passage or clue. Mariette complains about being hungry. Corin asks Mariette if she did not have anything to eat at the banquet. Mariette reminds Corin that she came out immediately and did not get time to eat anything. Having a steamy gaze, Mariette admires Corin's jawline and collarbone. Corin realizes what Mariette wants, as this was a natural sign with the development of their relationship. Corin permits Mariette and she starts to suck Corin's blood from his neck. Corin asks Mariette if she's done. Mariette is confused because Corin didn't feel any pain, to which Corin explains that he has developed a persistent warrior's tolerance, so he doesn't feel anything, leaving Mariette stunned with shock. The topic of persistent warrior's tolerance reminds Corin that he received this skill alongside soul dust. Corin immediately asks Mariette to summon Dayaku. Corin states that Dayaku is a little hazy, closer to an astral body before his body materializes. Mariette makes Dayaku hold on to this state a while longer on Corin's suggestion. As Dayaku begins to disappear, a mysterious presence enters the room. Corin prepares Mariette to be on guard. Seeing the Duke appear, Corin feels it to be such a drag that the Duke's soul should have told him beforehand that it was going to be like this. It is revealed that Duke Sabancia's spirit was sealed inside the Great Library's grimoire. The Duke had decided to separate his body and soul when he couldn't die, and was suffering from the desire for blood. The body of Duke Sabancia is now in front of Corin. Sabancia wonders how a random person like Corin has come to visit with remnants of his soul, and what brings Corin to his castle. Corin introduces himself as Sabancia's distant junior. Sabancia compliments Corin's appearance. Corin compares Sabancia's assessment to be better than back at the library. Corin questions Sabancia how his body is moving without a soul. Sabancia interrupts Corin that the questions will only be asked by him, making Corin to believe that this might not just be a present after all. Sabancia Duke was the great general who ruled the entire South 800 years ago. The world knew Sabancia as the strongest of all time. Fast forward to the present, Corin is in a fierce battle with Sabancia Duke. Sabancia remembers that Corin had met his soul and asks Corin if he killed it. Corin answers that he did not kill Sabancia's soul but rather helped him find peace and ascend. Corin thought Sabancia would bring more than the grimoire as a gift this time. Sabancia believes if his soul guided Corin to his castle, then Corin wouldn't have brought a vampire with him, something that Sabancia despises. Sabancia thought all of Corin's statements as lies and refused to believe Corin. Corin once again asks Sabancia how his body is moving without a soul. Sabancia reveals that since his body is a vampire, it needed a piece of Sabancia's soul trapped inside in the castle to prevent him from becoming a beast, like Mariette. Corin tries to make Sabancia believe that Mariette's controlling the powers of a vampire. Sabancia refuses to believe Corin, as Sabancia had to rid himself of the bloodlust for 800 years and has worn out his soul senses and emotions. However, the one thing that did not disappear for Sabancia was the taste of blood, for which it is revealed that Sabancia has sewn up his mouth. Corin regrets bringing Mariette and putting her in danger. Corin assumes that since Sabancia just has his body for 800 years, Sabancia might be strong, at least as a semi-rank now. Corin activates his 6-step spearmanship and intends to face Sabancia with full power to defeat him. Corin charges with the Calamity Serpent Ultimate Essence and Rising Serpent Skies, while Sabancia uses Poisonous Dragonhead Charge. Sabancia shows Corin the power of creation, which Sabancia gained from slaying a dragon, and charges with an attack called Final Demonic Sword Dragon Murder. Corin realizes that he underestimated Sabancia's strength and collapses. Sabancia approaches Mariette, calling her a petty beast, and how she hopes to live a human's life. Mariette is confused by Sabancia's words. Sabancia questions Mariette if she doesn't consider herself a beast, and if not, then how positive is she to overcome her will. In the end, Mariette will kill all those she loves just to quench her bloodthirst. Sabancia charges towards Mariette to end her. Mariette saves herself and summons Dayoku. Sabancia traps Dayoku with 8 trigrams binding. Sabancia is impressed by Mariette's speed and compares it to be faster than his own during Sabancia's prime. Sabancia mocks Mariette for being a foolish beast, relying just on her strength with no strategy. Mariette cries for Dayoku to come back. Sabancia shows Mariette the Romania sealing sword and explains that this is a binding sword to seal immortal beings. Sabancia's hatred for vampires is clearly seen as he repeatedly calls her a beast, and she will always remain one. Remembering Corin's past words, Mariette refuses to believe Sabancia's words and tries to assure Sabancia that she has changed. Sabancia thinks that the path of Mariette's death is better for both her and Corin, while binding Mariette with his sword. While Sabancia laughs at Mariette's helplessness, Mariette gazes upon Corin's neck. Witnessing this, Sabancia is assured that vampires shouldn't exist, as Mariette, even now, cannot forgive her bloodlust and is learning to suck Corin's blood. However, Sabancia is amazed to see that Mariette is injecting her blood as an elixir into Corin to save his life. Sabancia is convinced that Mariette can control her vampire powers and suppress her nature. Mariette cries for Corin to wake up. On the other hand, Sabancia is impressed by Mariette and Corin and what they achieved, something he could not do, and knelt down for his desires. Sabancia pulls out his sword and lodges it into Corin. Mariette yells at Sabencia that he has already done enough to harm them, so how far does Sabencia plan to go? Mariette pleads with Sabencia not to take Corin away from her. All of a sudden, Corin puts his hand on Mariette's shoulder, ensuring her that he's fine and right here. Corin asks Sabencia why he saved him. Sabencia tells Corin that he transferred his aura core into Corin and now understands why his soul sent Corin here. Sabencia sees the qualities of a hero in Corin. Corin lacks greed but possesses the beliefs and pride others don't have. Sabencia believes Corin has changed what Sabencia couldn't in 800 years, and Corin has the right to even change the world and correct Sabencia's mistakes. Sabencia disappears, calling Corin a hero. Corin is surprised to receive a gift like the great General Sabencia Duke's aura core. Mariette hugs Corin, causing him pain from his injuries. Mariette was scared as she thought Corin had died. Mariette starts crying and makes Corin promise that he will not die without Mariette's permission. The one thing that Corin is pleased by is that Sabencia Duke's mind, body, and soul finally found rest after 800 years of pain. Corin has obtained Sabencia Duke's aura core, Duke's demonic nature, with a new special ability called Dual Core. Having gained his aura rank and gaining the new ability, Corin finds it strange why Duke did not give the main player this gift in the game and in his past life. Corin thinks it would have been nice if Duke would have given Corin this gift without the fight and suffering. Corin sees both his and Mariette's clothes drenched in blood and decides to wash them. Corin is waiting for their clothes to dry while Mariette is resting with a cloth on her bare body. A maid enters the room. She's shocked to find Mariette and Corin without clothes, and seeing Mariette lying in Corin's lap, mistaking them to have engaged physically. Corin tries to clear the misunderstanding that he's just drying their clothes. The maid notices the sweat, muscles, and hot air in the room, making her assumption more clear. Corin still tries to clear things for the maid, but the maid apologizes and runs away, telling Corin and Mariette to enjoy their time. Corin is embarrassed and questions the meaning of the maid's words and tries to stop her from misunderstanding. Corin believes something has gone wrong. Hearing this, Mariette's father gets furious and threatens to kill Corin for messing with his daughter. It took around 20 days to clear up the misunderstanding. Corin decides to hide in the mountains for those 20 days, while Mariette's father has his people search for Corin for violating Mariette. Corin spends those days training his aura. Corin weighs a sign of relief when all the misunderstandings have cleared up. Otherwise, Corin would have been the South's #1 enemy. Corin is excited to return back to school for the second semester and the festival preparations. Mariette asks Corin if the inn business she invested in with Corin was doing well, making Corin more excited, as they would be making 10-folds of what was invested. The large number of tourists for the festival will be the means for Corin's profits in the inn business because of the rise of value in the lodging industry. Corin intends to make it big and sell the land to make huge profits. Corin dreams of having a large sum of money and getting rich, but soon his dreams are shattered when he sees a typhoon. Corin wonders and finds it strange why this typhoon didn't happen in his last life. Mariette believes that the typhoon will cause a problem in the festival preparations and tries to console Corin that it is natural to fail at least once when someone tries to do something big. Mariette, with a steamy grin on her face, suggests signing an IOU with Corin, that if Corin fails to repay her back, Corin will have to give one condition Mariette wants. Corin is frightened by Mariette's suspicious offer and hopes to find another way to pay her back. Corin and Mariette reach the Merkaba Academy Special Dormitory. Chairman Eru welcomes Corin and Mariette and asks them about any difficulty in coming from the typhoon. Corin inquires about Professor Josephine, and Eru informs Corin that Josephine is returning with Warren. Professor Josephine and Warren were at the Xion Chapel throughout the break. Eru invites Corin to stay at the academy for the night, to which Corin asks if it's okay. Eru lets Corin know that Corin is not an outsider anymore, and she's thinking of letting Corin stay at the academy from the second semester. Corin believes that letting him stay is just an excuse to surveil him, as Master Aaron and Professor Jospaheen do not trust Corin yet, and must find a way to watch over Corin. Corin gets impatient with the typhoon, and Mariette wonders if the typhoon has damaged the city or not. Eru assures Corin and Mariette that the city doesn't have any major damages. The damages by the typhoon are not at the center, but the surrounding areas face more damages. Mariette is worried that the city will get damaged if the typhoon moves, to which Eru assures Mariette that it won't happen, as this typhoon is not a natural phenomenon, but rather the work of a monster. Mariette and Corin are stunned by Arius's statement. Eru begins sharing the story about an important sea route of a southern archipelago going upstream along the Agania Strait. The lone emperor of the ocean, the sea serpent, got entangled with the Agania Strait at some point. The sea serpent went wild without a care for the economic situation of humans and began shaking up trade ships invading its territory. One man, wanting to be a hero, set out to defeat the lone emperor of the ocean. The man is revealed to be Levant Blandria, the son of Count Cassius Blandria. Levant intends to be promoted to a first-rank knight after defeating the sea serpent. Levant intended to get Mariette back from Corin after Mariette chose to dance with Corin, leaving Levant feeling humiliated. With Levant's fiery heart, a raid group battled the sea serpent for 5 nights and 6 days, letting the sea serpent escape. Levant pledged this victory to Mariette's name. Levant and his men believed it to have brought peace onto the Aegina Strait, which was far from the truth as they could not catch the sea serpent and lost it. The lone emperor of the sea ran away, causing the loss of many innocent lives. The typhoon bat alvin, in order to breed, became the core of typhoons to protect themselves from their enemies. A typhoon bat alvins is also known as the golden bat because its blood, bones, and flesh all act as elixirs, making them being demanded and sought after not only by humans but by monsters as well. The injured sea serpent devours the male alvin, making the female alvin go towards the far north to protect the baby in her womb, leading to the academy to be safe from the serpent. The female alvin chose the academy as the place to give birth. Watching his land get destroyed, Corin gets frustrated. Corin believes it to be a result of the butterfly effect, as Corin and Park were the ones to defeat the sea serpent in Corin's past life, preventing the disaster by the alvin bat taking place now. The workers in charge of the construction of Corin's inn start evacuating from the danger. Corin pleads with the workers to stop as they're almost finished. The workers refuse to die from the typhoon getting bigger, and even ask Corin to give up. Corin believes if the typhoon continues one more week, the inns will be destroyed, and there would be no festival. Corin gets worried that if the typhoon goes on, Corin will have to bear a loss of 720 gold coins. The Merkaba Academy held an emergency meeting regarding the typhoon measures. Chairman Ariu had called a few presiding professors and students. Knight faculty tenured professor Heman Welsh asks if everyone is aware of the typhoon bat Alvan. Magic Department's Professor Dana Arienne questions the matter of subjugating the Alvan bat, as they could capture the bat, and the money earned from the research could help recover the loss from the King of the Iron Mountain. Being furious, Welsh emphasizes that it is necessary to subjugate the bat, but gets opposed by Magic Faculty Professor Edgar Linton. Edgar explains that the typhoon will clear in 1 month, so there is not need to risk facing the Alvan bat. Alchemy Faculty Professor Lorala Mass inquires Edgar for his opinion's proof. Edgar adds that alvins breed from June to September and known to repeat the short-term pregnancy process, so the typhoon will most likely stop in a month, even when all the variables are considered. Lorala agrees with Edgar's decision, while Knight Faculty's new professor Ogun Rentry states the importance of trying to subjugate at least once, as the return of the students will be pushed back and the festival plans will be disrupted. Lorala agrees with Ogun but still decides that Edgard's approach is better. Corin interrupts the association, first calling them professors, then correcting himself to call them seniors. Corin humbly asks everyone to listen to what he wants to say, even if Corin lacks knowledge. Corin reminds everyone that they swore to be brave and realize kindness and justice, that they won't go against their creed even when facing death itself, and they would all protect the weak and defeat the evil, as all of them are guardians, the protectors of humanity. Edgar tries to reason with Corin regarding the subjugation. However, Corin makes Edgar realize the loss of the people on the street losing their homes and jobs, and Edgar cannot calculate lives with money. Edgar is dumbfounded to see Corin having such a sincere nature. Corin gets emotional that it isn't about oaths or chivalry, and that Corin just wants to save lives and requests everyone save the people, almost mistakenly revealing that all Corin just wants to save is Inn. Everyone praises Corin to be such a passionate knight at a young age. Heman suggests forming a subjugation squad with the Guardians' names to save the people, to which Chairman Ariu agrees and gives her final word. Corin's passionate acting led everyone to quickly form a subjugation squad, and they all head towards the typhoon. Edgar states that he consulted the support group and all they need to do is know if time is everything well to take action. Corin is questioned about his sincerity and passion to save the people. Corin with a smile agrees and is happy that his inn will be prevented from destruction. The subjugation squad assembles, and their plan was simple: to catch the golden bat Alvin, which lives within the eye of typhoons. The subjugation squad will receive help from the support squad to create a crack in the typhoon, and if they succeed in opening a crack, the entry squad would go in to defeat the Alvin. Corin and the squad soon find themselves facing countless monsters in the typhoon, which were caught within the typhoon attempting to eat the Alvin. The monsters are hungry and super pissed. Corin, on the other hand, is far from worried because the squad has some elite fighters. Semi-first knight Heman Welsh, who was called Stronghand Haman in his prime, semi-first rank knight Professor Ogun, who wields a 2M long axe as it were chopsticks, a first-rank mage and the current party leader with outstanding talent, Professor Edgar, and above all, second-year academy student first-rank knight crazed warrior Berjacker. With these members in the squad, it was a piece of cake to defeat these monsters. Berjacker gets pissed when Corin asks if Berjacker is a half-giant, midst fighting the monsters. The focus of the squad is to capture the villain. Corin and the squad need to enter the eye of the typhoon before the damage spreads, and for Corin's inn to his concern. The subjugation squad charges towards the eye of the typhoon, making Corin excited. Entering the typhoon, the squad is surprised to see a smaller typhoon within the typhoon. It is revealed that the Alvin noticed intruders entering the typhoon and created the smaller typhoon with the last remaining power out of her motherly instincts. Edgar wonders if they can go through the second typhoon. Professor Ogun believes if they can endure the damages to their bodies, then they have a slight chance. Edgar fires a flare to request help from the support squad. Seeing the signal, Professor Dana excitedly uses her mage powers as Dana's getting the chance to show her powers for the first time in a while. Edgar sees the strength of the thunder from Dana's attack to crack the typhoon, and wonders if Dana intends to kill them all. Professor Edgar gets the squad behind him to cover everyone with a shield, questioning Dana overusing her powers. Dana's red sprite attack blows the squad away, with Hemin criticizing mages to always kill knights. Edgar believes that the attack would be enough to break the typhoon. However, everyone is shocked to see the typhoon still in place. Edgar finds it impossible for the typhoon to still be there, as the attack was strong enough to even wipe out second-rank monsters. Welsh notices and finds it weird that the Alvin is getting bigger in size. Corin blurts out that the Alvin is evolving, a unique phenomenon in the development of demons which occurs in the matters of life and death. It is not strange for the Alvin, which can survive within a typhoon, to endure Dana's thunder, but instead, the Alvin absorbed Dana's thunder, making it stronger than before. The Alvin has now transformed into the king of the thunderclouds. The Alvin increases its power, and the squad find themselves trapped and flying in the typhoon. Welsh shouts out to request support from the support squad. Edgar thinks it's no use, as mage attacks would only make the Alvin stronger. Corin smiles and knows that it's time for him to step up. Corin begins to attack with Calamity Serpent intent, but soon realizes that a knight's martial arts attacks are only effective if their feet are on the ground, whereas the squad is in mid-air. Corin finds it annoying, not being able to do anything, and tries to look for an opportunity. Corin asks Berjecker to do something, but finds that the 2M knights and a spearman with 2 cores like himself are weak in mid-air. Corin remembers that he has 720 gold coins on the line and thinks of a plan. He borrows Berjacker's head as a stepping ground to jump forward. Corin jumps over all the other squad members to go further ahead to finish off the Alvin, as Corin refuses to surrender to a monster. Blinded by revenge, Corin charges to attack the Alvin, but finds himself stuck in some slime. Corin throws his spear towards Alvin for a macro hit attack, but the spear is deflected. Corin realizes once again that his feet need to be on the ground for any of Corin's attacks to work. Corin is ready to give up believing it to be his end, and thinks that he should not have invested the money, but instead should have used it to buy yummy snacks. When Corin is about to give himself into the typhoon, Corin hears a sound in the typhoon of someone fighting the Alvin and wonders who it could be. With a fierce blow to the Alvin, the person ends the fight. The typhoon disappears and the squad falls down. It is revealed that the savior of Corin and the squad was none other than Huaran, who had just returned with Professor Josephine. Corin is grateful that the rescue squad came to save them. The incident caused by the typhoon bat that hit the city caused only minor damages before being stopped by Huaran. Only the highway suffered the damage, as the commotion was suppressed early on. However, there were some victims in the windy rains, so they are soon to recover. As the Academy is funded by taxes, so for the guardians of the Academy, the image of heroism and symbolism is of high importance. With maintaining that image comes the responsibility of volunteer work for the city. The guardians of the Academy are doing their volunteer work after the typhoon by distributing food and drinks to the citizens. A citizen asks Huaran for an extra piece of potato, only to get refused in a rude tone. Corin, who's paired up with Huaran for volunteer work, points out her mistake. Corin reminds Huaran of the story of how civilization started. Huaran starts to get annoyed, but Corin continues the story of how humans helping their weaker peers creates a civilization. Huaran misinterprets the story by concluding humans to be weak. Huaran finds all this meaningless because no human would help her. Huaran stops when Corin volunteers to help her so that it means something for Huaran. However, Huaran wants Corin to stop talking, stating that if Corin knew about her past and how she was created, Corin would not help her. Huaran calls herself a living jinx, and that even Corin would turn his back on her. The soul whose body Huaran is using demands her body back, something which is revealed to haunt Huaran. Huaran starts arguing with the soul, and later asks Corin again if he would help this version of Huaran. In Merkaba City, where the Guardian Academy is located, it is said to be the safest place in the world. However, it is far from the truth. There are back alleys in Merkaba City led by Black Star faction who lead this lawless area. It is revealed that the Black Star faction make their income by illegal liquor distribution and selling slaves. The Black Star faction has also invested in other businesses to solidify their position in the city, such as selling their liquor to a local pub, and yet claiming protection money from the very same pub. Corin is seen to be getting drunk in one of the taverns who are in business with the Black Star faction. Corin creates a scene and demands to see the manager for selling the bootleg alcohol. The leader of the Black Star faction enters to see the ruckus and the one causing it. The leader sees that Corin is a minor from the academy and tries to let go of what Corin did by offering to pay Corin's tab. Corin, assuming the leader to be the manager, pours out his mug of liquor onto him. The leader allows the members of the Black Star faction to beat Corin up to teach him a lesson, as he believes that his members are strong slave hunters from the wild and are like red insane dogs, and calls Corin a pup compared to them. Hearing this, Corin beats up the gang members of the Black Star faction to a pulp, frightening their leader. When asked about his identity, Corin tells the leader that he's a dogman who catches dogs like them and gives one final punch to the leader, making the name of the Black Star faction disappear for good. It is revealed that Korin has a different motive to enter the tavern that night other than dealing with a gang faction. The reason Korin targeted the Black Star faction is to free the slaves they had captured. All the slaves captured by the Black Star faction were demi-humans who were locked inside cages, being treated like animals. The humans were habitual of ostracizing demi-humans from society, leaving the demi-humans to be treated like animals by gang members. Korin frees the demi-humans, leading them to the carriages waiting for them provided by the Dunaleff family. Korin asks one of the demi-humans about two siblings named Ren and Ron. Korin is surprised to see Ren and Ron as children, as Korin had met them in his past life, and these children were in their 20s. Korin, however, knows that the bodies of humans develop based on the mental development. Korin approaches the siblings trying to greet them. Ren tries to protect Ron from getting beaten up, and it is clear that both the children are frightened and traumatized. Korin remembers Ren being a ripped and gruff woman from his past life, and wonders that Ren would develop into that in just 1 year. In Korin's past life, Ren and Ron were working for the Catholic Church as villains, and both the humans were difficult enemies, but somehow managed to be killed by Park Hu. Korin intended to save Ren and Ron before being sold to the church to prevent himself facing them as mid-level bosses in the future. Ren wants Korin to leave them alone, but Korin hugs both the siblings to ensure their safety. Korin asks their names and they introduce themselves as Ren and Ron. Korin introduces himself as a guardian named Korin Locke, to which Ren and Ron come at ease and relax onto Korin. Korin wonders if he should hand over the human children to the guardians or not. Korin is seen drinking at the tavern with a bar employee named Lenya. Korin is still thinking that he had intended to use Ren and Ron to keep Korin's enemies in check. Korin asks Lenya to take Ren and Ron to the inn and get them some food. Korin now knows that he has to save Hwaran all by himself. The next day at the Merkaba City Landing Zone, Eastern Platform Village, there are 3 visitors seen landing. The conductor asks for their registration, but comes to know that it's Senior Professor Kang Ryun, an official from Barama Academy of the East with his 2 disciples Jinhyuk and Kang Yuhua, so the conductor welcomes them and escorts them to a carriage. It is revealed that Kang Ryun and his disciples have intent for murder and want to take revenge against Hwaran. After a month from the Typhoon Bat incident, the Merkaba Academy is seen preparing for the upcoming festival. The festival, unlike its name, is an academy exchange war where students of the 4 academies of each region compete and battle in their strive for mastery. Korin's friends are discussing if they'll participate in the individual, duel, or group matches. Alicia asks Korin which match he would be choosing, and Korin has decided to choose the doubles matches and intends to take Alicia as his partner. Korin notices Alicia's hesitance and ensures her that they're a fixed team as before. Alicia tries to change the topic and suggests Korin to choose the group matches, but Korin refuses to have a random team distribution. Alicia reminds Korin that the doubles team might also have random partner selections, to which Korin reminds Alicia that it will be announced that students with a 2nd rank or higher will have the right to choose their partners. Alicia doesn't want to be paired up with Korin again, as Korin treats her as a slave, and makes Alicia do all the labor, which surprises Korin. Alicia suggests Korin partnering with Mariette. However, Korin tells Alicia that Mariette intends to choose the individual matches to win the individual match prize all to herself. Everyone notices the participants from the East Fighting Hound Sejin-hyuk and Swordmaster Kang Yuhua entering with their Professor Immortal, Taoist Kang Ryun. Korin remembers Jinhyuk and Yuhua to be the protagonists of the 3rd part, Heavenly Yaksha. Kang Ryun requests Professor Josephine to transfer Hwaran to Borame Academy, to which Josephine refuses to accept. Kang Ryun believes it to be a reasonable request, being Hwaran's blood relative, as Hwaran was the center of the tragic accident they had faced a year ago, turning Kang Ryun's castle to ashes. Ryun reminds Josephine that she took Hwaran during that disaster, and now that Ryun knows Hwaran's whereabouts, wants his niece to return. Josephine states that Hwaran is a special case and Ryun should be aware of that. Josephine finds it strange that the reason Ryun requested the meeting immediately after his arrival was for Hwaran. Ryun wants to recover Hwaran from the beast that resides in her body. Josephine reminds Ryun that Hwaran's body is still alive because of that child, and more importantly, it is the will of Chairman Eryu and Hwaran's father, Kang Yu. Ryun questions if Josephine would allow a beast to socialize with others, and Josephine states that spent the 1st semester with no such problems. Li Jinyang, the Catholic Church's dispatched bishop, believes Hwaran's socializing might just be part of the beast's wicked plans. Josephine tries to put an end to the bishop's words, yet the bishop requests Hwaran to participate in the festival to test the true nature of the demon, as it will be revealed in the heat of violence. Josephine thinks it to be a good opportunity to show that demons can also socialize with others. Josephine makes Ryun clear that it's up to Hwaran where she chooses to stay, and the Hwaran's legal guardians are Chairman Eryu, Josephine, and Xi'an Cathedral's Great Saintess. Josephine is thinking over Korin's words to be true. Korin had informed Josephine that Balthazar's dogs are hidden within the festival. When inquired by Josephine to reveal the identities, Korin states that he doesn't know the details, but guesses it to be the Catholic Church in Borame. The Catholic Church wants to expand its influence with desperate attempts, while Borame has sent its students to participate. It is revealed that the Heavenly Yaksha is a very important incident that will decide the overall direction of the El Lost Kingdom. Korin asks Josephine to keep an eye on the Catholic Church and requests Josephine to have the Borome students stay at an inn in the outer region so that Korin can keep an eye on them. Josephine still doesn't trust Korin, believing him to be Balthazar's disciple. However, Korin shows Josephine his oath as a shadow warrior to change her mind. Josephine questions Korin about him owning the inns in the outskirts and trying to make a profit with his stalls and inn business. The festival's group match preliminary round takes place. Hwarin is the only one absent from the named characters, so Korin believes Hwarin might be participating in the individual matches. Kang Ryun is the judge in charge of the group trials and will be determining the 16 guardians who will participate ahead. The topic of the exams is to save the civilians, and the participants to have their armbands ripped will be eliminated. Ryun casts the 8 gates array to form. It is revealed that the stone dolls will be acting as the civilians. After touching a civilian, the guardians can give them commands. Guiding a civilian earns 1 point, and destroying a civilian would deduct 2 points of each guardian. Korin is happy to see his friend's passion and excitement. On the other hand, Alicia is shown to be performing well against the obstacles. The task for the guardians is to transport as many civilians as possible to safety. Alicia felt quite accomplished with her group, gathering many civilians and deciding to find the safe zone to win. All of a sudden, the ground starts shaking below Alicia and her group. It is revealed that Korin's friends Jaeger and the others have tied the civilians to make a trolley, calling themselves the Mandrake Bandits, with Korin's as their leader calling himself the Almighty Immortal Locke. Korin and the others believe it to eliminate all the others to win themselves. When Alicia is calling out Korin's name, he doesn't seem to care, declaring to refer to him as Almighty Immortal. Behind him, Jaeger and Lark are motivating him, being happy about his behavior. Though Korin very smartly took students on his side, the real reason was to join the forces and pass the first match, and just because only 16 of them could work, they eliminated more students than that. Cleverly, they didn't go into defensive mode. Rather, they used students as protection by taking them on their side. The students not on their team are furious, thinking to remove them by using magic, but hesitate because some civilians are on Korin's team. Meanwhile, the stone civilians form an army and carry Korin together. Getting to a safe zone makes him achieve 1 point, and destroying them makes him lose 2 points. Upon seeing this, the students get furious and lunge forward to attack Korin, but Lark steps forward, grinning evilly, and just then casts fireball magic against the students. Their quick grouping gave them a big advantage. While they immediately grew in number and surrounded themselves with most of the stone civilians, others were slower to group up and focused on finding safe zones instead. Though after 30 being eliminated, Korin has an encounter with Alicia. She is screaming at him to stop. On the other hand, he is proposing she join the Mandrake Bandits, demanding her colleagues' armbands, promising to give her the position of vice president then. But when he sees her hesitating, he instructs his opponents to bring Alicia's armband to him, and they will be into the bandits. Upon receiving this information, all Korin's opponents rush forward to snatch her armband. Gripping her odachi tightly, she knocks the students who came her way down, yet senses the threat and ends up accepting the proposal and becomes the vice president of Korin's Mandrake Bandit team. Just like everyone, Mariette also forms her team. It is actually based on friendship, and Mariette is doing a great job up till now with gathering stone civilians. She was even sure that her friendship and unity could overcome any hurdle until they met the Mandrake Bandits. Looking at Korin's pretending innocent face, she decides not to fight, and she also joins the team, chanting Korin's name over and over again. This shocks Isabelle because she wasn't expecting this behavior from Mariette. Watching through the screen, Professor Kang Ryun is pissed to see Korin. While Josephine denies even knowing him, not accepting that he is from her academy, that results in Korin's party gaining a bad reputation. However, they pass the match with flying colors. After gaining rewards, in another round of the double match, Borome's twins, second-rank guardians called the Chen siblings, take an attacking stance, ready to attack Korin, but being very skilled, they get quickly knocked out by Alicia after Korin dodges their attacks immediately. At the same time, 2 onlookers are judging Alicia's performance. They were expecting Alicia to be something more than extraordinary, as they heard that she was the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, but concurrently wonder about Korin, since they were aware of the 2 main threats, Warrior Berjacker and Mariette. Though Korin being a threat wasn't in their books, since the Chen siblings are not easy to deal with, and Korin dodging their attack that easily shows his exceptional skills. They can feel him being experienced just by the way he stands, breathes, and moreover, the way he observes his opponent to unleash a calculated move. The onlookers find him annoying, wishing he doesn't get in the way when they use that formation. However, a strange guy among the onlookers was already hearing their conversation. His expression darkened, overhearing all that. In the academy, Hwarin is walking around. Nostalgia of her becoming a yaksha is hitting her hard, since the silence in the campus reminds her of that day. The emptiness is because of the festival. Her mind drifts to a horror memory. In front of her is a building engulfed with flames, while she stands on the burning skeletons looking at the building being destroyed. In an instant, Hwarin's attention shifts towards something else, a surprise attack, but then she senses something else. killing intent. It is a powerful skill. Hwarin quickly turns back, and the same suspicious guy, Sai Jin-hyuk from the crowd, is smirking, impressed by her presence of mind due to the fact that most people can't even sense it, and just faint. Hwarin can sense danger. She knows something is up, so she demands to know if they know each other by any chance. Upon hearing that question, the guy's expression completely changes. Something untwists, washes over his face. He gives her an evil smirk and pretends not to know her. Before excusing himself, Sai Jin-hyuk clarifies that he was just trying to prank her by assuming she was someone else. However, Hwarin could feel some familiarity towards the guy but ignores it and leaves. One of the female onlookers from the crowd, Yoonhwa, suggests that he shouldn't have done this at a place like this, but Sai Jin-hyuk is okay about it since the Master's 8 gates work on that monster. Basically, to save this powerful creature and prevent its destruction, the 8 gates array utter annihilation must be activated, yet Yoonhwa advises Sai Jin-hyuk to wait for the moment of Yaksha's provocation. However, her plan is to take fire from the orchid, and the rest will be on that guy. In the second round venue, at El Las Kingdom Central Nazria City, the city is bustling. At a cafe, Corin is trying to digest the fact that they have come so far for the match, and was shocked when Professor Josephine announced the sudden change of the stage of the group match by Professor Kang Ryun. She investigates Corin because Borama claimed that bandits stole the supplies. However, Corin denies stealing those supplies, but he did steal something. Supplies secretly moved through the Catholic Church. These supplies are important for Kang Ryun's secret plan to set up the 8 gates array, utter annihilation, and control Hwarin. It becomes clear that the story about Borama's supplies being stolen was actually made up by Kang Ryun and Lee Jin-young, so they could cover up their own theft and cleverly get the materials they needed. They acted quickly to hide their actions. Corin's thoughts are interrupted when Alicia keeps talking to him, ordering food for him and herself as well, but he reminds her about the precautions of not eating anything there. Just then, Kang Ryun enters the cafe. When he realizes everyone is already there, he immediately starts counting, and once the counting is over, suddenly all the armored men there start attacking the player. Corin was already alerted, but Alicia is pretty confused about them attacking each other. She is more shocked to see the corpses being decomposed immediately, but at the same time, Corin is not surprised. For the last 300 years, the city has been stuck in a time loop. During the day, life is normal. But at night, the entire city of 1.2 million people turns into a land of the dead. As soon as the city becomes dead, Kang announces the beginning of the group match. He will announce the division of the team real soon, and the mission is to retrieve the Moonstone. They have from now until the morning 3 days later to complete it, but they can choose to give up at any time. The team members announced they were sent outside the inns where the undead were roaming. They were only given the briefing of the task and some necessary items, though Corin's team is D, including Alicia, Jaeger, and Lark. Corin is aware that he needed to be on the top 4 teams in order to pass and to make it to the 3rd round no matter what, to save Hwarin. Corin has planned everything, knowing the most dangerous enemies are outside the city center. In that case, they will focus on the lower-level zones at the city's outskirts, where the undead will match the difficulty, and Corin's spear will be the one to clear the path, and they did exactly the same. Then they arrive at the outskirts steeple, move to a higher place, and only target the shining moonstone undead that have swallowed the moonstone. Corin announces defeating the stage boss immediately, suggesting Lark use flying magic, but before Lark could even use any magic, the Revenant Titan and his team lunge forward to attack Group D. Corin and all his team freak out and order Lark to use the flying magic, but maybe luck wasn't on his side, and a Geist occurs, a phenomenon in which a spirit possesses an object, and just like that, Lark was eliminated. In the meantime, the undead attacks the outskirts steeple tower and starts collapsing. All 3 groupmates try to run to the highest peak to not be injured by the rubble. As soon as the tower collapses, both Alicia and Jaeger mock Corin's poor luck because these unfortunate events happen with them only when they are around Corin. However, they decide to run until the sunrise. Despite that, something unexpected happened. An Abyss Shrieker knocks Jaeger out, and the White King appears. Now Alicia and Corin are surrounded by the 3 bosses of Nazria, a White Tiger, an Abyss Shrieker, and a Revenant Titan. Corin is very well aware that this can turn out very badly for them since all of them are 4th-rank monsters. Corin's body trembles as soon as they charge forward, with the thought of being eliminated. Yet instantly, a flash from an unknown person's spear, matching the flash of Corin's spear, is blocking the attacks. Taking this as an opportunity, both of them run and arrive at a safe location. The unknown person in the cloak is glad to see them safe, but at the same time the person demands to know how he knows her spearmanship. Just then, the person in the cloak turns around and walks towards Corin. His eyes widen in shock. She is his disciple from the future, his master, Aaron Danua. In his previous life, during the winter break of his 2nd year, Park Sihu called Corin outside the chairman's office. Sihu wanted to introduce him to someone who would make him stronger. That someone was Aaron Danua. Thanks to Sihu, Corin encountered the person who would become his master. Now, in the present, Aaron has taken both Corin and Alicia to a building where the undead are unlikely to enter. As a gesture of gratitude, Alicia offers Eren some hot chocolate, but she gently refuses. They shouldn't eat anything from another time while they're here. This place has been frozen in time for 300 years, and consuming food native to that time could have consequences. The food might adjust to the present, or the one who eats it could end up trapped in the past. Korin hasn't tried it yet, but he suspects there might be some effect either way. Later, once some time has passed, Korin explains everything to Alicia, how Eren is his master, how they first met, and everything that's happened since. But as he talks, both he and Alicia find themselves puzzled. In a place where time loops endlessly from 300 years ago, everything should repeat itself. So how is Eren still completely rational, unaffected by the loop? That's when she reveals the truth. She's friends with the Grim Reaper and has been working to prevent the rise of the immortal king in Nazrea. But now, that king is on the verge of being born, right at the city's center. Upon hearing this, Korin insists they move out immediately. Eren needs an assistant, and he's ready to take on the role. This is the main quest of Nazrea's field. The player, and the Grim Reaper, must assist the unknown Spearman to stop the immortal king from being born. Neither Eren nor Korin rejects the mission. Korin knows that to weaken the king's power, the three undead must be defeated. Without wasting time, they reach the city's center. The Revenant Titan looms before them, a towering mass of rotting muscle wielding a monstrous weapon, surrounded by minions. As soon as it detects their presence, it charges. But Korin and Eren act instantly, unleashing their combination technique, Tiger Weeping Wind and Whirlwind Great Magic Spear. Lightning surges from their spears, crashing into the undead giant and staggering it. That's Korin's cue. He signals to Alicia, and in a flash, she vanishes from sight. A moment later, she reappears beside the monster, her odachi slicing through its throat in a clean, swift motion. The moonstone drops. One down. Only one remains. Since dawn is approaching, they agree to return the next night. Alicia quickly falls asleep, and Eren suggests Korin do the same. As she watches him, she can't help but feel impressed. He's learned so much, and all of it from her. He agrees with a nod, acknowledging that she taught him spearmanship's 6 steps, the concept of infinity, origin, and far more. Eren is stunned by the idea of having chosen a successor. He knows she picked Valtazar before him and regrets it, but that choice led her to him. She pokes his cheek, a small smile playing on her lips, happy to be loved by her disciple. She wonders aloud about the future. Korin, however, is lost in thoughts of the past, of her sacrifices, of her death, which came because he had become her priority. Regret burns in him. He didn't uncover Park Sihu's true identity soon enough. Again and again, he's tried to change the past, only to fail. Even his participation in the festival to save Huaren hadn't prepared him for this. Meeting his master in this city, 300 years in the past. Now, with things changing in ways he can't predict, he fears his efforts might be in vain once again. Eren senses his unease and gently reassures him. Everyone fails. What matters is continuing on. She promises to bless his future, so he should rest, for just a little while. Still, as he closes his eyes, questions swirl in his mind. Only time will tell what lies ahead. The next day, the match begins. Huaren cuts through her opponents with ease, her strength far beyond anyone else's. But she's been warned, told to hold back and go easy on the others. They're no real threat. Josephine has also spoken to her about Korin, saying he's the strongest among all the students. After dominating round after round, she enters the 8th match. Her opponent is from Borome Academy. It's him, the same boy who ambushed her before, Saijin Hyuk. His face darkens the moment he sees her, but even with that smirk, he can't hide the tension. They've met again, and this time, neither of them plans to hold back. Saijin Hyuk unleashes a storm of attacks. Sky Wind Kick, Instantaneous Arrow, Fighting Hound Combatant, and Deathly Full Moon Hit. Each strike carries incredible speed and force. The crowd goes wild, stunned by the sheer power and ferocity. Everyone knew he was strong, but no one imagined this level of strength. With a final explosive roundhouse kick, he gasps for air. But he doesn't realize, all of it was useless against a Yaksha with perfect defense. She stands there, mocking him, offering him a chance to give up. He calls her a monster and says it's too late to show kindness. She should have shown that when she killed his family. His voice trembles, eyes brimming with tears and rage. Sweat beads her brow, and for a moment, she doesn't respond. It takes time for his words to sink in, and then the flashbacks come flooding in. Elsewhere, at a workshop in Nazrea, the Black Mage senses something. He's furious. Everything in his calculations was perfect. The ritual had worked, the magic circle had activated, but the city remained calm. That's when it hits him. He realizes they're behind it, her and the other one. The idea of 3 days repeating for hundreds of years disturbs him deeply. Confused and infuriated, he storms out barefoot, staring at the massive magic circle carved into the city's foundation, one fueled by pure moon-drawn mana, stronger than any great magic in history. Then he sees it. A foreign element has been inscribed into the circle. It's En, the language of beginnings, an original rune lost for 300 years. And just as the realization dawns, she appears. Her presence confirms everything. She's still facing the same immortal king that must be stopped. By the second night in Nazrea, the two have already defeated the Abyss Shrieker and the White King. Only because of her planning and guidance could they, despite their difference in ranks, overcome the undead. Now only the immortal king remains. On the third night, they face him. But there's one crucial warning. They must not awaken the immortal king within. The black mage who raised an undead army 300 years ago, aiming to become the undead king, looks even uglier than expected. He wonders if the mage isn't fully lichified. She chuckles, explaining that the soul extraction is incomplete. Unlike most leeches, he lacks sharp intellect and refinement. Suddenly, without any warning, the spear in his hand thrusts forward. He charges, declaring he'll handle it alone. His power exceeds even Mariette's now, and he knows it. But then the black mage retaliates with Doombolt. A massive explosion lights up the area. It becomes instantly clear this won't be easy. No delays. The enemy follows with Time Curse, Death Wind, and Apocalypse. The onslaught is relentless. But in all that chaos, he loses sight, and that's when the chance comes. Core encounters with Infinite Returning Heaven and Naja Demonic Technique, cutting through everything and knocking him out easily. It's not surprising, not to him. This is a repeat quest. He's beaten this one many times before. She's impressed, but before they can celebrate, they notice she's missing. He finds her on a rooftop, staring out at the city. She knows it wasn't the mage's first rebirth. And then she tells him, it's been 36,000 times. Nazria resets every 3 days. The black mage used a lunar eclipse to turn the city into undead 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago. Each cycle brings back 1.2 million undead, only for them to vanish with the immortal king. And she's been living through every one of them. Finally, she tells him the truth. The reason it all repeats, the reason this cursed city still stands, is because she made it this way. If 1.2 million undead flooded out of Nazria, the world would eventually collapse. To prevent this, she used an original rune to interfere with his magic circle. However, reversing 1.2 million deaths would cause major consequences. He realizes the death god has been watching him, the one who deceived death, Corin Locke. He wonders if the death god knows he is a regressor. The death god exists within the system window as one who harvests dead souls. His goal is the purification of these souls, allowing them to be reborn. That's why the undead, who continuously revive, are the most disturbing beings to him. So it has been her repeating these 3 days, and the only reason the death god visited this land was to destroy the original rune-defying death, yet she made a deal with him. The undead transform more of their own with every life they take. In that case, those leaving the city won't leave any human purified. Despite that, he has 2 choices. Either lose the opportunity to purify 1.2 million souls, or be able to purify the entire world. His choice has 3 conditions while making a contract. First, he will watch over the 3 repeating days. Second, every time she defeats the immortal king, his memories will reset to 3 days earlier. Third and last, her leaving the city and repeating these days will be split. After this, those 3 nights exactly repeated for 300 years. But now she admits this is getting difficult, because after passing the 20th thousand time, he begins to understand that the days keep repeating. That being said, he gets furious. He questions her unstoppably. For how long will she continue killing these creatures? Is her mental state supporting her through all this? Is she sure that she will always be able to kill the immortal king? And how many times will this be repeated? She seems strangely calm, determined to keep repeating this for as long as possible, acknowledging that he came here to save someone, so he should go. To save the world, sacrifices are made. Saying this, she begins to leave. Meanwhile, he knows that nobody will recognize her for these sacrifices. He has always seen this version of her, the one always ready to sacrifice. But this sacrifice isn't useful for her, so he proposes a contract to the death god. She immediately turns around, insisting he stop, but he doesn't. The death god finds it intriguing and decides to listen. He wants to destroy the contract made with her and, in advance, receive the treasure of the netherworld. In return, he'll purify Nazria in 6 months. The god finds it impossible to purify 1.2 million souls all at once, saying the cost is too high. So he tells him to choose a single number so that some will remain for change. He already knows that single numbers contain the 10 highest items, so he chooses a treasure, which remains a mystery for now. Pressing forward, he faces her, who's annoyed, finding him crazy. But being selfless and sacrificing for others is what he learned from his master. And because he is no longer weak, he won't let her sacrifice herself this time. He won't fail. Moving on, the repetition that happened for 300 years repeats today too. Killing the 3 bosses and the immortal king is the usual. There's no specific reason, yet she's fought for 300 years, aware of her uniqueness. She made it her duty to live like a hero until now. She can't help but think of the one who thought about her and let her rest for once. The death god is surprisingly relaxed seeing this version of his companion, the one he has spent 300 years with. Though he finds it odd, the treasure chosen is the death god's orb. Its special features are to always hit the mark, separate body and spirit, and ignore defensive power. However, this power is only effective when used by the death god. For a human, it's just average, and for someone like him, who can't perceive spirits, it's the worst option. But since the scales didn't tip, it means the reward is still a perfect match for him. At Nazria's entrance Kana Inn, he judges the whole scenario. Only 8 teams and 32 people are left, and only 4 teams can move on to the next group. The Borame Academy team, led by her, has a total of 558 points. Group A with Mariette has 449. Borame is definitely leading the leaderboard. Everyone in the inn talks about the immortal Lock bandits, since they expected a lot from them. There Jaeger and Lark sit, annoyed by what they hear. As soon as he and Alicia enter the inn, the examiner thinks about their loss but still decides to count their score. Group D secures 3rd place with 250 points. But when they reveal the King's Moonstone and the immortal King's Moonstone, everyone is shocked. And so, the group match qualifiers were decided. After that, Corin and Alicia decided to return together to save Aaron. Alicia didn't know exactly what Corin was planning, but she was sure she could help him in some way. As they rode, our MC thought about how he could find a way to use the power he had received from the Death God. He received the treasure of the Netherworld in a different way than planned. But if he does well, the Death God's orb might be the hidden card for the 3rd part. A hidden card to help some arrogant kid like our MC. When they returned to the academy, they learned the sudden news that Hwarin had been arrested. But before we find out how that happened, let's learn about Ran's story. Ran was a girl who was loved by everyone, but she was unlucky and never even went outside on her own due to a chronic illness known as Taiyin Qi blockage disease. It is an innate constitution mentioned in legends. The abundance of yin energy suppresses the yang energy. The self-destructive curse disrupts the body's harmony. Unfortunately, Ran was born with this curse. Her father, Kang Yu, tried every solution, but nothing could fix her blockage. It would have been a happy and harmonious family if 2 misfortunes didn't happen. Rank's chronic illness and Kang Yu's genius, since he was the renowned necromancer of his time and he had sworn to do everything in his power to save his daughter. He searched for something with strong yang energy to break through the yin energy, but human effort alone was not enough to overcome the barrier of Taiyin Qi blockage disease. However, Kang Yu refused to give up and started searching for another way. He thought that if there wasn't enough yang energy to contain the yin energy, then maybe he could find another method to exhaust the yin energy. So, a being with yin was born. A being only suited to a necromancer who guides lost souls back to their homes. Kang Yu turned his daughter into a Jianxi while she was still alive, and that's how Jianxi Hua was born. Anger boils Sai Jinhyuk's blood. He screams at Hwarin that she should have shown that mercy when she killed his family. The anger is visible through his bloodshot eyes as he's surrounded by fire and dead bodies, and he swears to kill Hwarin. Meanwhile, Kang Ryun manipulates her to kill all the humans on that land, and tells her that no living beings can be spared. Sai Jinhyuk confronts Hwarin and tells her that she's a monster and it's disgusting to see her pretend to be a human. Hwarin is constantly reminded that she's not Ran. She's just a monster who stole her body. Hwarin fights for her body, but the dead rise from the pits to drag her down. The voices tell her to die because she killed her father, and the royal family will kill her. Suddenly, 2 hands grab her by her throat. Ran tries to claim her body back, but Hwarin continues to fight her back. At last, Hwarin releases a wave of energy that throws Sai Jinhyuk to the other end. Sai Jinhyuk takes the opportunity and restrains Hwarin with magic chains. Not being able to do much, Hwarin tries to tell them that she has the right to her body, that it is hers. But they don't listen. Meanwhile, at Josephine's office, Josephine informs Corin of Hwarin's arrest. Corin asks if it's because of the seals, which makes it clear that he knew it already. She tells him that Hwarin is being restricted by the chains of Zion and the Talisman of the East. But during her fight with Sa Jinhyuk, the talisman got burned. The bishop took this opportunity to criticize it as a demonstration of Hwarin's violence, but at the end, Hwarin was moved to the east due to Kang Ryun's leadership, and a decision was made to create a new talisman. Seeing the forceful decision over one burnt seal makes it obvious to Hwarin that they're bent on making Hwarin's instability the Academy's fault. Meanwhile, the principal asks Corin how much he knows, which makes him realize he has noticed it too. It's obvious that the Catholic Church and Kang Ryun are planning something. Corin knows they don't want to hand over Hwarin to Borame. He asks for their trust and tells them to leave everything to him. However, in order to achieve the desired results, everyone must do exactly as he says, without anyone missing. The heroic legend of Arhan's 3rd part boss, Heavenly Yaksha, has a different background than all the bosses that appeared until now. It focuses on one's favorability with the character and the narrative they build. That's what the decision comes down to. Whether he chooses Hwarin or Ran, the easiest and the most effective way would be Park Si-hoo's, to just choose one, regardless of who that is. However, our hero thinks differently. He wants to save everyone. Meanwhile, Hwarin, tied in chains, continues to whisper to herself that the body is hers. Kang Ryun approaches her and tells her he's the uncle of Kang Ran, whose body she possesses. Hwarin tells him she won't give her body back, but Kang Ryun tells her she doesn't understand properly. He asks her, in almost a threatening tone, if she really wants this body. He again tells Hwarin to kill all the humans on that land and offers to help her. Suddenly, Ran's soul appears behind him and tells him that the voice doesn't reach, and it never did. Kang Ryun continues to plot and offers to give the body to Hwarin. 2 days after returning from the group match, the players were given some free time out of consideration for the students who came back from Nazrea, and Korin needs to prepare something for Borome. Korin asks Mariette about the street stall they set up in front of the inn. Mariette tells him that the ingredients they used were delivered by the Dunaleff family, and they sold them at 3 times the price after adding some sauce. Hearing about the profits makes Korin jump in excitement. Mariette notices the mana stone throwing stall and takes Korin to him. The owner tells them that these mana stones were assessed as faulty at the mines, so he broke them apart here, and they're squishy to the touch. However, these aren't supposed to be this squishy. Mana stones absorb mana well, so their attributes change easily, which is why they're often used for magic stones. If the stone is this squishy, it explodes quickly. Korin takes the mana stone from Mariette's hand and throws it himself. The tricks he learned during his spear and stone throwing practice make his accuracy at this range nearly perfect. He throws the stone and hits a 95 score. Higher accuracy means a narrower diffusion range of the festival-use defective mana stone, and lower accuracy means a greater diffusion range. In the game, when our hero used all kinds of debuffing equipment and magic and made a 0% accuracy, he could increase the diffusion range to 100 meters. Something strikes Korin's mind, and he asks the stall owner to sell all his mana stores for double the money. He intends to use them for a special skill that only the originals can use, and it's exactly what he came to the festival for. As the owner takes a moment to think, Mariette notices Korin's mischievous laugh. Korin asks her to arrange a carriage for him since the carriage transportation is her subsidiary company. Mariette asks what he's planning, and Korin tells her that it is time for him to return. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Yua places the peach tree wooden tile in Hwarin's mouth. The tile is Jiangxi's natural enemy. She throws Hwarin on the floor and tells her to not try anything foolish. However, Sai Jinhyuk is concerned that the tile might not be enough because, at best, it only causes her a fever. But Yua assures him that's enough because their goal is to remove the monster from Ran. If they do that, Hwarin, who loses her physical body, will either die or become an evil spirit. Yua reminds Hwarin that this body that she possesses isn't her own. Suddenly, the carriage rider hears some drum noise. He looks up and a huge blast goes off. The carriage flies in the air and then falls down. Kang Ryun asks Yuhua and Jinhyuk if they're okay. All 3 get back on their feet. They don't know who the attacker is, but they know they're not easy. Suddenly, the realm of blood paints the surroundings red. The attacker tells his patrons to take anything that can make them money. The patrons see the Hwarin and think they just hit a jackpot and decide to take her. But the immortal Locke steps in and tells them that he's taking the girl. Someone informs Josephine that some unknown bandits raided the Borome carriage and abducted Hwarin. Josephine has been at the academy for 35 years, and hearing about Hwarin's abduction, she curses for the first time. Korin tells Hwarin that he heard about her incident and came to save her, and if she was abducted, he wouldn't get to see her state. And besides, being under the same roof makes it his problem. Korin is glad to have it on time because if he was a little late, Kang Ryun would have forcefully removed her soul from her body, and then either Hua or Ran would have disappeared. Since they've arrived on time, Korin decides to leave a trail to buy himself time. The bandits celebrate their score, say goodbye to Korin, and leave the scene. Korin notices Hwarin's condition and realizes they must have fed her the wooden tile. However, it'll only give her a fever, but she'll suffer for a few days. Hwarin gains some senses and realizes she's being carried. She insists on walking, but Korin tells her she can barely walk, and he doesn't mind carrying her since she's too light. Meanwhile, Kang Ryun and his 2 puppets still don't know what hit them, but they know for sure whoever that was powerful. Mariette decides to tie them up for an hour, as Korin told her to. The realm gets a little weak, and Yua takes the opportunity to escape. Mariette sees Yua escape, but decides to tie the other 2. They didn't think anyone would escape the realm, and now Korin needs to be careful. After walking for so long, it starts to rain, which makes Hwarin's condition worse. Korin decides to find a place to rest, but then he notices a shadow walk around. Seeing Yua, he realizes she escaped the realm. Yua throws a dagger, which stabs Korin in the shoulder. However, he knows it won't be poisoned, so he doesn't need to worry much. Korin puts Hwarin down and tells her he's going to fight. He turns around and tells Yua he's not the one to choose something with a low possibility. Korin uses the Returning Heaven's second technique and the rotating demonic spear, but Yua blocks his attack. She reminds him that he's delusional for thinking that he has a higher possibility of winning against her. She returns the attack, which makes Korin realize that her aura is as incredible as he thought. Yuhua is a swordmaster and the strongest Borome knight, also called the Sword Fairy, and she possesses a huge amount of aura. The aura visible to the eye proves her strength. Yua tells him to quit playing around and use his full power because she knows he must have an aura core too. However, he learned through tricks that his aura core is a secret weapon that he must keep hidden until the last moment. However, the aura core that he obtained by helping the Sabancia Duke ascend is more of a curse because our hero hasn't learned to control it yet. It's like a dam that keeps accumulating but can't release the energy. Realizing that Korin is not going to show his cards like that, Yua decides to make him use it. Suddenly everything lights up. Yua uses her Slaughter Dragon sword technique, and lightning falls from the sky. She then uses the second technique, True Dragon Strike. Our hero uses the Calamity Serpent Intent and the Slithering Serpent Attack. A huge blast goes off as the two attacks meet. A blinding light surrounds everything for a moment. After the blast dies down, Korin remains in his position, unscathed, and he tells Yua that she went a little overkill. Seeing Korin untouched even by such a lethal move makes Yua wonder who he is. She asks him why he's doing so much to protect the child, but he tells her he's just an abductor. However, Yua knows it's just a lie. She tells him she's the child's cousin, and the child is not a human, but a monster. She reminds him about the tragedy of Moonlight Castle. Korin tells her that someone else is responsible for that, but the underlings are the ones fighting. He tells her that the dojos are brutal, and everyone is obsessed with trying to challenge them. Suddenly, the branch that Yuhua stands on gets sliced with a rapid severance. Surprisingly, Yuhua finds Alicia Arden standing before her. Alicia announces that Alicia Arden, Alicia Dojo's master, challenges her, Borome's swordmaster, to a duel. Alicia starts fangirling over Yuhua and asks her to teach her. She runs at Yuhua with her sword and attacks her, but Yuhua blocks the blow. Alicia turns to Korin, not trying to reveal his identity, and tells the abductor to get to work. Korin takes this opportunity, picks up Hwarin, and leaves the scene while the girls fight. As Korin takes a moment to rest and cleanse his clothes, he can't help but wonder if he picked a good day or a bad day. The heavy rain interrupts the sharp senses of the guards and knights, which helps with escaping and the search delays. But the hostage's bad shape is bad luck. Korin checks up on Hwarin and realizes she has a high fever. He offers her the premium elixir made by Mariette to help her get better. He tells Hwarin that they're in an owlbear's habitat. When they can't find a suitable cave, the owlbears dig up big trees like this to make a nest. Hwarin's condition doesn't seem to get better, which makes Korin wonder if the elixir takes a little time to take effect. He realizes it won't be enough, so he decides to go catch a bear, thinking that maybe covering Hwarin with a bear's fur might help her recover. As Korin starts to walk away, Hwarin gathers her energy. She stops him and asks him to stay with her. When Hwa was first born, her first sight was her master crying in front of her and calling her daughter. He thought it was Ran. The newborn Jiangxi thought that was the term referring to her. She called her father without even knowing what it meant. However, it made her master happy, and as he hugged her, Hwa realized that she'll have to pretend to be Ran. Otherwise, her father would abandon her immediately. She feared that he might start looking for his real daughter, and she imagined a future where she would have to return her body. However, it wasn't long before her fake life collapsed due to a small incident, and Kang Yu found out that Hwa is not his daughter. The first time Hwa saw blood was when she destroyed the sea beast that invaded the city. It was her father who ordered her to kill the sea beast at the Lord's request. Her uncle saw a Jiangxi who could easily kill a first-class monster, and he came to help heal her. It was Kang Ryun who named her Hwa with a gaze full of greed as he realized her potential. Her father's neglect upon finding out the truth and her utility being discovered was what led to everyone using her. After that, the castle lord, the imperial family, and the ascetics kept ordering her to kill monsters, ghosts, and humans alike. There were those who had become charcoal in the fragments of her memory, which was severed, and she was treated as if she, Hwa, had taken over the body after eliminating the weak original. That's how the heavenly Yaksha was born. As Hwarin wakes up, she finds Korin on top of her telling her to get sunlight and take a blanket. She instantly pushes him away. He tells her to sleep because the sun will rise soon. Hwarin thinks he wants something from her. Up until now, everyone has had some agenda for her. A lost daughter, a healthy cousin, and a weapon for massacre. They've wanted everything from her. Korin asks her if she remembers the first time they met. Hwarin remains quiet. He tells her that she told him this body wasn't hers and she was a thief without any rights. He adds that his answer remains the same. There is no sin in being born. Hwarin gets angry and tells him that it's irresponsible and dangerous to speak so recklessly while letting a monster roam free, and Josephine and the chairman know that. She asks him if he really thinks she'll stop being a monster just because of his cliché words or if the world will change. Our hero couldn't care less about the world. He tells her he doesn't know if the world will change, but he only wants to save the person in front of him. Our hero is the only player who can help those living with fixed misfortunes, and he thinks his wanting to save people is enough. Hwarin remains quiet for a moment, and then tells him that she's scared because this body isn't hers, and everyone keeps telling her to return it, and she knows she needs to return it, but she's worried about what will happen if she does. She demands Korin answer her if she has to give it back. Korin tells her yes, which makes her think he's like the others too. He then adds that she needs to talk about sharing the body first. Hwarin thinks that kind of talk is only for humans, and she's a monster. Our hero tells her that there are humans worse than monsters, and there are evil people who pretend to be heroes while secretly massacring people. So, it isn't her nature that matters but rather her decisions and actions. She hasn't decided anything, and Korin offers to help her until then and tells her to sleep. However, it was decided from the beginning that Hua couldn't yield to Ran, but she can't tell Korin that because if she did, the only hand that reached out to help her would disappear. She was in pain because she could not hold or reject that hand. The next day, they continue to walk, searching for a jujube tree. They reach the lightning-struck jujube tree, of which they can only use one piece since it burned so much. Korin thinks that since they're in the forest, they'll need the jujube wood. He tells Hwaran that jiangxis with overflowing yin energy have a few weaknesses, and the jujube wood is filled with huge amounts of yang energy, which is often used to push away ghosts. He hands over the wood to Hwaran and tells her that if she ingests it, her yang and yin energies will temporarily balance out, and her jiangxi traits will be neutralized for some time. If she eats it, she will lose her control over the body. Hwaran gets angry and throws away the wood. However, Korin thinks she needs to take responsibility, because she can't just reap all the benefits by herself without taking responsibility. After all, he knows what those on the extremes of greed are like, and he doesn't want Hwaran to end up like them, which is why he wants her to make a decision and take accountability. Korin picks up the jujube wood and hands it back to Hwaran, but then someone interrupts them. Jinhyuk at last found them, and he thinks Hwaran is pretty clever that she found someone to stick with during that time. Korin steps in front of Hwaran to protect her. Knowing that he or Yuhua will never leave them, Korin thinks he needs to clear things up once and for all. As he pulls out his spear, Jinhyuk calls him Korin Locke, but Korin reminds him that he's Immortal Locke. Jinhyuk asks him if he's really lost his conscience with the disguise too. He starts attacking Korin and then shows him his leg and tells him that Hwaran did that. Korin asks Jinhyuk to show him if he can use alchemy without an alchemy circle. As Korin starts to show his strength, Jinhyuk is amazed to see that his opponent may be at the same level as his sister, or even faster. As Jinhyuk prepares to attack, Korin realizes he just got reckless and left himself open. However, before he could take the opportunity, someone decided to quit playing. The talismans start raining down and trap our hero. Kang Ryun walks in and tells Korin to stop struggling because the talisman carries an 8-array formation. The signals that guide his thoughts, muscles, and the flow of his strength, none of it will work as he wants it to. Korin struggles to even get up. He tells Hwaran to run. Kang Ryun walks up to Hwaran, who is cornered, and puts a talisman on her head, causing her to sleep instantly. He tells Yuhua that this talisman seals Hua's consciousness, and without her consciousness, her soul will be lost forever through utter annihilation. Yuhua sighs in relief, realizing that they can finally recover Ran. Korin screams at Kang Ryun in anger. Kang Ryun tells him that he will pay for his dreams and become food to the monsters. He leaves Korin struggling under his talisman. Our hero wonders what happened to Alicia. Even in his agony, he keeps thinking that he can't let Hwaran go like that. He screams her name, but Hwaran, having no consciousness, follows Kang Ryun mindlessly. As everyone leaves, Korin continues to struggle, but then, all of a sudden, he starts laughing. The Immortal Locke takes over, laughing mischievously because everything is going according to plan. As Korin continues to struggle under Kang Ryun's magic, a pack of wolves starts to surround him. They tear away the talismans with their jaws, freeing Korin from Kang Ryun's trap. After Korin stretches his body and the wolves compliment his acting skills, he asks them if they did as he asked. Ren and Ron tell him that Lenya will take care of it. They ask him what he asked her to do, but he only tells them something about the corruption in the defense industry. Meanwhile, the bishop tells Yuhua that he hasn't managed to find the thieves who stole the items, or any suitable replacement for that. He asks for her patience because he doesn't have the same influence as her or her friends. Yuhua thinks Bishop has drawn too much attention to himself. The bishop wishes for the old days because back then, these people wouldn't have talked to him like that. However, he knows he needs to humble himself because he needs their power. He tells Yuhua that the thieves are shadows who don't show themselves easily. He tells her that he's found a merchant group that has been doing business with the Eastern continent for a long time, and they can provide the substitute items. As he tells her the name Mandrake Merchants, Yuhua feels that she's heard it somewhere. Meanwhile, the mic announces the highlight of the festival, the final round of the group match. Kang Ryun secretly deals with someone about an item, while Hwaran remains hidden, still holding the jujube wood. The audiences cheer in excitement as the announcer calls Kang Yuhua's group head and group hip. The announcer then welcomes Merkaba Academy's groups A and D. However, she announces that Group D has a disqualified member. The announcer reveals that their leader Korin is missing and didn't show up for the doubles competition. As she starts to talk about the group match, she notices someone walking to the stage. The person calls for his team to run with him to shine like eternal chrome, and he will lead them to Valhalla. Juwa is surprised to see that person alive. The person is none other than our hero, Korin Locke, or the Immortal Locke. The audience chants for the dramatic entry, and Korin tells the professor to begin the match. Kang Ryun is annoyed by Korin's presence, but he can't deny him, and so he begins the match. The rules of the match are simple. The 8 doors will continuously transform, misleading those trapped inside this formation. To win this final match, the players need to find the correct path and reach the center to recover the golden dragon sign. The maze makes everything confusing. The deployed formation transforms the venue and separates the participants. Kang Ryun doesn't know anything about Korin Lock, but he's certain that the completion of poison is no longer stoppable. Suddenly, the broadcasting video freezes and stops working, and their guess is that the formation's overflowing mana is interfering with the video transmission. Kang Ryun takes this opportunity to begin the process of removing Hua from Ran. He tells Yuhua and Jinhyuk to guard the Black Tortoise of the North because as long as that is protected, it doesn't matter if everything else is destroyed. As Yuhua leaves for her task, she tells her uncle to take care of Ran. Meanwhile, Korin's teammates see the 8 trigrams and the 9 cardinal directions, which makes them wonder if the formation is there. Korin orders them to find the formation. However, his makeup makes them feel like they have to call him boss. The Black Tortoise has always controlled the North that protected the Emperor in the center. His position behind the Emperor's back allows him to both protect the Emperor and attack him. So when targeting a formation with the 4 symbols as its basis, it is important to go for the Black Tortoise first. As Yuhua and Jinhyuk make it to the Black Tortoise, they're welcomed by Korin and Alicia, already waiting for them. Jinhyuk wonders how much Korin knows to be here without any confusion. As they go hand in hand in a fight, Alicia wonders if the 2 of them are going to be enough. Korin assures her that it'll be better than Mariette. Seeing that Korin got through the 8 gates deception and came straight to the northern gate makes Yuhua wonder if her uncle's 8 gates have already been seen through. However, she believes that's impossible because it has a total of 365 alterations, including stone soldiers, fog, and maze-like paths. Yuhua believes even the most genius formation sorcerer cannot escape this formation once trapped. Korin sees Yuhua thinking and shows her that he knows about her purchase, and he followed the tracking rune engraved on that item. Since the group of bandits robbed the items they needed for formation, Yuhua had to buy the new ones from Mandrake merchants. It suddenly clicks to her, and Korin tells her he was the one who stole them. The Mandrake bandits and the Mandrake merchants were all his pawns. Yuhua gets angry and tells him that the 2 of them can't win against her. Since Alicia lost to Yuhua on purpose last time, Korin tells her to get her revenge. Jinhyuk tries to provoke Yuhua and tells her that Alicia went easy on her. Yuhua draws out her sword and runs at Alicia and Korin to go all out. If they're in a hurry to end the fight, Korin is busy too, and he tells Alicia to go all out too. Jinhyuk, with his annihilation fighting, and Yuhua, with her dragon sword technique, run at Korin and Alicia. Our heroes, with their powers, do not hold back. Huge blasts go off, and in an instant Jinhyuk's leg is severed. The battle ends in an instant as Jinhyuk's leg and Yuhua's sword are broken in half. Yuhua refuses to lose so miserably. They both rise again to fight, to eliminate Hua and save Ran. They would have fought till the end if Korin hadn't struck the Black Tortoise's shell and said that he would show them his sincerity. Yuhua and Jinhyuk stop having no idea what he's talking about. Suddenly, Korin pulls out a beast with a tiger's canines, a sheep's horns, and a boar's face. The beast is Taudi of the 4 perils. Completely opposite to the 4 symbols that represent order and protection, these are evil beings representing destruction and chaos. Yuhua and Jinhyuk are confused why there's a Taodi on the Black Tortoise's shell. Some thoughts occur to them, but they dismiss them, thinking there's no way that a necromancer like Kang Ryun didn't notice that. Korin tells them that the utter annihilation ceremony is not being done to remove Hua from Ran's body, but for the opposite. He tells them that from the beginning, Kang Ryun was never interested in Ran. He always wanted Hua, and the necromancer's ceremony is intended to completely destroy Ran and have Hua take control of her body. Kang Ryun stands on top of Hwaran's helpless body as he begins the ceremony to achieve his ill-intended goals. For some, 3 years may be a lot, and for some, they may be short. But after seeing Kang Yu's creation, Kang Ryun was in awe of her power. Kang Yu only wanted to save his daughter and never realized that Hua would end up under his control. In the end, Kang Yu became the culprit of the tragedy of the Moonline caste and had his limbs torn by the Imperial Army. And not just that, but he also brought forth the heavenly Yaksha, Hua. However, Kang Ryun failed to see that her brother pleaded with the Merkaba Academy's chairman to take care of Hwaran, and even though Kang Ryun is the best formation sorcerer and Borome's senior professor, he had no influence in another continent. Kang Ryun fell into despair until Tates Valtazar, the legendary spear star, a figure from 80 years ago, found him. He only wanted the professor to do one thing, to go wild. He told him to kill as many humans as possible and destroy the chairman's shell until she has no choice but to leave the castle. This offer made Kang Ryun drool. He believed the destruction of a city for the afterlife is a small price to pay. Soon, the Western Protestants' holy relic, Chain of Zion, which restricted her, draining her infinite inner power, would be broken, and Ran's soul, which kept Hwaran in her human form, would be destroyed. When Kang Ryan feeds her the 10,000 flesh pill given to him by Valtazar, Hwarin will transcend to the afterlife and awaken as true Yaksha. Korin suddenly interrupts Kang Ryun while he contemplates his evil places. Yua starts asking her uncle questions. She asks him if this ceremony is to destroy Ran's soul, and why the items of 4 perils are being used instead of the 4 symbols, and if the tragedy of Moonlight was caused by his order in reality. Kang Ryun realizes that Yuhua and Jinhyuk are of no use to him now. He casts the law of fresh blood to cover himself, and tells them that everything living within the formation will melt and become one in 10 minutes, and he will use them to create the pill that transcends Yaksha. The Golden Bat Alvin was a second-ranked monster at best. After it sacrificed its life to transcend, even semi-first rank and first-rank guardians couldn't stand a chance. So, if a special-ranked monster like Hwarin ascended, stopping her would be impossible. Korin reminds Kang Ryun that he can't defeat the deep-rooted corruption within the defense industry. Suddenly, the law of fresh blood disappears, leaving Kang Ryun surprised. Korin tells Kang Ryun that the items that he was smuggling through the Catholic Church, Korin was the one who stole them. He was the one who introduced the merchants who sold replacements, and it was he who provided the items to them and engraved runes on them. He controlled it all, and when he ordered Mariette to destroy all of them, Hwarin's transcendence will never happen. Kang Ryun refused to lose. He gives up on the afterlife transcendence and uses his remaining power to release the seal. Kang Ryun thinks that if he kills them all, he can do the ceremony again. He orders Hwarin to kill them. Suddenly, a huge blast goes off. Jinhyuk freaks out seeing that Kang Ryun controls Hwarin, and he really was the one behind everything. However, his leg and Yua's sword are broken, so there's not much they can do. Korin tells Alicia to get back, and while he stalls for time, she can finish with domain severance. Seeing Korin fight with his Aura Core Max, Alicia was overwhelmed. She believed she wouldn't last even 30 seconds if she went up against him in this state, and not just her, but she believes no human alive can stand a chance against him. However, she's wrong, because for Heavenly Yaksha Hwarin, it was nothing. Korin had burned everything in his attack in just a minute-long fight, but this natural disaster didn't even flinch. Hwarin attacks Korin with such strength that he goes flying across the field. Korin realizes that everything about Hwarin is on a different level. Just as he thinks keeping up with her movement is difficult, he sees her leap at him to attack. Our hero has reached his limit and cannot regenerate anymore, and with this attack he will die, leaving nothing behind. Even then, Korin gets up to fight. But to his surprise, Alicia steps in and blocks the attack with her domain severance. She knew the plan, but she couldn't just sit by and watch him die. However, Alicia took dozens of steps within the domain, and its burden is heavier than receiving Hwarin's attack, so her body must be crushing her right now. Hwarin attacks again, and Alicia attempts to block again. A huge blast goes off, and Hwarin stands alone in the field, surrounded by rubble. Korin gives Alicia the special elixir he brought for emergencies, because if he doesn't heal her now, she will either be completely paralyzed or die due to blood loss. Normally, Korin would have waited until Mariette had destroyed 4 perils. Then he would have used Alicia's domain severance during the brief opening to deal 100% penetration and damage, and used his hidden card. He had this plan since returning from Nazrea, but 2 things changed. First was Hwarin, whose seal was undone, unlocking her unimaginable strength, and the second was Alicia's injury to help him. Our hero would have handled the immediate crises, but Alicia won't be able to fight any longer. He wonders if he can hold out until Mariette destroys all the perils. Alicia apologizes for ruining the plane, but our Korin cannot blame her for that. If he had taken that attack, there's a good chance he would have died immediately. He tells Alicia that he's thankful for saving him. Korin has used all of his aura in his aura core and in his body. He used too much aura during the fights with Jinhyuk and Hwarin. He wonders if he has to use the Sabensia Duke's core. He can force himself, but the core holds the power that his body can't withstand, and even with the command backing him, Korin is not sure if he can endure it. Alicia points out that Hwarin hasn't used her right hand the whole time, and she might be holding something. Suddenly, Korin remembers the jujube wood he gave her. He realizes that she's still carrying the burden of choice with her. He gets up and speaks to Hwarin, hoping she's still in there somewhere, but he realizes he has no choice. Korin gave her the jujube wood because Hwarin can't take all the benefits. He knows what greed is like, and he didn't want her to end up like that. He wanted her to make a decision. Korin steps out trying to speak to Hwarin. He remembers the Sabensia Duke's swordsmanship, and knows that his demonic energy has been passed on to him. From now on, Korin aims to recreate the myth of the Sabensia Duke from 800 years ago. He, with his demonic spear, and Hwarin, with her demonic QI, run at each other. An explosion goes off as the two collide. This collision of pure powers isn't just a battle, it's a collision of myths, of the heavenly Yaksha and Sabensia Duke. Kang Ryun is surprised to see Korin fight against Hwarin and orders her to kill him. As Hwarin extends her fist to attack, Korin can feel 1,000 auras radiate from her. However, he too has some tricks to equal that. Hwarin has an aura of 100,000, but she can only unleash thousands at a time, and if our hero can use the same amount, He can face Hwoarang, but all his body needs to do is withstand that power. But the Sabancia Duke's aura is crippling his body in real time. The pain in his body will eventually make it impossible to hold the spear, and his tendons will break. But even then, Corrin refuses to stop because Hwoarang is still not using her right arm. As Hwoarang and Corrin go hand in hand, Corrin takes a step that could cost him his life. He solidifies his right foot and pulls his left arm back. He sinks his consciousness, breath, and muscles and uses one punch that can only be used once, and he did not miss it. As he strikes her with an 8-trigram extreme fist, an explosion goes off. Corrin sighs in relief as he realizes he broke through Hwoarang's absolute defense. However, that's all he could do. He couldn't subdue her because death was closing in on him. Seeing Corrin lying on the floor weak, Kang Ryun laughs at him and tells him he can't do much. Hwoarang stands above Corrin with her fists closed. As she prepares to land the final blow, the chains start to restrain her again. Corrin stands up and it turns out he had been stalling so that Mariette, Yuhua, and Jinyuk could destroy all of the items within the formation. Kang Ryun is surprised to see his plan fail. Josephine steps in, points a sword at him, and tells him to not move. With Kang Ryun arrested, Corrin turns to Hwoarang, who remains restrained now. He tears away the talisman that kept her unconscious. Slowly, Hwoarang opens her eyes as she gains consciousness and finds Corrin in front of her. He again tells her that he will help her until she decides, and tells her to make a decision that she won't regret. Hwoarang decides to repay Corrin by showing him that she's not a monster. She's the decision she makes. She opens her fist only to find out that the jujube wood had turned into dust with her strength. She starts crying and feels meaningless that she won't get the result she wants. Corrin is surprised to see her strength turn jujube wood into dust. But he tells her that there are other methods. He hugs her and thanks her for repaying his trust. Hwoarang still feels upset for hurting him and taking over Rand's body. She wonders if she can still be forgiven. Corrin tells her that he doesn't know that, but they can find out together. After Kang Ryun's failure, the incident was dealt with as was decided, by keeping it a secret. Borome's senior professor causing such an incident is already a problem, and this ceremony involving Hwoarang would draw more attention to her. Those who feared her would denounce her, and others would seek her power. Josephine informs Corrin that they're trying to make it look like Kang Ryun had an unfortunate accident, and even Borome's chairman agreed, given that it's a great consideration for them. They even requested compensation for the damages, which the chairman tried to avoid. But it worked out. Josephine knows they're in no position to trust anyone. But still, she's thankful to Corrin for his help. Corrin is hopeful that they'll come to trust each other. Josephine says her goodbye and leaves Corrin to rest. Meanwhile, Mariette gets excited seeing Corrin awake. She checks up on him and tells him he lost his fingernails. She feels sad that he always pushes himself and ends up hospitalized and starts crying because she feels hurt because Corrin will hurt himself. Corrin asks her if she's okay considering that she had to destroy all the stone soldiers. Thanks to Jinhyuk and Yuhua, our hero was on time and barely made it out alive. They weren't bad people. They just had a tough position. Jinhyuk was just avenging his family, and Yuhua wanted to save her cousin. It was Kang Ryun who exploited their desperation. He is the villain. He should be the one blamed. As always, Corrin asks Mariette to call him Appa for being mature, which makes her think he's obsessed with that word. Mariette knows it's impossible, but she wants Corrin to not be hurt. Our hero is tasked with saving the world, and yet he's nothing compared to the player. He's an ordinary sub-player with nothing but his spearmanship to rely on. His body is bound to suffer. Seeing Corrin not even denying that he's going to hurt, Mariette offers to fight with him, regardless of who he fights. Corrin is glad to hear those words because he's going to fight the evil beings and the great enemies who seek to destroy the world, and he's going to fight them, together, with Mariette. Mariette tells him that since Harvest Day is almost here and the holidays are coming up, she's applying for the Guardians thing earlier because, with Corrin as a leader and her as vice leader. Meanwhile, the nurse brings Alicia in on a wheelchair. Corrin sees her covered in bandages and starts laughing because she looks like a mummy, but he also knows she pushed herself to that point for him. He stops laughing, apologizes to Alicia, and thanks her. Even though with Mariette's elixir, her bones remained intact, she will still need at least 2 weeks of rest. With 1 more week of the festival left, Alicia won't make it to the campfire at the closing ceremony. Alicia is upset that she has to rest because she really wanted to go to the campfire. It's sad because it would be the first for Alicia. However, Corrin offers to buy her a Jeskier dress for the winter ball, which lifts her mood up again. Corrin starts teasing Alicia by calling himself her Appa. As for the rest of the Guardian members, Corrin suggests Alicia, Lenya Claire, the lady from Intelligence, and the Wolfman siblings Ren and Ron. He wants to invite Yuel too, but Corrin thinks she's too ambiguous. Mariette is surprised that Yuel and Corrin are close, and Alicia tells her they're close enough to hang out together. As Corrin mentions Hwoarang as the last member, Alicia gets shocked. Mariette gets quiet. Corrin tells her Josephine gave him the permission, but Mariette asks him if he really wants to see her lose her mind. People have always feared Hwa. They've hated her and stoned her and called her a monster. This time, Corin got hurt because of her, and she almost killed people like before. Corin's words run through Hwarin's mind. She believes her strength was the only way to justify how she took over Rand's body. She thinks she can't depend on anyone for help. She finds Corin's kindness hurtful and hates him for that. She was always used to people using her, which is why she was closed off. Corin steps in to check up on Hwarin, but she hurries at him to change her back to Rand. Corin tries to start the process, but before he even touches her, she stops him because she wants to eat fish. Corin realizes she's scared. He tells her it's okay and that he'll buy her fish after. Outside, Hwarin starts levitating as they prepare to start the process. Corin takes the Death God's orb that always hits the mark and separates the body and spirit while ignoring defense power. The orb is an overpowered soul reaper that exists only as a data value, but when a human uses it instead of a Death God, its accuracy rate drops significantly, so it's basically useless. But our hero doesn't perceive spirits, so what if he throws it? Its accuracy will be 0. He throws the spear, but it deflects and falls down. He remembers the Mana Stone and how its diffusion range lowers the accuracy rate. The diffusion effect for this system has a maximum range of 100 meters when the accuracy is at its lowest, around 1. But what happens when our hero, with an accuracy rate of 0, uses it? The diffusion range will become infinite, ignoring the fact that he cannot perceive spirits, and its effect will activate. In other words, it gets registered as an attack on the soft Mana Stone. Corin throws his spear and strikes it accurately. He catches Hwarin as she falls. He tells her he used a little mana. Hwarin wakes up and calls Corin Appa, leaving him surprised. Hwarin calling Corin Appa triggers some memories of him wanting to be called Appa. Tears run down his cheeks as he realizes it's Rand making her first impression. Rand tells him that she noticed him wanting to be called Appa by Hwa, which makes him realize she was watching everything all that time when Hwa possessed her body for 3 years. He asks her if she hates Hwa for taking over her body, but Rand doesn't answer and starts running in excitement. Thanks to Hwa, she can walk for the first time since getting sick, and she's using the energy Hwa gathered. Rand tells Corin that she hated Hwa at first and screamed at her to return her body, but then she realized that her voice didn't reach, and Hwa would only talk to herself. Rand knew her talking to herself was her way of dealing with the guilt. She knows how hard it is to go against fear and anxiety because she was in that body too. Rand doesn't hate Hwa because she was brave and returned her body to her. Corin feels warm seeing Rand forgive Hwa, even though she possessed her body for 3 years. Rand tells him that her time stopped at 14, but Hwa was only 3 years old, and she's got the little sister that she wanted, which Corin agrees with. Corin assures her that he will always save her anytime she needs. Rand tells him she likes sushi too, and Hwa and she have the same taste in everything, including men. She starts touching Corin and tells him that if he marries her, he will have 2 wives, and demands an answer from him. At first, Corin thinks she's teasing him, but Rand tells him she's serious, and back in her town, everyone has done it by this age. Corin tells her to ask Hwa's opinion too since they share the same body. Rand kisses his cheek and suddenly, Hwa takes over. Hwa tells him to not take it seriously because she was talking nonsense. Seeing Hwa talk to herself, Corin realizes she's talking to Rand. Hwarin tells Corin to be at their usual place for dinner at 7. Corin realizes food is Hwarin's way of apologizing. As Hwarin's proposal runs through his mind, he wonders if she really is a kid. The church knights thought that they'd be able to take down the Protestant princess, but thanks to a guy, it was a failure, and they don't even know who he is and how he caught their plans. They just followed Jinyang's orders, gathered 100 cross-charge squad members, and, in order to induce Hwarin's danger, they took the risk and moved through the 100-year-old tunnel. Corin tells them they should have just used the chapel knights. The squad leader calls him out for behaving like that with them, and Corin knocks him out with just a hit. He wanted to try the throw that took everyone down at once. As Josephine tells him she'll arrest them, Corin reminds her to take out their suicide poison capsules in their right molars first. Josephine had questions. For starters, how did Corin know about the church's 100-year-old tunnel? And why did he ask her to keep an eye on the Catholic Church? For now, Josephine was just glad to have him as an ally. Being born with strength and a body that didn't get injured, the Jiangxi girl's vitals were made to be slower than others, so Hwarin was really lazy. Hwa and Rand start arguing to wake up, and at last Hwarin decides to get up. As she walks down, she sees Corin sleeping on the couch. Rand tells Hwa to wake him up because his mouth will get twisted if he sleeps like that. Rand asks Hwa if she likes him. Hwa tells her she doesn't understand him because he does things she doesn't ask for, and he works too hard. Hwa tells Rand that she doesn't like Corin, she hates him. Meanwhile, Mariette sees Hwarin up early. Realizing that she couldn't sleep because of Corin, Mariette asks Daoku to lift him onto the bed. As Mariette leaves after telling Hwarin to sleep, Hwarin suggests putting Corin on the sofa. Mariette tells her that he will get cold without any blankets. She then tells Hwarin to eat the steamed potatoes in the kitchen, and she will eat her corn with her. Meanwhile, even though the festival didn't end, the classes continued, and since our hero has heard everything in his previous life, he decides to do something else. He checks his stats and realizes he has crossed Alicia's beginning stats and gained his third aura core as well as unlocked demonic QI release. Now, his aura core is currently lower than or equal to a normal knight with their first core. However, our hero has the core he obtained from the White Silver Mandrake, and the demonic nature's core he obtained through Sabancia Duke. So while the other knights had their first core, he already possessed 3. Alicia also obtained her domain at this time. The countless steps within the domain have also helped Alicia gain some amount. So her aura rank has also risen to a lower high this time. She had upper middle at the beginning, and she's developed half a year faster than normal, so Corin is excited to see her future. Now the only thing left is the demonic QI release. Corin's current aura is over 8,020%, and 1,600 of this is an instant release. It is a really absurd amount of instant power, but the problem is when Corin tried testing it out in the hunting ground, he couldn't feel it at all. He starts getting excited thinking he'll be able to split skies and cut dragons with a spear. Suddenly, the teacher reveals that she will be checking notes. Corin snaps back to reality and wonders if Lurala is mad that everyone has been sleeping in her class. It is likely that Lurala will punish them by making them clean the classroom. The problem is that this classroom is exclusive to alchemy faculty, which means it will be filled with dirt from experiments. Corin knows he needs to write something if he wants to avoid punishment. He starts looking around. On his left is Jagar, but on his right, his hand touches someone, and he finds Ran holding his hand, and she offers to show him her homework. Ran tells Corin to copy her homework. She then invites him to lunch. Corin accepts and offers to buy. Meanwhile, the other students see him and wonder if he was always that close to Huaran. The other student points out that he was the only one who talked to her, which says a lot. Ran tells Corin that Hua was sleepy, so she took over and let her rest. Corin asks her if she met Jinhyuk and Yuhua. Although the two were used, they still need to take some responsibility. Kang Ryun will be unofficially executed, and the nation's royal family will do it secretly. Yuhua is the lord of the Kang family now, which means she's in charge of everything from small housework to the family's marriage too. Ran teasingly tells Corin she got permission and calls him husband, which makes Corin wish Hua would wake up soon because it's getting difficult for him to deal with Ran. Meanwhile, Mariette orders Deokgu to tell her everything in detail. Deokgu, who kept eavesdropping on Corin and Ran, tells her everything. Mariette knows Corin and she aren't dating, but she can't help but feel bad. Mariette is a reasonable person, but it is obvious that her making food has a special meaning. Deokgu tells her everything about the two wives and Ran's proposal. Mariette realizes she can't just sit idle and needs to do something special. She thinks about doing potato farming or diamond mining, or if she should go bold. However, she refutes the bold idea, thinking she can't be any bolder. She starts freaking out and asks Deokgu if he knows what it's like liking a male, but all he can answer is bone. Mariette gives Corin the oxblood soup, a dish that the workers at her ranch used to make. Corin gets excited seeing the oxblood soup. Mariette thinks he won't like it due to the blood, but the moment he tries it, he finds it delicious. Suddenly a pop-up appears saying that his strength has increased by 30 points. Corin gets overexcited seeing his upgrades and tells Mariette that he loves her. Mariette feels good to have listened to Deokgu. Meanwhile, Ran tells Josephine that her friend has a problem. Whenever she sees a certain person, her heart starts to pound and she feels so light and fluffy. Josephine knows she's talking about Corin because he's lucky with women, and he's the only one that Huaran talks to. And Corin is a natural-born playboy that Josephine has even received complaints from second-year female students about. Josephine knows it would be hard mode for Huaran against the experienced playboy. Huaran refuses it when Josephine says that her friend is in love with the boy. Josephine then tells Huaran that guys with many women around them don't approach them. The girls approach them. Josephine tells Huaran about a 100-year-old romance novel and tells her to be bold, passionate, and determined, and get rid of the other girls if she wants to attain love. The misfortune for these girls was that they were taking romance advice from a 100-plus-year-old unmarried witch. Since Hua and Ran lacked experience, they decided to accept the lame novel-based advice. Josephine wishes Huaran luck and leaves after saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Huaran decides to approach Corin. She finds Deokgu outside, but inside she sees Corin with Mariette. Huaran sees the two together from the window, and her heart shatters. She thought Corin would be with her. He'd help her. But she was also aware that his kindness went to Mariette too. And yet, she was hurt seeing them together, maybe because she thought she was special. As she sees Mariette dig her fangs into Corin's neck, Huaran realizes that it was something more than a senior and junior. Ran asks Hua to leave it to her and tells her that she will get rid of anyone who gets in their way. As the group has dinner together, Alicia gets excited for dessert. She's from a remote countryside, so they didn't have dessert stores. Corin wonders how remote it must be to not have a dessert store. He has been to the east a few times on quests, and he came to have dessert and never thought he'd gather this many people. Suddenly, Huaran and Mariette offer Corin cake at the same time. Corin takes Huaran's crepe. Huaran takes Mariette's strawberry cake. To make Mariette jealous, she asks Corin to feed her. Mariette and Huaran start to talk in a passive-aggressive way. Hwarin asks her about her potato farm cakes and whether or not they can be called a cake. Jaeger notices the atmosphere getting weird and asks Corin with his eyes if he did something. Jaeger, Lark, and Corin get up to go to the bathroom. Mariette and Hwarin continue to talk about how living in the countryside is fresher than the city. Although they're smiling, Alicia knows it's not a smile, and she focuses on eating. Mariette tells Hwarin that Corin is going south with her to relax in a hot spring. Hwarin tells her she's going to ask Corin to go to Xion Chapel with her because getting blessed by the Saintess is better than a smelly hot spring. Mariette gets angry and tells Hwarin that Corin is coming with her. Corin, who is still in the washroom, feels a sudden killing intent. Alicia steps into the conversation and tells Hwarin and Mariette that Corin had some business to the east and agreed to watch a solar eclipse with her. Suddenly, hearing that increased Mariette's killing intent even more. A few days ago, Yule told Corin about a spirit from the eastern forest. Druids, loved by spirits, are said to move with them regardless of their affinity, but even then, making such a long journey is quite rare, which means the druids named Uskas and Findius are found. Findius is the place where Klaus Solus, one of the 4 great secret treasures, is hidden. The druid that protects the land is Uskas. In the game, they were unobtainable story items only collected by Tatez Valtazar and his minions, and Park couldn't even clear Valtazar and his minions before dying. Weakening the enemy would be better for Park, but if only he could get one of the treasures that his enemy would obtain. Corin wouldn't know where to look, but thanks to the reward he received from defeating Firmak Daemon, he had the information transferred into his mind. Corin can obtain Klaus Solus during the solar eclipse when the sun is at low power. During 3 years of his playing, there was only one solar eclipse, on February 8th. Both Findius and Uskias are past the eastern part, in the territory of the Beast King. Findius is the druid's domain. It's a hidden location, but Corin was sure Yule, with her increased strength, could find it. Corin is happy that everything is working as planned, and soon he'll acquire the Klaus Solus and ruin Valtazar's plans. Corin tells Mariette that he's going, and he isn't sure of the Sabancia Duke's abilities, so he needs to ask the sword-crazed person in the east. He finds Mariette giving him an intense stare. She then hands him over her sigil, which could get him assistance in most places. Corin asks her if she really wants to give it to nobody, but Mariette tells him he isn't a nobody. He tells her he might need her help, and Mariette agrees to be there for him. She gives him a sack of potatoes and tells him to not take potatoes from strangers as if he's a kid. As Corin is about to leave, Mariette stops him and suggests doing it before leaving. Corin tells Mariette to suck it as much as she can because she will be stuck with blood packs. Meanwhile, a day before leaving, Corin feels tired and decides to get some sleep. As he enters his room, he finds Hwarin on his bed, who objects to his long shower. Hwarin suggests sleeping, but Corin refuses. She points out that they've done it before, but Corin tells her that was because of the rain. However, not wanting to waste his energy, Corin agrees, thinking it's fine if Josephine doesn't catch them. Besides, she was comforted when they slept together before. As Corin starts taking his robe off, Hwarin thinks he's stripping and throws a pillow at him. He jokes about sleeping naked, but then tells her he's going to wear pajamas. After arguing a little about who needs to look away and who needs to take the pillow, Hwarin tells Corin to be careful in the east because when he gets hurt, she gets hurt too. Hwarin tells him to get hurt less and that she'll come to the east soon too. Meanwhile, the next day, Corin reads the news about the Sword Emperor Garen leaving his granddaughter Alicia the 5th Sword Pavilion, which Alicia had no idea about. Alicia tells him she brought her coat and bag with food and clothes as snow equipment, and Yule thinks nature will protect her. Corin tells them they're amateurs because they're heading directly east on a wyvern, and they'll soon find out what that means. As they get 1 kilometer in the air, Yule and Alicia soon realize that nature doesn't protect anyone. When they fly over Taklakan, Alicia points towards a horde of Oliphants and tells Corin that they will wreck the town if they keep going. Since they have enough time, Corin tells Yule to make roots sprout in the Oliphants' path and tells Alicia to handle the rest. Yule uses the roots to tie down the Oliphants, while Alicia attacks them with her sword. But to their surprise, the Oliphants block the attack. Corin tells Yule to focus on tying the front ones while he does the rest. Suddenly, the monster hunters from Arden step in and slay the monsters in a moment. Lunia, Alicia's sister, calls Alicia pathetic and too slow. She tells Alicia that she could have caused even more damage. Corin wonders if Lunia is warning Alicia about the news in the newspaper. She then hands them over the honey bomb candy and tells them to be more careful next time. Lunia appreciates Corin for making it to first rank. Just as Corin thinks Lunia is too dry, she turns around and proposes to him for marriage, which leaves Yule, Alicia, and even Corin himself surprised. Dunalef, with its bountiful lands and the largest family in the south, controls the major trade routes. In comparison, the eastern regions border not only a country of heretics, but also face an untamed nature, and they have to fend off countless monsters from uninhabitable lands. Despite these conditions, the eastern region has maintained their reputation, thanks to the Arden family, the defenders of the wastelands. Upon Lunia's orders, her servants show Alicia and her friends to their rooms. While Yule and Corin play chess, Yule worries about Alicia and thinks she might get punished for not slaying Oliphants properly, but Corin assures her that won't happen. Suddenly, a servant tells Corin that Lunia is calling him. As Corin enters Lunia's room, he thinks she called to punish him. After confirming that Corin is turning 18 and is unmarried, Lunia asks him if he would like to marry her. At first, Corin thinks she's joking, but Lunia assures him she's serious. She tells him that his mature mindset, martial arts skills, and looks are perfect and definitely her type. Corin didn't think she would be the type of person to go for looks, but Lunia tells him she's still a woman, so she wants to choose the man whose face and body she will be seeing. Lunia tells Corin that she's doing this because of him. When Alicia defeated her, the demented Sword Emperor Geezer appeared and told them to appoint Alicia as the 5th Sword Pavilion Master. This led to her supporters losing confidence in her, which Corin would understand because he arranged that. Lunia started to lose support and started receiving proposals from swordsmen offering to restore her name. However, she doesn't like this political move because she's too superior to be a product on the marriage market, and that's why she wants to fake an engagement with Corin. Alicia is the bastard child of Arden. Even then, countless gifts awaited her due to being appointed as a possible heir at an early age. When Alicia's mother told her about the news, Alicia tried to resist, but Sophia told her that her father's words are the law. Garand Arden's wish is in order. He told Alicia that as the master of the 5th Sword Pavilion, she must work to protect humanity and their family's glory. With this, she has to choose people to serve in her pavilion and establish their roles. Alicia obeyed because she could not refuse, and this submission remains unchanged even now, even when she knows these people will never accept her. As Alicia stands outside Lunia's room, she overhears her asking Corin out for a date. She knows it's very like her to do that, and that the proposal must have some motive, but she also knows that Lunia likes Corin. As a swordsman, Lunia respects the prowess of a warrior, and she would have never offered to get engaged if she didn't like Corin. Alicia likes the idea because Lunia played a motherly role for her, and even if they were at odds sometimes, she wants the best for her. Corin, too, is special because he helped her realize her talent, believed in her, and saved her from her sister's followers. Alicia believes the two of them are good for each other, and she's happy for them because she loves them both. Meanwhile, Sophia hands Lunia over a list of heirs of renowned families and skilled swordsmen. Since most of her supporters are from her mother's family, Lunia couldn't ignore that. So she brought up the proposal on a whim. She believes Corin is a good man, but more importantly, he's power-hungry. Lunia's grandfather, Garand Arden, will choose the next head of the family, and Corin Locke has enough talent to reach the domain, so he will not hesitate to silence any opposing opinions. Lunia can't help but wonder if Alicia is just a friend for Corin, or if there's something more. She cares about her sister after all. Jenny walks in on Lunia and asks about the proposal. However, she does not seem to have a problem with Lunia's choice because Corin is strong and suitable to be her partner. However, what she does object to is Lunia's dressing for the date. As Corin reaches the place Lunia asked him to be at, he is left speechless seeing how gorgeous Lunia looks. She grabs his arm and they leave to enjoy their date. Meanwhile, Alicia, with her people, hunts down the monsters. While Lunia and Corin are being swayed by beautiful music, Alicia is covered in scars and the blood of the monsters. While the singer hits his final notes of the song, Alicia blows the final swing of her sword. Where the musician wins the hearts of his audience, Alicia shows his people how to hunt a monster. At the end of the date, Lunia asks Corin if he had fun, and Corin assures her that he did. Lunia gets on her knees and kisses his hand. Corin reminds her that usually the guy has to do that. Lunia tells him that she's used to dealing with girls like that and will leave it to him next time. Before she leaves, she asks to meet again because she has some plans for him. As Lunia walks back to her place, she finds Alicia standing covered in blood. She tells Alicia that she had fun with Corin in the city today. Alicia points out that this is the first time in 7 years that she's wearing traditional clothes. Lunia, without any comment on that, tells Alicia that she's going to get changed and asks her to come to the training grounds to spar with her. Usually, Alicia would have avoided the situation, and even though she wasn't sure why her sister offered to spar, she still couldn't say no. As they stand in the training grounds, Lunia points out that usually, Alicia wouldn't have said yes. She tells her that no one's watching, and she can say what she wants to say. Lunia and Alicia say their phrases before sparring and start the fight. The first attack from Lunia leaves Alicia surprised. Lunia continues with her moves and tells Alicia to keep up with her. As Lunia continues with horizontal lines and no light, her attacks should be visible to Alicia's boundary eyes, but her reflexes are too slow. But if she can anticipate Lunia's attacks and not just react, maybe Alicia can counter them. As Alicia counters the attack, Lunia dodges it easily. Lunia tells Alicia her breath is unsteady and throws her flying with a punch. Thanks to Alicia's supernatural reflexes, she stands a chance against her sister. Lunia realizes Alicia is better than before, and thinks it's because of Corin that she's changed her mind. Lunia tells Alicia that she and Corin fight the same way. They don't waste fancy moves on humans, and it only takes them a distance of a finger to breach the lethal gap. Lunia closes that gap and attacks Alicia and hopes she can dodge her next one. Alicia can dodge Lunia's attacks easily, but how is she supposed to dodge this one? So, she lost. After her victory against her sister, she thought she was better and stronger. But now she thinks it was just luck. And now there was a gap between Alicia and Lunia that couldn't be crossed. Lunia tells Alicia to keep working because if she doesn't, she will be left watching Corin and her back. A few days later, Sophia brings up Lunia's marriage again and tells her that if this new boy is a fling, she can indulge after she's engaged because a man is only a tool to carry the family's name. Sophia was celebrated as the greatest swordsman in the East. But after her husband's adultery, Jade Arden's ideals for marriage had changed. Sophia tells Lunia she can marry whoever she wants. Lunia assures her that her guy is a great warrior, greater than the names on that pamphlet. She tells her that he reached the domain at age 20, and his talent as a warrior is comparable to her grandfather's. Lunia further adds that it's more than just raw talent, a talent of a victory kind. And he's handsome. And taking away something from Alicia gives Lunia a thrill. Hearing the last part, for the first time in her life, Sophia started to reconsider her view on marriage. The New Year ceremony took place 9 days after they arrived at Arden's, and the village theme looked similar to Korea. Corin's initial goal to come east was to locate one of the 4 treasures, Findius. The domain of druids, Findius, is a land filled with nature, mountains, and monsters, and it is beyond the border managed by the Ardens. As they continue their journey, Yule finds a spirit to ensure that they don't get lost in a forest. Corin thanks Lunia for her help in crossing the border, and she tells him that she's just there as her guardian since they're all young, and she's his fiancée. However, without Huaran or Mariette, Lunia is a great support for them right now. Alicia tells Lunia that she shouldn't say things like fiancé because people might think weirdly of her, but Lunia tells her she doesn't care about what people think. Alicia insists that she shouldn't bring down Corin's potential like that. At last, they reach the entrance, and they only need to cross the entrance. As everyone crosses through, Corin is separated from his team, which is expected of a place guarded by a sage-level druid. He recognizes the spell designed to charm those entering through the barrier. Corin wonders if it's the 8-array formation like last time. It is a test to determine whether the travelers with the druid are worthy of entering. Corin is ready to take on any monster or illusion they throw to test him. Suddenly, Corin hears a voice and starts sweating. As he turns around, he finds the main player standing before him, with a grin on his face, calling him brother. Corin is surprised to see the main player, but without wasting any time, he starts fighting. As Corin attacks the main player, he just touches his spear and decimates it. Park Sihu, the main player of this world, may be evil, but his power is equal to that of a god's, and he's eons stronger than our hero is now. Park tells Corin he should be proud of killing him, but he doesn't have what it takes to save the world. Park failed despite hoarding so much, and he believes Corin is nothing in comparison. He can't defeat Tates Valtazar. Corin tells him that he can by stealing one of his 4 treasures, and that he's trying to secure a happy ending. However, Park thinks if he really wanted that, he would have chosen him. He tells Corin that he enjoys sacrificing himself, and the time he spent saving the NPC, he could have spent focusing on the bigger picture. He could have been a lot stronger, and Corin knows he's not playing as he should. Park sacrificed whoever got in his way. He believes that's how one gets stronger. He asks Corin to let people die and save the world with him. Corin tells him that he started the game again and regretted missing items, and those desires are the reason he's seeing this vision. Corin swears that he'll save the world and create a place for all the people he saved, without putting efficiency first. He charges his energy and punches Park with all his might. He thought the vision would scare him, but it helped him gain his focus back. Corin knows now that even if he had the chance, he wouldn't change a thing. With his focus gained back, Corin conjures up his spear again. As Corin gains his senses back, he sees his friends around him. Yule is a druid, so he knows she wouldn't have been affected, but he wonders how Lunia got through. Lunia tells him she just saw her grandfather talking nonsense, so she cut him down. However, Alicia is the most vulnerable, so they hope she wakes up soon. Suddenly, they hear a leopard talking. He's impressed how quickly it took them to clear the fog. The leopard transforms into his real shape and welcomes Yule and her friends. The leopard turns out to be the guardian of Findius and Uskius, and he offers to lead them to Findius. It is only now that Lunia realizes this place is the domain of the 4 treasures, Findius. Yule tells her that all the people here are her kin. However, Lunia is curious if she can get a place here. Uskias knew about a young druid searching for this place, and he asked them why they're here in the wild. Corin tells him that he's looking for the Sun Sword, Claw Solus, and because he's here as the first spear of the Queen of Paradise, Erin Danwa. Our hero is the rightful successor to his master, even after regressing. Corin realizes Uskia said he too is looking for the treasure. Suddenly, a tall shadow walks in and recognizes Corin, but he wasn't expecting him to be that unhinged. The shadow is the monster of Murius, the King of the Shade, the Beast King Dune Skays. He tells Corin that there's only one throne, and when the Age of Shadow comes, his goddess will be devoured by beasts. Now since Korin and Dune Skaze both want the Claw Solus and Uskias can't bestow it to either of them, he decides to test their worthiness. The druid is neutral, but our hero doesn't know the contents of the test. Although Dune Skaze doesn't either, Veladazar successfully acquired all 4 treasures in his previous life, so there's a risk involved. The druid tells them both to wait in their rooms while they discuss. If it follows the canon, Dune Skaze passes the test. While everyone sleeps, Alicia imagines a happy family with Korin and Lunia married and her little nieces calling her aunt. Even though she knows it'll be good, she doesn't know why she feels bad. Korin checks to see if Alicia is awake but finds her asleep. He hopes that she wakes up by tomorrow because he needs all the help he can get. Just as he's about to turn, Alicia grabs him and pulls him to her bed. As she sits on top of him, she removes something from his finger, gets close to him, and whispers in his ear that her sister isn't home today. Alicia, after telling Korin that her sister isn't here, falls asleep next to him, leaving him flustered. The druid announces the second task. These people didn't realize it, but they completed the first task already. It was the test to determine how far they'd go for what they want. They all prove themselves in front of the druid. Suddenly, Alicia remembers the events of last night and gets embarrassed. Lunia tells Alicia to follow her beliefs because that's where their strength comes from. Yule tells Alicia to rest if she's tired, but Alicia is too busy looking down on herself. The druid announces that they'll have their druid by their side and their task is to find the mistletoe oak and craft a wand until sunrise tomorrow. Before the task started, everyone signed a pledge to accept the results and not attack each other for 60 days. Korin asked Uskias for it specifically because he was worried that Doom Norix might get involved because, unlike other druids who are neutral, Doom Norix supports Valtazar. Although Yule has specialized skills, Doom Norix is a sage, and even with the condition of not attacking each other, there's a significant gap between them. On top of that, the spirits aren't answering to Yule because they're all helping Doom Norix, which makes it more difficult. Suddenly Alicia screams that she's found it, but it turns out to be a hackberry tree. Mistletoe usually doesn't leech off of oak trees, and finding the oak tree is already difficult enough in this forest, making it quite a gamble. The task would have been difficult even with a spirit guiding them, but they all are on Doom Norix's side. Alicia suggests finding a mistletoe and sticking it on an oak tree, but Yule thinks it would lose its meaning. With the task over, Uskias asks everyone to bring their wands. Dune Skias sees Korin's wands and realizes theirs is bigger than his. Alicia found a few mistletoes, which they stuck on the oak tree and used Yule's magic to grow. Usually it would have died, but the potion from the east worked. Uskias approves everyone's wands and announces the final task. The final task is to bring the crimson fruit from the magical rowan tree in the northern forest. As they reach the place, Sharvan tells them to prove their worth if they want the fruit. Sharvan is a sky titan from the heroic legend of Arhan, which belongs to the same race as the sky titan that protects the son of Findias. The participants know it will be difficult to fight it, and they won't be able to obtain Claw Solus whether they win or lose. Korin knows engaging in a battle with the giant is useless. He tries to figure out the theme, but the titan reveals that they need to solve a riddle. Dune Skias gets excited since he loves riddles. The sky titans love treasure and riddles because they believe anything else would just crumble under their power. Korin agrees to solve the riddle too. The giant explains that the first to solve 5 riddles wins, and only 2 people from each side will participate. The druids cannot play since they solve the riddles with the titans quite often. Dune Skies is excited while Korin decides to have Alicia on his team since Lunia doesn't like riddles. The titan gives the first riddle that it grows bigger in the morning, yet smaller at noon. It grows big again in the afternoon, yet disappears at night. While Korin tries to think and wishes he had enough time, Dune Skias suddenly answers Shadow and turns out to be correct. Korin and Alicia are surprised, but Korin forgot Skaze's special trait since he always gives an odd impression. The second riddle is, it exists but cannot be seen. However, it cannot be defeated by any mighty opponent. It will come at you but will stop eternally if you pass it. Skias once again answers time correctly. The Titan gives the third riddle that it is sometimes joyful, sometimes a comedy, and sometimes a tragedy. All living beings are the main characters in this play. Skias once again answers life first and is correct again. He laughs and quotes Shakespeare out of happiness. Korin feels as if he's against thousands or millions of people at once. He screams at Alicia for not helping since she reads magazines a lot, but she tells him she only reads the teenage girl stuff. The fourth riddle is, it is beautiful to me, yet others will not understand it. It may be violence to some, but an escape for others. Korin struggled again and wondered if he was always bad at imagination. Suddenly, Alicia raises her hand to answer. She rethinks the riddle and asks if the answer is an affair. Everyone is surprised at the answer. Alicia thinks she's wrong, but the Titan accepts her answer. Alicia gets embarrassed with her answer as she notices Korin does not look her in the eye anymore. Even though they managed to cut Skias' streak, they had to accept defeat after he got the other 2 riddles correct. Skaze got the fruit and they failed. However, Yule thinks the task doesn't end there, and they just wouldn't have an item for the next task. Yule starts looking for enemies but doesn't find any, and she can't find the spirits either. Corin realizes that they didn't see any monsters there either. This forest is notorious for spirits and monsters, and not finding either of them could only mean two things. Someone either killed all the monsters and spirits or scared them away. Skias starts laughing in an evil tone as Doomnorix prepares his evil plans. As the spell finishes, the forest glows green. Corin notices something coming their way. He pushes Yule and covers her from the attacker. As the bright glow dulls down, they're surprised to find the humanoid monster, and they wonder why it's here. Lunia's jaw drops to the floor as she notices the legendary Arden-style swordsman, the Sword Demon. The demon territory lies beyond the Arden territory. It's a place where the mountain beasts and demons who think of themselves as the forest lords maintain a fragile balance. One old man with his sword broke that equilibrium. He didn't summon demi-humans because they had given in to their beastly instincts, though there were rare occasions when a monster with a human form would emerge. It is unknown whether it was for the sake of living or dying. The Sword Emperor that found this sword-wielding creature laughed and began a one-sided master-disciple relationship that only the master was aware of. On the 8th day, he gave the monster a name. He called it the Sword Demon. The only ones who knew that name were Corin and the old man that named it. However, in the future, it will be known across the lands as it will rise to become the strongest swordsman in the heroic legend of Arhan and eventually join Valtazar's side. But seeing how he attacked Doomnorix and Skaze, Corin thinks he has not yet sided with Valtazar. Even then, he feels uneasy. Next, the Sword Demon runs to attack our hero. Corin knows he can't dodge it. But then Lunia steps in with her combo to fight side by side with Corin. Lunia is surprised by the Sword Demon's swordsmanship skills. As she fights him hand to hand, she notices it doesn't just use both of its hands but its feet as sharp daggers too. This demon, who controlled countless swords at once, faced an opponent who swiftly controlled her distance with a single sword. The victor was determined by the ability to cut through the gap between them. Corin and Alicia step in to attack the Sword Demon, but to their shock, it effortlessly dodges their attack. Corin goes in for another chance, insistent on not missing. But the demon uses his Domain Severance and 8-hand Peerless skill. Corin is impressed by its power. Moving just once is difficult, and the Sword Demon attacked 8 times. Alicia and Corin, with all their might and combos, only managed to block 5 of them while the other 3 head straight towards Lunia. Lunia can sense the domains, but she's too slow. Corin thinks that Lunia will get hurt, but then he sees her pull off a technique that Alicia would only learn in the endgame. She uses Warding Aura combined with some other combos and successfully strikes the Sword Demon. However, she misses its vitals, so they move in again to finish it off. The Sword Demon hasn't yet reached the stage that Corin knows of. Eventually, it will learn the skill of 1,000 Peerless Hands and will be able to cut through everything, which is why Corin has to end it here. Suddenly, Skias jumps in and attacks the Sword Demon. The King's subordinates surprise even the Sword Demon and force it to retreat. The Beast King Dune Skias and Legislator Doomnorix are beings with near-immortal levels of life force. They're the monsters that Corin and his friends have to face. After the fight, Yule feels bad for not being helpful, but Alicia and Lunia assure her that it's okay because everyone is safe. However, Lunia wonders where the Sword Demon learned the Arden-style sword skills, and the only possibility she thinks is that it learned through thousands of fights. Lunia believes there's only one person who could do that. Suddenly, her grandfather, Garand Arden, walks in, confirming her theory. Lunia thinks he's mad for teaching a monster those skills. Garand Arden tells her that he was just passing time and he didn't teach the monster, he only showed it. The grandfather reveals the domain and thinks it's exciting that the Sword Demon uses a monster's sword to tread domains. He adds that he can even see the next stage of swordsmanship. While Lunia thinks her grandfather is mad, Alicia asks him to teach her the sword because she's tired of being powerless. Garand Arden agrees to teach her the sword, and thus begins the awakening to that madness. The group goes back to Uskias and Corin asks him about them not having the fruit. He asks Uskias whether they can still be a part of the last test or not, to which Uskias permits them but upon a consequence. Uskias mentions how their lack of fruit will advantage Skaze and Doomnorix. Skaze's sarcastic laugh upon this annoys Corin and he protests to Uskias, asking for a favor since their loss is due to the sudden interruption on their way. However, Uskias ignores him completely and moves on to the final trial. The opponents are ordered to grow the staff, which they crafted in the second trial, up to the sky and make it face the giant that shields the sun. For this final task, they are given the time until the solar eclipse, which is in 3 weeks. Cut from the same cloth, a nature activated by the objects which hold the capability to cut. Due to that, Alicia is able to understand the nature and intelligence of the Sword Demon and fears that they're much stronger than her. While training Alicia, Garand states how awful her basics are. Nonetheless, he was delighted that raising the demon made her want to learn blades. Alicia asks him the reason which stopped him from killing that monster, to which he replies that it was destined to reach the Sky Sword. When she asks what the Sky Sword is, He claims to have created it himself. Alicia lunges at Garand with annoyance, and he prepares himself for the spar too. He explains that anyone on this level will be able to cut the skies and cut into the world itself, and that's the swordsmanship he wants to witness. Mariette, in the Ellas Kingdom's southern castle, seeks her mother's permission to leave. She proceeds to leave to see Corrin before the solar eclipse on February 8th, but feels nervous. Her brother tries to stop her, saying her break should be devoted to family. However, their mother stopped her brother, saying Mariette should go find herself a man and make her own family. While leaving, Mariette announces about borrowing Hraesvelgr, an eagle-shaped originator of the wind. On her way, Mariette could feel the appearance of a new competitor in her love life. The Saintess, Estelle, is informed about the arrival of Huaren, thus she permits her in. As soon as she sees Huaren, she jumps towards her for a hug and asks her if she's fine after the trouble she got into at the festival. Without answering, Huaren directly asks the Saintess to lift the seal limiting her powers since she wants to be a proper wife for her husband. Upon inquiring about it a bit, the Saintess lifts the seal up to the first lock. Without wasting a minute, Huaren runs to leave. When the Saintess offers to use a wyvern since she needs to cover 24,000 kilometers, Huaren claims she's faster than a wyvern and wants to arrive there before the other woman. They remark how it'd take her 3 weeks to be there, but Huaren jumps off the window, saying it'd just be 2 days. On the other hand, Estelle finds it interesting for Corrin to be stuck between the 4 women, Donalif, Lunia, Alicia, and Huaren. After 4 days, Corrin curses the Sword Emperor for being so harsh at Alicia during the spar. He treats the wounds on her back, mentioning how she can die due to blood loss at this point before she can climb up the tree. They turn to look at the tree and realize how bad their situation is. Nevertheless, Corrin encourages her how things will surely work out. Alicia thinks about how he's always been this positive about hopeless situations and wonders how he can be this strong. Curious about it, she ends up asking him about his final goal. Before he can answer, Doomnorix walks up to them, remarking their hard work in a sarcastic way. Doomnorix asks Corrin the reason humans want to stop the coming of Utopia. Corrin states the obvious that it'd result in deaths of humans in a large number, and throws back a question at Doomnorix, asking him why he picked Corrin's opposite side when he should be guarding nature. Doomnorix replies that he's realized after hundreds of years' experience that humans must die for the sake of nature. Alicia looks angrily at the malice in Doomnorix's eyes before she's shaken back by Corrin's hand on her shoulder. He asks her to look closely at Doomnorix, since he is the kind Corrin wants to kill completely. Doomnorix acknowledges Corrin's efforts, but points out their progress, saying he's destined to fail with the difference he has with Skaze's staff. He claims that there's no magic which can compete with nature, logic, and efficiency. Corrin steps towards his staff without saying anything, but thinking about how people believed him back when he suggested throwing the gold mandrake into the lake, except for some people like him. Corrin experimented with the gold mandrake, and to him, he's the first one to have made a fertilizer out of it. Corrin even used a few drops of it when growing the sapling into a giant staff. He pours it into the soil around the staff, showing off his unique creation to Doomnorix. The short staff grows high up to the sky while Corrin calls Doomnorix a newbie despite his years-long experience. After the tree has grown higher than they could see, Doomnorix praises Corrin's abilities and advises him to not let go of the moment when the sun weakens if he wants to get Claw Solace. As for his last farewell, Doomnorix grabs a hand of Corrin and bows to him, entrusting the things to him. Alicia is about to leave to call Lunia, asking if they're leaving, but Corrin stops her. He says they'll leave in a week after they prepared food and clothes for their long climb. With that said, he looks back at the tree and thinks about how the battleground will be set above the skies. He tells Doomnorix to be well prepared since he has gathered a strong team for himself. A week passes by and it's finally the day of climbing. Corrin feels restless at the fact that neither of his help, Huaren and Mariette, has arrived yet. 2 men find Mariette and Huaren by the barrier and bring them to Uskias. The 3 of them talk about how the girls' states have altered from when they brought them a few days ago, and notice that their mana and aura is too powerful. They wonder what visions the 2 of them are having for it to nearly risk the whole domain if this continues. Thus Uskias decides to enter their visions to lead them out. The men offer help, but Uskias prefers to divide his consciousness into 2 and lead the both of them out himself. Mariette is envisioning Corrin's wedding with Jenny and criticizes at how they already have kids before Jenny's graduation. The 3 kids seem to look exactly like Corrin, but what shocks her more is the sight of Jenny as Corrin's bride. A year after the wedding, Mariette feels bitter to see the couple and thinks about how that kid should have been hers. She looks at the efforts Corrin's putting in to get ready for the anniversary, but when she notices him wearing the same clothes he wore on his wedding, she gets envious and thinks about how she would have gotten her new clothes, food, and all the treasure and powers he deserves. Even now, she wishes to give him all that just if he greets her once with a smile. Right after she thinks this, Mariette is striked with an idea and decides not to give up on him. She plans on turning Corrin into a vampire, using her elderly vampire privilege when he dies after living his life of mere 100 years. At this point, she doesn't care even if her relationship with him is that of a mother and child. Her plan extends to giving him another 100 years of life until every trace of Jenny fades away from his life. Next comes Hwarin's visions, where she sees Corin getting married to Mariette. While sitting on the branch of a tree outside her house, she accepts her defeat for losing Corin to another woman. She feels devastated about the only person she ever loved or touched as a nun, but she's taken out of her thoughts by her conscience's voice. Her alter ego asks her about her wishes, to which Hwarin confesses about how she wanted to live a life filled with love by Corin's side and to have a normal family. Her alter ego pushes her to work on her desires, so Hwarin gets up from there and enters Corin's house. Corin greets her, but without greeting him back, she grabs his hand and jumps onto him, caging him beneath her. When he confusedly questions her behavior, she blames it on him for looking at someone else besides her and digs her teeth into his skin. She says that his first time should also be reserved just for her, the way she has given him all of her first times. In her vision, they sleep together, hand in hand, and a bird leaves them a baby in the morning. She feels satisfied after winning Corin, but her happiness doesn't last longer as she's finally led back to reality. Instead of Corin, Hwarin seems to be sleeping, holding Mariette's hand, and they both look at each other with bewildered looks. Uskias clears his throat to grab their attention and introduces himself as they both sit up. He informs them that they're late to meet Corin since he's already started climbing the tree 4 days ago. The girls as Uskias with confusion about how he knew they were looking for Corin, so out of embarrassment, he turns away, saying he knows it all, being the sage druid. He feels quite embarrassed about the things he has witnessed in the visions of the 2 girls, and swears never to speak up about the dark desires of the 3 girls. Corin, along with his 3 members, keeps climbing up the tree but reaches nowhere. Corin remembers that Balthazar's army obtains all the 4 treasures, Ariadbar, Klaus Solus, Undri, Leah Fail, canonically, and while chasing them in the game's story, he could visit Gorius and Marius, but the treasures were already gone as expected. However, Corin remembers the text from the game, stating that Undri of Marius is in the deep darkness, like it was in the pit of snakes. Similarly, Corin thinks about how Uskias mentioned reaching the skies and grasping the sun. He wonders what if it was a euphemism hinting too. Yule alarms Corin about the clouds descending, to which he clarifies that it's the tree which still hasn't finished growing. They soon arrive at a castle with walls about 50 meters long. However, Lunia claims that it seems too small to be the castle of a sky giant, and guesses that it might just belong to a normal giant. After hearing this, Yule gets confused and reminds them of Uskias' words when he told them that the giant guarding the sun would be here. Therefore, whatever is here, they just can't use the front door to enter. Corin gets an idea after hearing this, and realizes that their way inside was the fruit they couldn't get. He suggests just knocking the door and shouts out loudly, calling the giants outside from the castle. Alicia feels unsure about Corin's planning, but he tells her that they're just going all in at this point. The giants question who's outside and open the door. They are surprised to see humans, whereas Alicia's astonished to see the giants being almost higher than rank 1. When the giant demands the key, Corin refuses. Just as he's about to crush Corin under his punch, Corin asks him to stop and states that they're the forerunners approved by Uskias. He further clarifies that their master will bring the crimson rowan tree fruit as the key. The giant asks the name of Corin's master, to which Corin tells the name of Duneskays, planning to impersonate someone who has the fruit. Corin makes the giants believe that their heroic master will surely bring the fruit, as he has the approval of Sarvan and Uskias. He further claims to have brought even a druid with himself to deliver the sage's words, and points at Yule. Yule gets nervous at being dragged forward, whereas the giant demands her to prove it. She conjures up a walkerman using her powers, which makes the giant believe in Corin's words. However, he still feels skeptical about the key. Once again, to convince the giant, Corin says that they were told to announce their arrival first to the great giants as good manners. At last, the giant agrees to accept them as his guests, but reminds him of his conditions about the sun. When the giant returns inside the castle, letting the door open for them to come inside, Lunia asks him if this is what his plan was. Corin smirks at her question and tells that his plan is what's going to start from now, which is to loot the entire castle. Along with Alicia, Corin enters the castle and leaves the other 2 outside. He feels weird about the fact that being a thief was once part of his life in his last attempt, where Sihu had a cheat skill called inventory. Therefore, no matter where they were, they'd always look for the treasury first. As they finally arrive at the treasures, Alicia asks him how he found it so easily. Corin states that treasures follow a usual pattern, and then emphasis upon their need to find the sun sword among the treasures. The room has an open ceiling for Klaus Solus to absorb sunlight during the day. Thus it may be obtained just when a solar eclipse occurs and its power weakens. While they're busy thinking about a way to find Klaus Solus, a chicken appears. Corin rushes Alicia to hide, informing about someone's arrival, so they both hide behind a pillar as a giant enters the room to get the chicken. The chicken suddenly looks towards their direction, which makes Corin and Alicia panic. However, to their luck, the chicken just lays a golden egg and looked away. They realize that it's the chicken which has laid around all this treasure, and Corin drools upon the thought of having unlimited gold if they just steal the chicken. Alicia shakes him out of his thoughts, reminding that they're here for the sun and not gold. The giant picks up the chicken and leaves, but Alicia keeps lying over Corin as they were while hiding. She suddenly gets reminded about her dream from earlier and asks him what he thinks of Lunia. She mentions her good traits and confesses about feeling drawn to her as any man would be, which makes Alicia's heart break. Corin then tells her to be quick, since they just have 2 days left before Skaze gets the sun through proper procedures. Alicia gets up from Corin and through the ceiling. She looks up at the moon while Corin also thinks about the traits they have been told about Claw Solace. Together they come down to the question if Claw Solace is the moon floating above them, which should be a half moon today, instead of a full one like now. They return back to their rest place and the other 2 girls enter too. Corin tells them about how Claw Solace looks like the sun in the days and like the moon in the night, floating above them. He further explains that it won't be as far as the actual moon and the sun, however it must use a barrier around the island to float. He decides to use the remaining 2 days wisely, thinking about a way to reach Claw Solace. The group fails to find a way, and the time of Skane's arrival draws closer. However, Corin manages to make another plan when he overhears the giants planning about eating the humans. To Corin's luck, the sky giant Sarvan had engraved an order into their bloodline which stops them from attacking druids and urges them to give the sun to the bearer of the red rowan tree fruit. After hearing about the giants' plan to eat humans after handing away the sun and going down to Earth, Corin feels at ease that his days aren't completely wasted. The solar eclipse occurs and Skaze arrives at the castle. Skaze is excited to get the sun, but the door of the castle forcefully opens from inside by a walkerman, followed by Corin and his members, and the shoots of the giants calling out for them. Before Skaze can grasp the hold of the situation, Corin starts calling him his master while carrying the chicken from the treasure room, and saying that he has followed the orders of Skaze about stealing the chicken. The immortal Locke side of Corin seems to be awakened as he executes this evil plan and hands over the chicken to Skaze. The giants threaten to kill them until they notice Skaze, whereas Skaze feels confused about when he gave away such an order. Doomnorix realizes that they've got tricked. The giants start attacking everyone while they shout out for their life. Corin turns wild with his powers and swears to turn Claw Solace into dust if he can't have it. Along with his friends, he starts getting down from the tree, saying no one can stop him, neither Skaze or Balthazar. Lunia asks him if he isn't ashamed of his actions, but he claims that immortal Locke feels no shame. She hands Corin a tissue to wipe off the crazy makeup from his face of the immortal Locke, which she feels weird about her fiancé. While he wipes his face, Alicia questions the possibility of Skaze killing all the giants and obtaining the sun, but Corin assures that it doesn't matter since he'll cut down the trees once he gets back on the ground. Yule calls him demonic, but he claims that only winners get to write history. Therefore, if he can't get Claw Solace, he can just cut down the trees and trap 2 of the king's servants in the sky forever. To their misfortune, as soon as they're about to get to the surface, they are met with the beast lusting for the Song of Blades, waiting for them to have a duel of life and death. So when they get closer, they are devastated to see the Sword Demon. To deal with the Sword Demon, Lunia steps forward and uses the warding aura to protect herself and others. The Sword Demon, however, dodges Lunia, which makes her wonder if he's trying to target the domain users first. Sword Demon is so powerful that he got recruited into the king's servants. However, he's just a monster now, with little to no connection to the end of the world. This means that in this fight, Corin cannot seek help from the commandment. The Sword Demon lunges directly towards Corin and starts slashing his swords at Corin, making him greatly injured. This makes Alicia worried about him, and she turns around to look at Corin. However, he scolds her, saying she should only keep looking forward during a fight. Alicia cannot even process Corin's advice when the Sword Demon starts racing towards her. Luckily, Lunia steps in and tells her to move away. She yields her sword and swings it towards the Sword Demon angrily for ignoring her. If Lunia is outside the domain, her abilities will exceed those of Corin's and Alicia's combined, and it would be quite troublesome for even the Sword Demon to handle her outside the domain. However, she's just copying the real deal. She realizes that she can hardly enter the domain twice in a row, and notices that the Sword Demon is again ignoring her, and is casting his powers on the domain users. Thus, she decides to use the half-step she's been allowed, and crush the Sword Demon once the domain ends. With this decision, she also remembers that Alicia can only shield up to 3 of the Sword Demon's attacks, which means it would be a trouble if the domain ends. Therefore, in order to protect her sister, Lunia steps forward and blocks the attack of the Sword Demon. Both of their swords are clashed together and Alicia looks at the scene with horror. After cursing the domain for limiting her abilities, Lunia gets a better grip of her sword and pierces it into the Sword Demon's body. The Sword Demon screams in pain, and advantaging his weakness, Alicia steps forward and swings her sword at the Sword Demon before grabbing Lunia's arm and pulling her away. When Alicia questions Lunia about her well-being, Lunia pulls her arm back and scolds her for not staying still, and keeps on looking back. It's just that Alicia is too worried to keep standing still when all her friends are falling around, and as she's holding that worried expression, Lunia collapses on the ground. The sword demon keeps standing unscathed, so Yule steps ahead and summons the Walker Man. This makes the sword demon think about how he would defeat it. Meanwhile, Yule urges Alicia to run away immediately for her life. When Alicia sees the Walkerman, she realizes how dangerous it is for Yule to use it twice, and this must have cost Yule some sacrifice. Just when the sword demon is so close to getting crushed under the Walkerman's hand, he realizes the presence of the Walkerman and looks around. Within a fraction of a second, the sword demon uses the Arden second sword style, and with the help of a combo move, he attacks the Walkerman before the Walkerman's hand could even touch him. As soon as the Walkerman is attacked, Yule coughs up some blood, and she also falls to the ground. This makes Alicia the last one standing, and the situation throws her into a freezing state. She cannot understand what to do and starts feeling extremely scared. However, as much as she wanted to run away to save her life, she decides to run towards the sword demon and confronts him alone, because she knows that she cannot just run away and leave his friends alone. The three of them lie on the ground closely. When Yahello hears Corin groaning, she asks him if he's fine. However, holding a bottle of some potion, she asks Yule to help Lunia first, since he can get better just by time. But if they don't have Lunia, they can't get out of this situation with Corin's current strength and speed. Just as the situation was getting somewhat under control, a voice from the sky was heard. Upon looking above themselves, they see Skaze descending towards them. He directly targets Corin and drags him away with a creepy grin, wanting to check out the skills of Fermax's killer. Instead of panicking, Corin grins and thanks Skaze as his system backup starts, and a spear is issued to him from the skies. He cuts off the tentacles of Skaze which were grabbing Corin and then throws the spear at the tree before jumping up to sit at the spear. Following him after, Skaze also climbs up the tree while holding his hat in the other hand. Corin then inquires Skaze about why he's attacking when, according to the Gies, they aren't allowed to. Skaze laughs and says that it's true because if Corin violates the rules, he will also explode like Skaze's head as he shows it exploding. However, he adds that he doesn't care about who solves the riddles and trials and gets the Sun Sword first, because all he cares about is killing Corin and taking it all from him. As the two of them are arguing, Mariette and Huaran arrive and are astonished to see Skaze. Corin jumps at Skaze, dragging him down, and tells the two not to mind Skaze and climb up quickly. Skaze laughs at Corin for wanting to save his friends, and asks him why he's against them when his Skaze master would easily give Corin any level of divinity he needs. To his question, Corin answers that the methods Skaze and his people are using are wrong because he doesn't care about being the god of a wasteland. He further clarifies that he's killing them all to defeat evil and save the world, since it's part of his commandment oaths. With that said, he swings the sword spear towards Skaze, announcing that he's about to witness his own victory. The sword demon is confronted by Alicia, and as they fight, Garan's words echo in his mind, telling him that the swords he has are actually Garan's. The sword demon is confused about what Garan thought before deciding to teach him blades. As he continues to have a fight with Alicia, he can't help but get reminded of Garand, and wonders if Garand knows that he didn't learn the blades by himself. It is because whenever he fights an enemy, the sword reduces his body's capabilities, and even after gaining a lot of strength, he still feels nothing as compared to Garand. Alicia seems to be doing pretty fine against the sword demon. However, he can't understand why he's here fighting against humans when he could just be in the skies after climbing the trees. Alicia takes the hits easily and keeps coming back with strength. By this point, her eyes light up blue when she shows up again and asks him if he thought that she can't cut him. When the sword demon lunges at her for another attack, she swings her sword swiftly and cuts him before he can touch her. The sword demon doesn't seem to grasp the situation. Being the predator, her prey can easily be torn apart by him. Yet he can't cut her, and she is still standing unscathed. Moreover, seeing her laugh, he questions it even more in confusion. No matter what powers and spells he uses on her, she easily dodges them and laughs at him, making him even angrier. As Alicia calls him slower after dodging his attacks, he finally realizes what the gap between him and her is. It is that despite still having enough energy and stamina, he's unable to keep up with her pace anymore since she's got faster. He uses multiple spells and powers, but being no match to Alicia's speed, he receives several cuts from her sword before he can even react. This makes him realize that it's the first time he's felt nothing after using Domain Severance power-up. It is because it seems like Alicia is able to predict his next moves. On the other hand, Alicia uses different other powers and spells to keep cutting him down. It is when the sword demon receives a cut on his shoulder that he understands his reason for being here. He realizes that just like him, Alicia is also possessed by the sword, along with having a spectral talent. This is why he's come here to cut her down and finally reach the level of Garand which he always wanted to. On the other side, Mariette and Huaran reach the skies and fight against the giants using their strength. But no matter what is happening around him, the sword demon seems to find everything boring, except for Alicia. He now believes that she's indeed here for him to cut her down and level up. On top of that, he starts to believe that even her Bertha and her whole life happened just for him, and he becomes definite on this belief. Therefore, using all of his strength and powers, he moves forward towards her to fulfill his newly found life objective. As he swings his swords to cut Alicia down, he is flabbergasted to find that she's gone. However, his overconfidence is shattered when he feels her creeping behind him to attack. Alicia, along with all the giants that were descending by then, slits the sword demon's neck and ends him. He is left with just a question which throws at her before dying. He asks if there had been any such thing which was higher than her desire to cut while they were fighting. She stays silent for a while and thinks about Lunya and Corin's advice to keep looking straight during a fight and not to look back. Alicia takes a step ahead after cutting him down and turning around, and says that she'll now move. This is the situation that wasn't supposed to be reached since the sword demon is the highest and strongest opponent of her life. However, there is still something higher than him, which is what can be formed by a single step forward, a momentary miracle. Using Endless and Domain Crusher, Alicia cuts down the tree which they had planned earlier. As the sword demon falls closer to death, he finally realizes that he was what's made for Alicia, not the other way around. It's him who learnt blades just for her to take a single step forward. Corin, even after being on quite low energy and strength, continues fighting against Skaze. Along with that, he keeps climbing up, but Skaze keeps getting up to him and attacks him. Dune Skaze is called the Beast King because his death means nothing. He's just complete darkness with no end, consisting of numerous serpents and toads, and 3 dragons. His existence is one of the 4 secret treasures. When Skaze's serpents get closer to attack Corin from all sides, Corin smirks, saying the filthy soul of a beast can never be able to defeat him. He then takes out the Death God's orb and cuts down the serpents, and says out loud how Skaze was a soul reaper all along. Skaze again lunges forward, saying he can still fight, and questions Corin in a mocking way if he's left with any mana. Corin scoffs at him while pointing out his lack of knowledge. He enlightens Skaze about the special fertilizer used in growing the tree they were fighting on, and the endless mana it produces for Corin to use. After Corin gets the upper hand in the fight, he hears a strange voice calling his name. Dune Skaze had turned into his final form, which is becoming the Falga's serpent. He asks Corin about how long has it been since the army combined into one, but Corin smirks and calls it a bit too much before stepping forward to fight this last battle. Dune Skaze turns into one of his many final forms, the Falga's serpent, and at this point, Corin's strength is almost completely drained. He can't help but get fed up about how the fight keeps going. Skaze discloses that he was caged in a palace of shade by the queen, and was pushed into a tiny pot. However, now that the throne is empty after her getting sealed away, he swears to start devouring her protected things, and it starts with Corin being the first spear of the queen. He hisses and threatens to devour Corin along with the flesh of the last goddess, Danua. Corin gets tired of him spewing nonsense and reminds Skaze about what he just told him about creating the land they are fighting on. With that said, Corin jumps on a branch and flies upward and activates the rune magic of resonance activation. So, when Skaze, being in his serpent form, starts coiling around the tree, Corin tells him to look down before he does so. While climbing up the tree earlier, Corin had engraved runes along the tree, and this is what he activated together using the excess of magic. The tree starts burning into flames as Corin keeps flying upwards. When Skaze questions Corin's safety after burning down the tree, Corin looks at the Claw Solus in the sky and claims that this is what he's after, one of the 4 treasures that can be obtained only at the moment of eclipse, the Sun Sword, Claw Solus. Right now, the one who uses its power will win, and who doesn't will surely die. Holding the spear in his hand, Corin challenges Skaze to fly for the sake of his survival. Compelled out of the situation, Skaze has to turn into the next final state of becoming a dragon. He flies out of the burning tree and follows Corin to hunt him down. None of them stop until they reach the skies. Mariette feels the presence of Corin and feels relieved at his timing, but when she sees him fighting with Skaze, she can't help but be astonished. Skaze remarks at how long Corin has been standing against him, to which Corin urges him to just end it already. The legendary mystic dragon form of Skaze looked quite appalling, but without wasting any time, Corin goes all in and activates his 3rd core, Activation. He is sure that his attack will reach beyond even the legend and uses combo moves. However, to Corin's shock, Skaze dodges Corin's attack just by transforming. Corin quickly gets away from him to protect himself from the disaster, but Skaze tries catching him through his tentacles. Skillfully, Corin cuts off his tentacles once again but can't believe how his strategy failed. Skaze questions Corin about the conditions for the sprouting of the Crimson Rowan tree fruit. This fruit takes in the negative energy to sprout, i.e., the eclipse. After telling all this, Skaze flies up to the sky and grabs the Claw Solus. A countless swarm of serpents, toads enough to fill an entire mansion, 3 ferocious dragons and 3 magical cows. The beast of the shadowed darkness, the culmination of monsters sealed in the underworld, and the king of all cows, Black Ox. On top of being all that after transforming into his final state, Skaze has even acquired the Sun Sword. This is quite unfortunate for Corrin to fight the sun twice. The series of unfortunate events in Corrin's life continues when Skaze throws him at the walls of the giant's castle with so much power that the castle starts crumbling down. When Corrin again activates runes he had engraved there, Skaze laughs at him mockingly, asking if he climbed up early just to prepare this. However, he calls it all useless because all the flames of the world bow down only before the sun. When Corrin realizes that he can't even buy some time with that, he feels lost. He tries dodging Skaze's attacks since he doesn't seem to compete against his strength. When Skaze notices his tactic, he mocks him for running away. In response to the mockery, Corrin calls Skaze funny for carrying a weapon, saying the sword demon won't be that special if that were something so simple. Skaze tells him to quit talking so big when he is just about to turn into ashes, and prepares himself for the attack. The two of them burn with their powers and move forward to attack each other. However, when Corrin's spear meets Skaze's weapon, it burns down into ashes and gets completely destroyed. Corrin can't believe that he just lost his weapon in a single strike, along with having two of his cores bottomed out. After reaching the brink of defeat, Corrin decides to give away all he can. The short spear that penetrated even the adamant Jiangshi, the self-destructive move is what he makes towards Skaze by risking his own life. Skaze receives the deathly punch and the two of them fall down into the ruins of the castle. Just when Corrin thinks that he might have defeated Skaze now, Skaze starts laughing maniacally. This is when Corrin accepts that this monster is undefeatable, and no matter what he does and however he tries to tackle him, Skaze is bound to defeat him easily. The giant Rescind and the Sky Castle become demi-humans of at least at semi-first rank when they are fully grown. Of course, Mariette and Hwaran, being two special rank demi-humans, are doing great in tackling them as Mariette calls out for Hwaran to be quick, so they can go help Corrin fight off Skaze. However, it isn't easy to deal with around 50 of the giants of the Sky Castle. When Alicia cut down almost half of the giants in a single strike while cutting down the sword demon, it was a miracle. However, those were the weakest ones that came down to hunt Skaze. The Captain Giants, having the semi-special rank, stayed on the Sky Island. So when the chances of survival are it is out of the question to just escape. And right now, given the situation, Mariette and Hwaran can't even expect any help from anyone. The persistent warrior's regeneration had reached its final limits, and his recovery speed has slowed down quite a lot. Corrin can't even feel a bit of strength in his aura core anymore, and his whole body seems to shut down completely, making him question if his death is near. Park Si-hoo appears in front of Corrin's eyes, and reminds Corrin about his warning related to the player's strength, limited to the number of people they've killed. He flaunts how he at least made it to the final battle, whereas Corrin is lying there and is about to get crumbled by Tate-2's minions. When Si-hoo calls all of Corrin's actions useless until now, Corrin denies his claim and says to Si-hoo that he seems to have never witnessed Mariette's smiles filling joy in people's life, even when she's a vampire, and the children who just begun to accept themselves as they are and are walking forward by each step, and the ones who are pushing their own limits. Si-hoo whispers to him if this all brought him some joy, before telling Corrin to give up since his job here is over, as he has no strength left. His words anger Corrin, making him get back up on his feet before punching Si-hoo as he disappears. Skaze sees Corrin standing again and asks him if he still has got the regenerative powers left. Without answering Skaze, Corrin reactivates his rune of regression, and the spear appears once again. When Corrin throws the spear in Skaze's direction, Skaze catches it in midair and throws it towards Corrin, telling him to catch it if he wants it that much. The spear goes straight towards Corrin with great speed and pierces into Corrin's chest. Skaze then moves towards Corrin and burns down Corrin's body with his weapon. After he has made sure that Corrin is completely defeated and is deep into the crumbles and fire, Skias turns around to leave. However, just when Skaze takes a few steps forward, he hears some movement. When he turns around towards it, he is shocked to see Corrin standing there. This was enough to fuel the burning fire of anger within Skaze, and he grabs Corrin by his hair to pick him up, confusedly questioning how Corrin's still alive. He then throws Corrin up into the air and grabs his own weapon, wondering if Corrin will be able to revive if he is burnt down to complete ashes. Skaze transforms back into a dragon and flies up to the sky and breathes fire towards Corrin, telling him to just stop playing with his spear already and die. Suddenly, while breathing fire, Skaze notices that his fire is getting sucked in, which he can't understand how. He then sees his own weapon coming towards himself, having the rune of regression engraved on it. When the weapon hits Skaze, Corrin mocks him for his multiple states and says that he is just a servant of the king at the end. When Corrin asks Skaze about what he thinks Corrin is, Skaze calls him an unfunny person and yells for him to just die as he breathes fire once again. In the preview game, Park Si-hoo and Corrin reach to the final boss, which means the king's servants, users of the four treasures, were somehow defeated. Corrin is the first spear of the queen, and the only human to be fully aware of Claw Solace's true powers. Its owner in the last game was Corrin himself. The weapon of the Skyas transforms into a small ball of Claw Solus and Corrin consumes it. As soon as he does so, Claw Solus accepts him as its user and a great warrior. He gains the light of the sun, Agatrim. When the fire from Skaze reaches Corrin, he remains intact, standing between it, and claims that it's the second time he is using the sun. Skaze gets furious and punches him across the face, making him crash into the ground. However, he once again says the spells to activate the runes of regression, and the place fires up. The Claw Solus absorbs all the heat and fire around it, while Skias grunts at Corrin, saying that it belonged to him. When Corrin throws the weapon, made of Claw Solus, at Skaze, he burns down into ashes while screaming and grunting in pain until he is no more. Corrin stands between his ashes and the ruins of the castle, challenging him to come back at him even by increasing their numbers, because he would do anything and won't stop anytime soon until he has completely saved the world. Huaran and Mariette continue fighting against the giants, using multiple deadly techniques like Crimson Bow, which pierces the bodies of the giants. Mariette suddenly shouts out Huaran's name and asks her if she also felt something strange on Corrin's side. She affirms but also mentions the large number of giants still alive. To help out Corrin, Mariette suggests that she'll pave the way for Huaran with Deoku. But before she could complete her sentence, a bright light shines above their heads. The two of them, along with the giants, look above themselves and see Corrin descending between them while shining with the light of the sun. The powers of the giants being sealed by the power of the sun leaves the giants no option than to obey Corrin, who holds the light right now. They get on their knees and bow to Corrin, whereas the girls run to him. Mariette quickly hugs him, which makes Corrin worry about her since he holds the power of sun, and Mariette, being a vampire, must be uncomfortable right now. However, when he inquires if she's fine, she claims it insignificant and asks him about why he is so much injured. Huaran also feels sad to see Corrin so much hurt and to comfort her. He places his hand over her head, assuring her that he's fine now. Suddenly the power and light of the sun goes off from Corrin, and he turns back into a normal person, which immediately catches the giant's attention. This is when Corrin realizes that they're now in a great table because the giants start running after them to finish him off. He hadn't guessed that it would turn off this quickly, and the three of them, along with Deoku, start running for their lives. It starts to get harder for them to run away as the giant takes longer strides than them. The king of the giants soon gets closer to them and jumps on them, claiming to devour them and then all the humans in the world. As soon as Corrin realizes that they are about to get caught, a blue light flashes and the giant's arm is cut off from his body. When they turn around, they see that Garand has arrived, at which Corrin tells them how late he is. Holding the blade on his shoulders, Garand walks towards the giants to protect Corrin and others, saying his old body takes time climbing up this high. He then addresses how everything has resonated so well, before he tells Corrin to leave the giants for him to deal with. As Corrin and others run away, Garand fights with the giants, thinking how he missed such a good scene of the sword demon getting killed. Nevertheless, he was delighted to have a swordsman of his match now, and after encountering them in a world higher than the highest mountain, he feels the true joy. While Corrin and others climb down the tree, he feels like repaying the debt to Garand, for they wouldn't have been saved if it wasn't for Garand. He asks Mariette and Huaran to cut down the tree to repay the debt of Garland, but they feel confused. He explains how enraged he is at the fact that he almost died to the sword demon whom Garand trained. Therefore, Corrin wants to take his revenge and decides to leave Garand behind on the Sky Island for a year or more. Huaran and Mariette listen to Corrin's request and destroy the tree using their great powers. When Garand notices the tree getting destroyed while he is fighting the giants, he cannot believe what Corrin just did to him. At night, Corrin sits on a branch of a tree, looking up at the moon, when Alicia wakes up and walks outside. He inquires about her well-being, to which she accepts that her body is aching, but more than that, her heart is a mess. She explains how all she wanted was to live an ordinary life after entering the academy, and just wanted a normal school life by having fun and doing the ordinary things. However, due to the turn of events, she's become too far from ordinary and has turned into a person who can't help but be drawn to cutting people down. When Corrin notices how ashamed she feels to be herself, he assures her that it isn't a bad thing as long as she keeps her morals and choices on the right track. By that, it means that she must not draw her sword on anyone, but on the weirdos who make strange choices. He further tells her to have some pride in herself if she wants to live a normal life with her powers. Availing the opportunity, she asks Corrin to promise her to stay by her side and care for her since she's a weird person, because she doesn't know when she might make the wrong choices. And for that, she asks him to do ordinary things for her, like going around the town on weekends or having desserts at nice cafes. Corrin, for her sake, accepts to play along at last. At last, the saga of Sky Island ends, but not so elegantly. On one feast, Corrin announces to Mariette and Huaran that he's getting engaged. The two of them stop between chewing their food and look at Corrin in shock, asking him who he is getting engaged to. Before Corrin can answer for himself, Lunya walks in and addresses Huaran and Mariette as Corrin's mates, and introduces herself, declaring that they're getting engaged in a week. The girls are still in shock and haven't processed this information yet when they are asked to be the bridesmaid by Lunya. Corin sees their reactions and decides to keep playing this prank for longer to have more fun. They both start making up stories about how they fell in love with each other and will get married on the day of the full moon. He doesn't even complete his sentence when Mariette gets up to leave. Thinking about implementing her vision of making Corin a vampire in future, Corin is too confused to understand what suddenly happened to Mariette until he looks at Hwarin crying. She sniffles while congratulating Lunya and Corin and wipes her tears. When he sees that his joke has gone too far, he tries explaining it to them, but Hwarin also runs away crying. Corin falls on the ground, confused about what to do, at which Lunya laughs and calls him a sinful fiancé of hers. The night approaches and Hwarin and Mariette are nowhere to be found. Corin wonders where the two of them could have gone since he really wants to apologize to them. However, he worries about what if they run away once again. He puts the blame on the heavenly Yaksha's physical capabilities for making it unable for him to catch up. Suddenly, Corin feels someone standing behind him. Upon turning around, he sees that it's Hwarin, so he tries to talk to her, but she refuses to talk and walks past him. At once, another girl looking like Hwarin appears from the front and walks to Corin in a nightdress. She walks pretty close to Corin and declares that she'll be sleeping with him, which makes him confused. Hwa declares her wish of sleeping by Corin's side, so he lets her sleep by himself. However, as she drifts to sleep, he thinks about how boldly she demanded from him when she looks as innocent as a kid while holding his hand during sleep. Hwa clings on to her the whole night, and in the morning, she's the first one to wake up. She stands in front of the mirror and says something that isn't coming. When Corin asks what she's talking about, she answers that she is talking about the crane and asks him why it hasn't arrived yet. While stretching his arms, Corin informs her about the absence of cranes here, adding that they should have stayed far to the north since they are found in large numbers near the northern kingdom. He then tells her to get ready for breakfast, and the two of them freshen up. At breakfast, Corin tells Hwa that her engagement is just a fake one, and asks her to tell this to Ran as well since he only wanted to surprise them. As Hwa makes a bite, he talks about how skilled and busy she has gotten. However, she cuts him off mid-sentence by extending the chopstick to him and asking him to eat the bite, offering him to travel with her if something like that ever happens again. Corin gets surprised by her gesture but eats it anyway, before thanking her and accepting her offer. Now that he has explained it for Hwarin, Corin needs to find Mariette. However, the problem is that nobody, not even the servants of Arden, know about her whereabouts. This leaves Corin with only one choice, seeking Dayaku's help. Corin promises Dayaku to get him the highest quality black cow if he tells about the whereabouts of his mother, Mariette. After a lot of criticism and degradation, Dayaku finally reveals Mariette's location, so without wasting any time, Corin goes straight to find her. Mariette is found at the Arden Manor's exterior guest chambers. When Corin reveals the truth to her, she yells at him for not being clear from the get-go. Thus he apologizes. Afterwards, embarrassment takes over her, and she repeatedly kicks the sheets of the bed while burying her face in the pillow. After calming down, she comes out from under the sheets and tells Corin that she trusts him blindly. And even if he promises her to return her money threefold, she would lend him all of her money. Therefore, he must not lie to her ever. However, deep in her mind, she thinks that no matter what he does, he is going to belong to her anyhow in 100 years. Eventually, all the girls, who like Corin, find out that his engagement with Lunya is fake, and their dates are just to trick others. But Alicia is still in the dark, oblivious about their engagement being fake as she finds herself on the neighboring table of Lunya and Corin in a restaurant, trying to spy on the two with jealousy. She can't understand why she's here, nor does she remember how and when her feelings for Corin were born. She wonders if it's from the beginning, the sword-breaking incident, the serial-killing incident, or if it's recent after he promised to stay by her side. However, Alicia is shaken out of her thoughts when she sees the scene unfold in front of her eyes. Lunya gets up from her chair and grabs Corin by his chin while leaning into her face. He says her name in a questioning way, to which she replies that they should give people a sweet scene to look at. When Corin realizes it, he also gets into the character and starts flirting back at her. Seeing him flirt so efficiently, she mentions to him that he's still slow in some regards. Corin asks Lunya if he's missing something, but she denies and turns back to look at the empty table where Alicia was sitting a while ago. Lunya then informs about leaving, mentioning how wonderful the date was that she might actually consider him as her fiancé. On the engagement day, Lunya and Corin look stunning in their white dresses, and the ceremony begins. As the ceremony continues and the couple dances, they suddenly hear a voice. When they turn around, they see Alicia crying, refusing to accept the engagement. Seeing Alicia standing up for herself, Lunya gets reminded about how Alicia lived up with a sparkle, but gradually lost her spark until today. She wonders if Alicia has finally made up her mind when she sees Corin getting dragged by Alicia to somewhere mid-ceremony. The woman urged Lunya's mother to go after Alicia, but Lunya suddenly pretends to faint due to the shock. Meanwhile, Alicia drags Corin to Hwarang, and the three of them fly off using the eagle. After Lunia has made sure that they're off, she gets up from her mother's arm and declares that she's too shocked to meet any other men for a while. This is how the wedding ceremony in the East Arden falls apart. After Corin and Alicia get inside the eagle, Corin questions her about what just happened, so she hands him a letter from Lunia and tells him that Lunia already knew about his plan, so they gathered a trustworthy team, consisting of Alicia, Mariette, and Huaran. When they ask him where they should head to, he tells them to keep going as they've got a lot to do. This way, their break spent in the eastern regions comes to an end. The queen fights against the increased army of the king for 4 consecutive nights, and the enemies continue to get stronger. She continues to fall closer to her limits, and gets reminded how Corin's life will be ruined if she fails to purify the place. When the last question is thrown at her about why she isn't nervous by the arriving deadline, she confesses that she's rather happy because this means that Corin going to come back soon. 3 years ago, before Corin locks regression, Corin was fighting Aaron, but after a moment he gave up. However, Aaron could see the way he has practiced tirelessly, and his fundamentals are solid. Aaron then asks the reason behind him focusing on the 8 trigram spearmanship. Corin explains how it was the first thing that caught his attention in the martial arts section of the library, and he chose a spear because he heard it was easier to tackle than a sword. Corin thinks of learning Aaron's techniques as well, but Aaron suggests he shouldn't because they just consume him, and he should stick with the 8 trigram sperm for at least another 6 months. Valtazar's secret art, the 6-step spearmanship, was something Corin wanted to learn. Sihu introduced him to the NPC to begin training, but even after over a month, Corin made little progress. Thus, he couldn't help but envy Sihu's skill. The fact that Sihu only had to open his skill window and he could unleash extreme magic. However, being greedy and envious won't help anymore. This is why Corin decides to slowly make progress. Daily he used to swing his spear unleashing a great amount of mana, the energy enveloping the surroundings, and ending up learning the basic 7 forms. After mastering these 7 forms, he tried doing the advanced 8 forms, and after trying, it actually worked. In just 2 months, Corin was successful, and Aaron could see how badly his hands were hurt. She was holding his hands in shock, stating how she thought 6 months was a short estimate. She doesn't understand why Corin wants to get stronger. She explains if it was about being stronger, then Sigu is strong enough. Corin explains how sometimes even the hero needs a companion, someone to whom the wagon could be driven, and the most important thing is if he gets stronger, fewer people will die. Hearing this, Aaron realizes that Corin is a good person, but Corin doesn't agree, calling himself ordinary, which makes Aaron smile. The Mage Tower Rebellion incident was when the mages of the tower were on Firmak Daman's side, shattering the shell of Aaron Danwa, who disguised them as Chairman Ariu. Once the shell was gone, the actual Aaron got back to the world. According to the scenario, she died, and she left the players with her will to protect this world. Also, the hidden piece Tribulation Treasure Vault was unlocked, and that was the event, an event where no player could stop. At least that is what everyone believed. Yet the hand Corin held was of affection, and her voice was kind. It was none other than Aaron. Back to the present, Aaron is aware that Corin knows about her and Tatez's story, and Corin doesn't even lie about it. She passed on everything, including the 6-step spearsmanship, to her disciple, but his target was the coming of paradise, basically the end of the world. When Aaron denied the final step of succession, it was the biggest failure of her life. Aaron regretted her life choices, and in the game Heroic Legend of Arhan, there is a special event where Aaron Danua asks if Corin will take her as his master. This is a rare moment only unlocked if players meet many conditions and earn good karma. Excitedly, Corin agrees. However, by that point, knowing game secrets wasn't as important anymore. When he agrees, Aaron hugs Corin, advising him that it is okay to fall or fail, just keep trying. It's okay to cry, just smile brighter afterward. She encourages staying true to his beliefs and walking a righteous path. With that, finally she promises to grant Corin the blessing of the goddess as she kisses his forehead. This affection and warmth was something he could never forget. In the city of Nazria, the same thing happened for 300 years. The same night of death repeated itself. Yet, the immortal king's army was only getting stronger, and that balance that lasted for 300 years had reached the limit. As Aaron is running, she is worried that it is the 3rd night, and at this point the immortal king will become a lich fully. But then her eyes shift to the voice that comes from her front. It is Corin. He assures her to not worry because Georg has already been dealt with. Additionally, he tells her not to be in a rush because they have time since he has come to save her. When the immortal king Georg died, the city's time rewound 3 days, and all the undead vanished with it as if nothing happened. This city has a population of 1.2 million. Aram has made a pact with the Reaper because if any undead escape the city, everything will be destroyed. By day, this city is as normal as any other city, but at night it becomes a city ruled by the undead, and this continues in an endless loop. Though they have to defeat the undead bosses and kill Georg within 3 days. To do this, Aaron has split her soul in 2. The soul has repeated this 3-day cycle for 300 years, but Georg was starting to notice the loop, and now, the loop has reached its limit. so Corrin made a deal with the Reaper. Now, with the deadline coming, they have looped 3 more times. At night they fought the undead, and by day, they went on dates, read books, visited circuses, and enjoyed their time together. Yet now, the time has come. Standing at the top of the building, looking at the sunset, Eren thanks Corrin, but Corrin is more concerned about how she spent the loop for this long time. But Eren explains that spending it alone and spending it with someone are 2 different things. Corrin is glad that they could enjoy themselves together, but still regrets that they didn't go to one of the fancy restaurants. However, Eren thinks that a fancy restaurant is not needed to make things meaningful with her future disciple. Although tonight they will purify Nazria and end this never-ending night. According to Corrin's theory, this is possible as long as there is no abrupt interference. Corrin clarifies that this is him paying her back, and she will grant her a wish when this is over. On the other hand, Georg has understood that the regression had lasted for 300 years. Georg places 2 runes front and back and defiles the original runes. With this, the Nazria's cycle is over, and the curse has been amplified several-fold. Georg laughs manically and transforms into a lich, declaring to kill Eren. Seeing all of the undead in the monitored zone converging in one place, a battle priest stationed in Nazrea Cruz is shocked because this has never happened. The true Immortal King is summoning every undead in the city. Hiding behind some rock, Corrin and Eren are confused because anomalies happen. But this is the first of its kind, so they decide to hide for now and prepare. Before they could get out, another Doombolt spell was unleashed from the sky, poisoning the earth with the corrosion contamination, making it the land of death. This makes Corrin and Eren realize that Georg has become a lich already, and this means magic power in the city is infinite. Rather than hiding, they start running now because there is no point in hiding. Abruptly, mid-rank undead creatures and undead hunters start to appear out of the blue, but Corrin has had enough of this, so he uses his spear, unleashing the 6th wave attack. Even when Eren warns him not to use aerial movements because if he stops in mid-air things might get risky, he doesn't listen because Corrin has mastered this skill, so he skillfully slashes across these undead creatures, leaving Eren proud and shocked. On the flip side, Georg, the Lich, has gone completely crazy and has struck 10 strikes of the Doombolt spell, laughing maniacally, but then his laugh turns into seriousness when he sees his Doombolts disappearing. Just then, Corrin appears in front of him, acknowledging that Georg has forgotten what sunlight looks like in 300 years. With that, Corrin launches the Solar Focus skill. His aura turns fiery, and the bright light of the sun envelops the surroundings. Smirking, Corrin declares that this is the sun Georg has not seen for hundreds of years. When the fire surrounds Corrin, Georg can't help but scoff and laugh, assuming Corrin suddenly manifested such power. With that, Georg unleashed the Doombolt's maximum output, removing the energy of that sun. In addition to that, Georg finds it funny that Corrin really thought he could win with this, since the magic of the Endless Moon is blessing her. However, suddenly the character Georg gets shocked when bright lights start appearing on the undead creatures and him as well. He is more startled upon seeing a number of runes inscribed, the Rune of the Sun and the Rune of Fire, glowing over the floor. The runes have spread over a large scale. At that moment, Corrin agrees with Georg that suddenly manifesting this kind of power is not possible. He is stating all this while generating power with his hands. These last 10 days with Eren, the only reason Corrin had a leeway to act like a disciple is because of the battle traces that had been left behind by a hero that doesn't mind being forgotten. Those are the traces that have built up during 300 years alone, because during the tons of battles, Eren wrote runes all over the city. Releasing concentrated Sun Clausola's partial energy, Ronin creates a widespread fire in the surrounding area, declaring that it is the last night. Pausing for a moment, Corrin threatens the Immortal King to leave as he unleashes the ultimate Clausola solar manifestation, causing such bright light that it literally melts and burns away the undead creatures slowly. Just as they are melting and burning away, Corrin strikes the ultra-large-scale purification. Upon activation, this blinding energy covers the entire landscape with light. Georg screams with agony, pain, and astonishment, not understanding how someone who is a mere human has this much power. After 1.2 million deaths during 300 years of darkness, all the shadows are now swallowed by the sun. Finally, the darkness has vanished, and the city has turned to normal. Just then, the Death God appears, praising that Corrin did it, as he never thought this would be caused by something from the Tribulation Treasure Vault. However, now that Corrin has fulfilled his promise, it is time for the Reaper to fulfill his side. Hearing this, Eren looks at Corrin, being all emotional, not believing that this is really the end because once this ends, Eren will disappear. Both Eren and Corrin stand at a balcony looking at the city, talking about how things were hard, but still they got successful. In his heart, Corrin is aware that he will never forget Eren. In the past life, Corrin remembers how Eren bids her farewell to him, advising him to hold on to his conviction and walk the path of a king. Since even Eren of the present has different memories than his master back then, she always comforted him the same way with kind words. Though this time, Eren cups Corrin's face, assuring him that the goddess's blessing dwells within him, and instantly she presses a soft kiss to his lips, hoping that he will always be happy in his future, as tears streamed down her face. The moment the sun fulfilled its role and darkness receded once more, all traces of Eren would vanish, and that is exactly what happened. Aside from the disciple she raised like her own child, no visitors ever come to this castle where Eren remains. Balthazar, due to the betrayal of that disciple whom she thought of as her successor, she was sealed for 80 long years in the castle. What awakened Eren from her long silence was the flood of memories. 300 years ago, when she was roaming around Nazrea, which she somehow forgot, these memories rushed back. How she made the pact with the Reaper and how she had to repeat the night for more than 300 years. However, memories of Corrin come to her mind when he makes the pact with the Reaper himself. When an image of Corrin comes to her mind, she thinks this guy was Balthazar's disciple, as she thought he betrayed Balthazar and came to her. She remembers how he came to save her, but then the final memory of her kissing him came into her mind, and her cheeks grew warmer due to the blush on her face as sweat trickled down her face. In an instant, Josephine appears with a book by a portal, wanting to know if Eren wants to read it, but Eren is so embarrassed that she has closed her eyes, not wanting to face anyone. She touches her lips, not able to forget the memories of her kissing her student, Corrin. Now, at the second holy site of Zion, in the Grand Cathedral, one of the saintesses, Estelle, is informed by her men about the city of Nazrea being purified in one single night. The man explains how it was like the sub and probably a blessing for humanity. 4 years ago, Estelle visited Nazrea and succeeded in purification through a prayer ritual, but it didn't last long and got back to its original state after only 3 days. Now that the place is purified, a different kind of suspense and fear has been spread, because no one knows who the person behind this purification is yet. Estelle orders to find out who purified Nazrea. This news was the highlight across the continent, even in the Mage Tower and the church, and also towards the freezing north. In the Northern Kingdom, the Dingle Peninsula, in the freezing atmosphere, where monsters are always roaming around, the people are always ready for the battle. Thus, this place inevitably became a place where only strength is admired, and 80 years ago, someone appeared in this place. This place was the only suitable place for this person, Tatez Valtazar. Now sitting at his throne, Valtazar is interrogating people. One of the guys is begging him, trying to explain he was not the one from whom the sun was taken. But when Valtazar unleashes bolting light at the poor guy, he reveals that it was Corrin, as he is also the one who might have killed Fermac. The guy explains how Corrin called himself Eren's first spear. When Valtazar mutters Corrin's name, it makes the people around realize that Valtazar is aware of this name. Thus, Valitzar reveals that he knows him, because his rival has shifted from the boy Park Sihu to him, and Valitzar thinks to actually personally meet Corrin if he claims to be Eren's spear. On the flip side, standing in front of the academy, Corrin smiles because now he is a second year. This academy is created to manage special demi-humans in the school called Integrated Dormitory. Basically, it is a dormitory made to isolate Huarab and Mariette, and Josephine was a professor who was the supervisor due to a shortage of staff. Right now, Huaran is holding the tuna fish's head higher in the air, leaving Josephine shocked. Right now, Corrin is the assistant supervisor as well, and all the students are busy chopping off the tuna and doing other stuff. Witnessing all the chaos, Josephine needs an explanation from Corrin, so he explains that Mariette said she will have a lot of guests, so right now she is busy setting up the furniture, and this is why large furniture is being brought up. Huaran bought a bluefin tuna from the market, so they decided to eat together, and Alicia is here just for help. She is right now using her Arden-style sashimi technique for thinly slicing the meat. Playfully, Corrin offers to give the meat to Josephine at a good price, but she can't bear this chaos anymore, and suggests that they clean the mess and get rooms ready for the first years that Corrin told her about. Corrin assures her that the first years he mentions are a brother and sister pair, so they can sleep in a single room, which can be prepared by him alone. However, Josephine informs him about also helping him herself, because there are 2 other rooms to prepare since there are new first years coming to the academy tomorrow. She requests Corrin to guide them. Hearing this, Corrin can't help but smirk because he demands to only do it if she listens to his request. Basically, the responsibility of guiding the first years is given to outstanding second-year students, and Mariette is now a third year. Thus, the one guiding them is Corrin. Now, in the train, Corrin explains the academy to the students and guides them while Huaran has a happy enrollment board in her hands. As he gives the tour and waits for the students to ask any query, the male students end up complimenting Corrin's dress, leaving Huaran awkward. Upon arriving at the academy, Huaran decides to leave as someone annoying comes to find her. Before Corrin could dig in more, Huaran left while flying, even though flying inside the academy is not allowed. However, now it finally feels real to Corrin after guiding new students that he is a second year, though his attention shifts to the 2 sibling pairs of Ren and Ron, who are going inside the academy and deny the offer of help from Corrin, claiming they will handle it on their own. Seeing them, Corrin is sure these are the students who will get the most attention. Right then, his gaze shifts to Alicia and he asks who is in charge of the West Gate, but she is busy guiding the students. Unexpectedly, a voice calls out his name, confirming if he is Sir Corrin. Upon turning back, Corrin sees a new first year named Miriam Elizabeth L. Rass. who greets Korin with a warm smile. The moment he looks at her, Korin realizes how wrong his prediction was about Ren and Ron getting the most attention. Hearing El Ras, Korin kneels down in front of Miriam, leaving Alicia gasping as her gaze darts towards him in shock. But the whole one may not recognize their face or first name. There is no one who would not know this surname. Kneeling down, Korin kisses her hand with respect because this person is the second princess of this country. Additionally, she is the villainess of the heroic legend of Arhan's era. The way Korin behaves so respectfully impresses Miriam, and she praises his etiquette, curious where he studied it. Lowering his gaze, his expression darkened, and he revealed that he learned it from someone he knows. The reality is, Miriam is the one from whom he learned it. In their first meeting, she demanded that a gentleman should kiss a lovely lady's hand and ask for a dance if a lady stands before him. Even after that, in Korin's past life they had some sort of relationship, and some other things happened too. But in the previous life they didn't meet inside the academy. However, both Miriam and Korin are interrupted when Estelle Hadasha El Ras greets him, all happy to see Korin. She wonders if they could share hands, and without hesitating, Korin reaches out to her and greets her as he introduces himself. When Korin acts formally, Estelle assures him not to because they are students of the same academy. With that, she looks at Miriam, addressing her as Mir, while pretending she didn't see her at first, giving an excuse that she is so small. Miriam can't help but get annoyed, and also remind Estelle to not call her Mir. However, Estelle reminds Miriam to call her Ani or Sunbae as well, and also declares that she has returned starting today, acknowledging the fact that it has been a little over 2 years since she took a leave of absence. Annoyed, Miriam states how respect is only given to those who are above them, and the only thing Estelle has, according to Miriam, is some useless chunks of flesh. With that, Miriam thanks Alicia for escorting her, addressing her politely as Alicia Sunbae Nim, before leaving. Estelle follows, giving Korin a quick goodbye. Alicia and Korin stood there stunned, sweat trickling down their faces, because Miriam gave this much respect to Alicia while Korin was still having the process of digesting everything, being aware of one thing: he is doomed. Now on the way to the hall, Ren and Ron are a little scared, but still they try to act confident. This is when Miriam greets them and offers to shake hands with them since they are from the same year. Hesitantly, Ron steps forward and extends his hand, but that is when Miriam holds his wrist harshly, stating how they killed each and every beastman, but still these disgusting mutts are left. With that, she threatens him to never ever touch her staff and throws him on the ground as his sister consoles him. At the same time, Korin is confused as hell and feels like walking on the ice, not knowing what will happen next because these two characters were introduced very late into the story, so they weren't even supposed to be here. Still, they appeared in the academy at the same time. Not having much of an idea, Korin thinks that it is maybe because of the purification of Nazria. He was too careless. Later on in the class, Korin is not focusing on anything, knowing that he is in big trouble. The professor in the class spots him not focusing and asks him a question, but when he doesn't answer, the professor ends up deducting his marks. This makes things more frustrating for Korin. Pressing forward, he is walking down the corridors, calling it an unwritten rule to go through orientation and finish class early on the first day. As he enters the dormitory, Korin recalls the earlier plan was to just have Josephine, Mariette, Warren, the Wolf siblings, and him in the special dormitory. But now that Korin remembers, Josephine told him about preparing 2 more rooms as 2 more people were coming. Just when he realized what happened, from the room, a voice called out for him. It was Miriam, who was sitting at the edge of the bed ordering him to maintain his etiquette. But then, Korin explains how a gentleman only kisses a lady's hand once a day. This makes Miriam chuckle, making her wonder how a commoner knows so much about etiquette. With that, she tells him to support her when the royal succession starts next year. Not looking at her, Korin reveals that he is a lowly guardian, and she cannot really gain much from his support. As Miriam reveals that he is the knight who carried a holy relic recognized by both the Catholic and Protestant churches, Claus Solus, Korin walks and stops in front of her. As Korin stands in front of her, she can see how suspicious he is of her, so she grabs Korin by the neck and pulls him towards herself, claiming to pay him in advance. As she lies on the bed, she wraps her legs around his waist and demands to know what Korin wants from this royal who nobody has touched before, since she will give him whatever she wants, and he can ask her anything. While she stretches her arms out on the bed, red streams of energy surround the whole room, and Korin looks at her as if he is hypnotized. Lying on the bed, Miriam grants Korin permission to do whatever he wants as red energy envelops the room. With that, she gets closer to him, declaring how he is her destiny, so he should devour her and make her his, as her eyes shine with a red glow. When Korin realizes what is happening, he jerks out of bed, stumbling to his feet, panting heavily, realizing that she even used aphrodisiac incense to tempt him, and finding it disappointing because a noble who is about to inherit a throne shouldn't be doing this. However, Miriam has other games in her mind to use the sun god's champion as a political card. She explains how marriage and child conferencing are the oldest forms of transaction. Ignoring that Korin wants to know what Miriam meant by destiny earlier, but when she doesn't care to explain, Korin begins leaving. Once he reaches the door, Miriam offers to set the mood for another day, But when he refuses, she explains how her conditions might change his heart, wondering how confident he is with his decision. Looking back and smiling at her, he reveals that he learned it from someone he knows, to be careful when it comes to beautiful women. With that, Corin gets out of the room, leaving Miriam smirking as she thinks of working hard. Corin is panting, as this was very dangerous, and the weird part is that he has been getting in these kinds of situations more often. Corin recalls an incident with Mariette, also with Alicia, where she said stuff to Corin because she chose theater as her elective and chose to play about an affair, and then Hwarin holding his hands every chance she got. Ever since Corin swallowed the sun, his body has been flowing with yang energy. Because Hwarin releases an endless amount of yin energy because of her 9 yin meridian physique, even touching him feels good. At break time, she keeps holding his hand and insists on staying for a little longer. Later on, at the cafeteria, Corin discusses this issue about women clinging to his body with Jaeger and Lark. However, at first, Lark and Jaeger remain calm, but then start to grab him in anger, calling him a playboy and suggesting he pick one woman. All of them freeze in their position when Miriam approaches them, though both Lark and Jaeger sit at their places and hear their conversation with their jaws dropped, since Miriam requests Corin to give her a tour because she is going to the city center soon. Seeing him, Jaeger thinks that they don't have to give this guy any advice, as it feels that he will be split in 5 ways any second. Lark agrees. At first he was jealous, but now he is taking this academically. He thinks that Corin's body is releasing pheromones, and for some reason their immune system prevents them from affecting them. When Jaeger doesn't get what Lark is saying, Lark signals him to look at Corin, who is now talking to Professor Airyu. Jaeger's eyes widen with shock because both these dumb guys pretending to be smart think that Corin has some issues, and he is interested in men too. Later on, Professor Airyu announces to the first-year students about Marikaba's ritual, which is practical training at the hunting ground. However, this time, rather than monsters, a few second years will be their opponents. With that, the practical training begins. At the hunting ground, some innocent students are impressed by a new student, German Luther, as he is a second-ranked student. They decide to form teams and plan a strategy. On first impression, German Luther looks like an ordinary kid just like the others, but he can't help but feel disgusted to be on the same rank as the Wolf siblings, because there is nothing he could do about losing to Princess Miriam, who was ranked first. German is aware that he would have left this academy if he was not appointed for his holy mission. Last semester, a covert unit from the Order infiltrated the academy to eliminate the monster, but got captured. At that time, Bishop Renaud denied any connection in order to save them, but now they sent German Luther, so now he has to hide that he is from the Order and act as a model student at the academy. Running, the 3rd and 4th ranked students call for German to follow them as they see their opponent. However, German has no choice but to build trust by completing practical training with them. Some students find it unfair that there are more than 400 students, so it might be tough for the seniors. However, German has other concerns. The main thing is to defeat these seniors and steal their insignia, so he has decided to act and lead these kids, and later on, use them as his pawns to achieve the goal. Everyone's attention shifts to their back when they hear a loud thudding noise from behind. From afar, Josephine looks at students being scared and recalls how Corin decides to do new student orientation, but puts a condition to include the returning students that he chose for the hunting ground test. Standing there, Josephine wondered if listening to the request was right. At the time when students thought that second-year students might have a tough time fighting 400 students, they had no idea who the second-year students of Merkaba Academy were. At first it is Ul, who has mastered the ultimate druid technique of wicker men in half a year. Then Dron, the magic swordsman mercenary, who got a super expensive magic sword set because of successful investment, and Kransel Rude, the golemancer who now controls a super golem. Other than that, there's Hwarin, who needs no introduction. Lastly, the head of the Arden family, Alicia. They all are giving a hard time to the students, and chaos has erupted in the hunting ground, with no one able to fight back or even raise their weapons to defend themselves. On the flip side, some students are running away by seeing a figure emerging from the shadows having clown makeup on his face. It is obviously Corin, yet the German stands frozen. Confused and a little hesitant, German takes his weapon and hears how the person calls all the students fools because they all ran away by seeing clown makeup. Inscribing runes of fire on the ground, Corin unleashes fire, spreading horror in the hunting ground, creating more commotion. As fire erupts everywhere, German shivers with fear as horror slashes across his face. Corin is aware that German has no idea that the person who turned Merkaba Academy's notable second years into super soldiers was the clown before him. While some students faint and cry, German is unable to move from his place because of fear, and Corin can't help but enjoy this sight, demanding to know why he is so serious. With that, he gets a little closer, grinning and ordering him to smile. Meanwhile, German trembles as sweat trickles down his face. After being born in the St. Michaela Monastery and walking down the path of faith his whole life, German had times when he wanted to ask if God really existed, but he is sure of one thing: the devil does exist, after looking at this clown in front of him. As German tries running, Corin uses his spear between German's legs, making him fall on the ground. Just then, Corin declares that this is the end. Out of fear, German shuts his eyes, not able to witness what is going to happen to him, and also starts crying. That is when Korin pats his hand on German's head and helps him stand up, praising him for his guts. When Korin introduces himself, German immediately recognizes that it is the same guy who fought with Lunya Arden. Now that German has calmed down, Korin explains how he was looking for skilled first years, and aside from the princess, German is the one. Extending his hand, Korin offered German to work with him. Surprised, German immediately shook hands with Korin, agreeing to the offer. The first thing Korin needed to do in this hunting ground was to scour German, a spy of the order that Korin is already aware of. 1 hour after the test started, Ron and Ren have been getting attacked by the students, and Ren is knocking them out, guiding Ron to check their backpacks and take their armbands. Poor Ron doesn't understand why everyone is attacking them, and wonders if maybe it is because they are demi-humans. However, Ren explains it is not because of that, but because they are second rankers and everyone wants their armbands. Taking the armband of their seniors is worth more points, but they are all too strong, so they are trying to take armbands from people of their own year to get points. Though, in the last part, they have to trade these in for prizes. But when Ron and Ren arrive at the final stage, the cottage is on fire. But then an earthquake appears, and a giant tower-like building appears in front of them, likely made by Yuel because it is covered with vines. As the wolf siblings stand there, Miriam also comes from behind, sensing the scent of fur. This tower has 3 entrances, so Ren and Eon decide not to follow Miriam and enter the other gate. When they enter the gate, Drom is already inside, sending lightning strikes to the ground, making it hard for the siblings to stand on the ground. Dron makes it clear that these are the situations he was hired for, so he can't go easy on them. This place has 3 entrances, 3 rooms, and 3 guardians. Then, the corridors join, and there are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Lastly, there is the 3rd floor, where Korin is waiting for the students. Although one of the first-year students is already hiding using his infiltration skill successfully, no one can deceive Korin the moment he senses someone. He comments on how he heard that there is someone killed in stealth. With that, Korin doesn't waste a second and strikes his spear at the side of the pillar, where he senses the presence. The way the spear unnaturally curved when the person thought it missed made the first-year student shocked. In an instant, this guy feels like his soul is being messed with. It is because Death God's orb, that will always hit the mark, will separate the body and spirit. Because of this, his concentration is fading, and he is even losing his stealth. The man's eyes widen in shock as Korin calls him by name, questioning if he, Rashid ad-Din Mustali, a first-year 2nd-rank knight, is using a technique from an assassin clan. For a moment Rashid pauses but then gets out of his hiding spot, warning that Korin shouldn't have mentioned it, and attacks Korin from behind with his whips. At first, Korin lets the guy attack and dodges it, but when Rashid doesn't stop, Korin grabs his spear to attack back. Rashid always wanted to stay away from bloodshed, wanting to leave his past behind. But now that this senior in front of him has mentioned it, Rashid can't help but kill Korin to hide his identity. Moving swiftly, he unleashes fire against Korin, but little does he know that fire and heat are Korin's expertise. As Korin dodges the fire, leaving Rashid surprised, he explains how Rashid deserves a reward for doing this much, so he should go up and address his points. With that, Korin also mentions that it doesn't matter if he learned magic, swordsmanship, or assassination, but that stealth ability is needed soon too. The second thing Korin needed to do in this hunting ground was to test the skills of the worthy first year. At the same time, the wolf sibling almost died because of Dron's abilities, but still ended up being passed. At the 2nd floor, in the presence of Hwarin, they were passed immediately because obviously Hwarin couldn't control her strength against them, so she let them go. At the 3rd floor, Korin was waiting for other students, and Ren and Ron arrived. The moment they enter, a slash strikes near their face. It is Korin's spear, which was targeted towards Ren, but when Ron lets his guard down, Ron is knocked out by Korin, and he faints on the ground. Surprised, Ren looks at her brother, but ends up running when Korin activates the Tiger Sweeping Wind to attack them, and they turn into the beast, their actual form. Korin doesn't feel great treating them like this, but he needs to make sure that these kids pull their weight by growing them to that level. Holding his spear, which is glowing with the activation of his spell, Koden looks at them and declares to end this now. If it is not a full moon, holding the beast instincts is easy. However, being transformed is a different thing. Now Ren and Ron have transformed, being totally violent. In their final form, they would continue being in human appearance, but the wolf siblings have not matured, so they are limited to this beast form. While transformed, Ron, who is completely harmless, acts like a thirsty rabid dog. On top of that, he has to fight the 2 of them. As they attack together, Korin reflects on how communication between beasts can be done wordlessly as they launch coordinated attacks. And as for these siblings who have gone through things together, they have no opening left. When Korin tries attacking Ren, Ron comes in between to save her. Thus, Korin explains while fighting how Ron should attack the enemy instead of saving his sister. Using his spear, Ron uses this opportunity to knock Ron out, telling him to never give a single moment to his opponent. However, Ren is a little smarter than Ron, so she attacks him, but her attacks are not precise. Launching attacks on them, Korin explains how they need to attack the vital points. At this rate, both the siblings are on the ground and have turned to human form. crying with pain and agony. Corin suggests they stand up and fight until their bones are broken. However, Corin notices how they have given their all, so he grabs Ren to make her stand up and thinks that this is enough for now. It is hard for him to be tougher with these little kids. Corin could not react to their final form in one try, but still, they understand what it means to fight, and they have toughened themselves, and this is what is admirable. As Corin has grabbed Ren in his arms, he smiles, asking if her appa got very aggressive. Ren is crying, being frustrated that Corin treats them like children, but both the kids end up hugging him. Seeing this, Corin acknowledges that he was mean, but at the same time praises their situational judgment and physical abilities. The fact that they were not able to beat him, still, Corin let them pass because they were actually good. Even though the siblings felt comfort in that warm embrace, they swore they'd never have to rely on it again. As Corin looks at them leaving, he feels a presence behind him. When he turns around, it is Miriam, who is clapping, impressed because the wolf siblings went up so long ago, yet Corin is still just standing. Additionally, she calls the siblings puppies, praising their physical abilities. She also mentions how Corin was acting as if he was playing in a playground while dealing with them. Corin reminds Miriam that he is an examiner right now, so if she wants to pass, she will have to defeat him, and when it comes to her, he won't deal with her like he did with those siblings. Since she decides to take the thing out that she is hiding in her dress, then he will have to use his full power to fight back. Turning back, Miriam reminds him how she was ready to remove her dress earlier, but Corin didn't fall for it, so she will lose this. Declaring this, Miriam turns to leave. Though what Miriam has hidden in her dress is a snake familiar. Yet, even though Corin revealed knowing about her secret weapon, she didn't show the slightest hint of surprise. Corin is damn sure it will be difficult again like last time because he doesn't know what to do with this person. On the flip side, some students are at the top of the tower, and a board is placed there about going back to the entrance. This makes the students go crazy. Not having much of a choice, poor kids are on their way to the entrance, blaming everything on the clown, Corin, calling him crazy as they heard the rumors of Corin being the future son-in-law of the Dunaled, but he is also engaged to Lunya. As they are moving ahead, they instantly stop when Corin appears in front of them, welcoming them all. Laughing, he questions about practice while he pours wine at the rewards that will be distributed among the students. Corin explains that there will be 4 or 5 magic stones and other high-ranking items. Jumping a little forward, Corin demands to know the similarity in these items and these people. When no one answers, Corin explains that both they and the rewards can burn easily, and with the flick of his fingers, he burns those rewards. The students are angry, wanting to kill this jerk, but obviously they know that they will end up getting beaten by him. Just then, Mariette appears with a chest having rank 3 and 2 magic stones. With that, Corin introduces the students to the craftsmen that will make them free weapons. They are top blacksmiths from the capital. He also praises Huaran and Mariette for transporting the material and the blacksmiths. On the other hand, Alicia places the dinner table for the gourmet dishes made with the best ingredients. Seeing the food, the students go crazy and dig in. After all, today is a day for them all. The ingredients and chefs were transported by Mariette. Also, the scammer blacksmiths whose weaknesses had been exposed were all summoned by Huaran. However, the way these seniors are being now is shocking for the students because they all are acting so sweet and kind when they are not fighting them. Alicia looks at Corin, reminding him how the expensive magic stones that he gave to 4,000 people are on him. Corin explains how, aside from liquid assets like the inn, he did spend his entire net wrong. Though to him, money is not important, but their lives are. He was planning for the money from the beginning for this moment, and he was able to give his juniors access to magic stones. Corin is aware that they all cannot become a fighting force just by giving them expensive equipment, but the survival rate should go up significantly. Even when Corin tries not to feel anxious, he can't help but feel this way, especially at this time. Keeping German by his side, recruiting Rashid, and pushing Ren and Ron were all part of his preparation, since the background of the next trial, which is looming ever closer, is here, at the Merkaba Academy. As the students are enjoying themselves, they invite Alicia to dance with them. Alicia turns to Corin to make sure if it is fine for her to do it, but Corin has disappeared. On the other hand, something new is unfolding. Elder Admalek, the Red Magic faction leader, declares to retrieve the experiment that is not a beast or a human. Black Magic faction leader Elder Morshatan is pretty confident that everything falls into their hands perfectly, especially since even the Golden Mage is participating. Mariette, that vampire, should be retrieved by their mage tower. Basically, the Magic Tower incident is about to begin. Originally, under the shallow investigation of the Grand Library Archives, they would have abducted the vampire girl and conducted experiments in the basements. But history will be twisted since Corin has already been waiting, standing at the Magic Tower, noticing and examining everything. The special dormitory housed students that are important to the academy. Firstly, it was Corin and Huaran, but now it is almost full. Every morning, Corin fights with Huaran, showers, and then sees the new students have arrived on the second floor. At the end of the floor, the 2 princesses have their rooms. The Princess Etel went to the chapel for morning prayers, while Miriam went to her lab. It is not like the original story, and as both princesses are living at the academy, Korin is worried about the changes. However, on the other end of the hall are the wolf siblings. Smiling, Korin opens the door of their rooms and tries waking them up, but these cuties demand to sleep for a little longer. Though, these kids would have grown to be villains. They obviously are tired as Korin pushes them past their limits during the test, but they are obviously like toddlers. Thus, Korin helps them brush their teeth. According to the original ploy, these siblings are very useful since they were mid-bosses, so it would be nice if they grew up quickly to their final forms. Though right now, Korin doesn't care because these kids, who went through something so awful, have turned out to be this cute instead. Looking at them, Korin can't help but think of changing the future without even hesitating. At the chairman's office, Eryu informs Koten about mages from the Mage Tower visiting here. When Korin asks them the reason, Josephine explains that they are here to access research materials of the Merkaba Grand Library and search about careers of students studying magic. Korin understands that the Mage Tower is always short-handed, so the students prefer working at the academy rather than the Mage Tower. Frowning, Josephine realizes that Korin knows well about the Mage Tower. At first, the Mage Tower had a monopoly on magic and mages. It was a place where corruption was common, and elder mages were always giving a hard time to juniors. But due to the Merkaba Academy, the Mage Tower lost its rivalry with the Academy after losing its dominant spot. This is when the witch hunt began. The Mage Tower naturally followed the will of order, as they'd treat demi-humans as test subjects. When heroes from the Academy became aware of this, they took a step to end the witch hunt, and that event was called the Witch Revolution. Though in front of Josephine, Korin claims to not know more than them. After all, she was a participant in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. Lowering her gaze, Josephine clarifies it was a long time ago, and she didn't do it alone. Eryu adds that he was there too, and so was Valtazar. Korin is aware that the topic of Valitzer, a traitor, is a sensitive topic for his master Eren, but needs to use what he can since they think of Korin as Valtazar's student. Korin has planned on leaking future information, disguised as Valitzar's plan. Thus, Korin spills how the Mage Tower is also related to Valtazar, leaving Josephine and Eryu shocked. Both Eryu and Josephine understand that this is the information of the future, and that the visitors have a motive beside just assessing the library or scouting students. Later on, sitting with Mariette, Korin explains to her how the Mage Tower is probably coming to visit her only, and that the vampire blood that flows in her is important to the Mage Tower, which has a need to study demi-humans. But Mariette is aware how problematic it will be if they try to lay a finger on her. The Dunalev family is the most influential and responsible for supplying the continent in the south. But Korin knows that the Mage Tower might not care about all of this since they follow Valtazar Tates. Looking at Korin, he decides that it is time. He tells her the truth about Valtazar and his plans. Before revealing anything, Korin gives Mariette the heads up to keep this conversation between them. After hearing everything, Mariette understands that the coming of paradise that the chairman's evil is trying to do is to collect all 4 real runes and all 4 secret treasures, then use that energy to ruin every civilization and create a place they wish. Korin agrees, elaborating that this is the reason the Catholic Church and the Mage Tower don't care how powerful or influential their opponents are at this point, since they have this thing in mind that everything will be demolished anyway. At this rate, Mariette looks scared and worried, as the plan is kind of horrific. However, Korin acknowledges that the Valazar plan looks unrealistic, but it will be executed because this is Valtazar they are talking about. Thus, Korin asks for a favor from Mariette. But Mariette is more than happy that Korin shared everything and assured of doing anything for Korin. Before leaving, Korin tells Mariette to come to the Happy Inn at midnight since he has some things to prepare. As Korin leaves, Mariette's face turns red, not believing that she will be with Korin at the inn alone. Later at night, Korin is stalking the mages who are staging at the hotel for the night and are planning to stay in the academy during the day. There are 50 mages visiting from the tower, and out of them, 3 are classified as named. The first is the Red Magic faction, Elder Admalek. He is a grumpy old guy who is the head of the fire mages. Then there is the Black Magic faction's Elder Morshutan. Lastly, there is Idrin of Gold, who collaborates with Valazar and is also the final boss of the Magic Tower incident. Hence, this is the guy Korin needs to take out the most. But as he is stalking them with a telescope, they all have cloaks, so Korin is not sure who exactly he is among those 50 mages over there. Meanwhile, Lark has become their servant, as he thought to get the Magic Tower. He is getting orders by the mages to carry their stuff, and they even threaten to squeeze their mana heart if he doesn't work properly. Though, Korin's gaze shifts to one of the mages running towards the back door. It is the 4th floor black mage of the Mage Tower, Manroji, having his gambling game with the other mages. Using his skill, Manroji is using his third eye skill to see the other mages and their cards from the floor's ceiling, obviously cheating. This is when Lena comes up to play with them. Later on, in the bedroom, Manroji was about to grab Lena, but Korin appeared in the room, using lesser curse magic on him. Korin grabs him by the face and throws him on the ground, having the eye that Manroji placed on the ceiling. Korin explains how he deserves to have an arm cut off for cheating, but worse for messing with a girl. The guy is freaking out, clarifying if Lena asked for it, but his eyes widen with shock when Corin clarifies that Lena is not the girl he is talking about, but Mariette. Corin reveals that the Mage Tower's plan is to abduct the demi-human, Mariette. Corin is aware that the Mage Tower doesn't see demi-humans as living things, so he brought Mariette with him to the room, and as she steps into the room, he guides Mariette to turn this guy into a vampire. A red aura surrounds Mariette and Corin as Mariette agrees to do whatever Corin is saying, while Corin smirks widely, looking horrific with his clown getup. Elder Morshutan is frustrated and asks where Manroji is because he hasn't seen Morshutan since the day before, and it's starting to bother him. They're inside the Merkaba Academy library. After that, Relin nervously responds, guessing that Manroji is probably out gambling again, to which Morshutan sighs because it's not unusual that Manroji often disappears for days, drunk and wasting time in gambling dens. Morshutan is clearly annoyed, because he had already made it very clear how important this operation was, and now he's stressed that their carelessness might make the black magic faction look bad, especially in front of Tower Master Idrin. Then a strange thought comes to Morshutan that maybe Idrin was pretending to be Manroji all along. Since Idrin is the only one talking directly to Tates, it's hard to know what's really going on. Moreover, Morshutan starts to worry that Idrin could be secretly working with the Red faction behind their backs. Suddenly, Morshutan tells Relin to find Manroji right away. While all this is happening, Morshutan hears someone making noise. He looks over and sees two people talking and acting annoyed. One of them reminds them to stay quiet because they're in a library, while the other sulks and looks upset, clearly not liking being told off. As Morshutan looks closer, something strange catches his attention. The features of the two people look different, and he wonders to himself if they might be demi-humans. Relin sits in a noisy bar, clearly annoyed and tired. She mutters to herself, frustrated that someone like her, a third-floor disciple of the Black Magic faction, has to waste time running errands. She curses under her breath, complaining about Manroji's disappearance and thinking about switching to the Red faction just to escape this nonsense. All she needs is to get close to one of the old men over there, and things might get easier. As Relin orders 2 martinis, stirred and not shaken, a young boy named Corin Locke suddenly appears and tries to start a conversation. Corin seems confident, maybe too confident for his age. After seeing Corin, Relin immediately senses trouble and questions why someone so young is even at a bar. Corin tries to charm her with compliments, acting like he's used to getting attention, but Relin is clearly unimpressed and irritated. Plus, Relin shuts him down harshly, wondering out loud why children are trying to flirt with her tonight. Meanwhile, a girl named Alicia seems completely lost in thought. She's thinking about a drama script she loves, one that's about a cheating scandal, and she can't understand why Relin isn't falling for Corin's act. As if the night couldn't get worse, Relin yells for another drink, shouting at the bartender about kids being allowed in a bar. Then, out of nowhere, a calm and elegant woman named Estelle appears and gently touches Relin's lips and tells her to stop swearing, speaking with grace and authority. The mood suddenly shifts, and Relin is unsure of who this new woman is or what she wants. Relin stares in shock as Estelle leans in closer, commenting on the color of her lips. Without hesitation, Estelle casually offers to buy her a drink, speaking with a boldness that doesn't match the usual grace expected of someone in her position. Relin becomes shocked, and also all the people wonder why the Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ras is here, in a bar, flirting so openly. Estelle isn't just any noble. She's the first princess, and also the Saintess, someone said to be loved by the gods themselves, but despite her divine title, her personality is far from holy. Estelle is known for being a shameless narcissist and a pleasure seeker who chases beauty, regardless of gender. Further, Estelle quickly learns that Relin is 26 and immediately suggests they hang out together for the night. Relin becomes flustered and mumbles something about Estelle being pretty, trying to hide her confusion, to which Estelle giggles and compliments Relin in return, saying she's cute, even if not quite as beautiful as herself. Afterwards, Estelle hands Relin a drink, encouraging her to enjoy the moment. Relin is overwhelmed by Estelle's energy and beauty and insists she's not drunk, though she's starting to question her own reality. Before she can fully process what's happening, Corin steps forward and firmly announces that they'll be taking Relin with them, as if the decision has already been made, and further explains that he took theater classes just to prepare for this very mission. Estelle, always proud, quickly adds that the mission only succeeded because of her beauty and crosses her arms, clearly annoyed that they're just going to leave after everything. Also, someone reminds them that they've been planning this operation for a long time too. Suddenly the mood shifts, and the other customers in the bar start reacting. Alicia and her partner shout, revealing that they're both first-ranked knights and demanding that the strangers back off. But Corin quickly tells Alicia to stop because he already knows the truth, that these people aren't just random troublemakers. Instead, they're part of the church's secret squad, the one that punishes anyone who harms demi-humans. Mordecai is shocked and questions how Corin could possibly know such a thing, to which Estelle warns that knowing too much can be dangerous, but Corin confidently says there's no danger for him, and also he claims he can handle all of them, even without Alicia's help. Vice Captain Mordecai angrily steps forward, but Estelle, in control as always, calls him out by name and tells Mordecai to stop. Besides, Estelle's thoughts confirm what she suspects, that this boy, Corin Locke, might truly be the one said to possess the sun. Corin then suggests they make a deal and lays down 2 conditions. Estelle assumes the first one is about taking Relin with him, and asks how he plans to pay them back for that favor. Furthermore, Corin names Elder Morshatan, the leader of the Black Faction, as their primary target if their goal truly is to punish those who harm demi-humans. He even offers proof of the illegal experiments Morshatan has been secretly conducting. Estelle listens closely, considering the offer, but reminds Corin that the intel needs to be reliable. After hearing this, Corin gives her a specific location, behind a mountain near the Magic Tower, in a hidden shack within Antec Village. Estelle's surprised at how much Corin's revealing without asking for anything first and immediately questions his true intention. That's when Corin reveals his real condition, that he wants every single mage from the Magic Tower involved in this mission to be arrested, from the high elders all the way down to the low-ranking ones. Even Corin calls the entire tower a corrupted den that has lost its way. Though it sounds extreme, Corin argues that if they're left unchecked, they'll end up betraying humanity to the powerful enemy, Tates Balthazar. Assistant Morkai hesitates, saying capturing that many people is nearly impossible, to which Corin simply offers to focus on Elder Morshatan, and says they'll handle the rest on their own. After hearing this, Estelle agrees and says she'll hand over Relin to Corin. Morkai, alarmed by this, tries to object, but Estelle silences him with a smile, clearly pleased by the advantage she's already gained. Curious, Estelle asks for his second condition, to which Corin responds by proposing they cooperate from now on. As long as it doesn't involve politics, he'll lend her his support. In exchange, Corin asks Estelle to pray for him. Estelle accepts without hesitation. As long as she holds divine power, she'll offer her prayers, especially now that they live under the same roof. Indeed, the Saintess's prayer is considered a rare and powerful blessing, only available during the final stages of a long journey. Corin, realizing this, cautiously asks when the prayers happen so he can benefit from them. But instead of answering seriously, Estelle smiles mischievously and tells him to call her sis. Corin hesitates because, after all, Estelle is both a princess and the Holy Saintess, but Estelle insists, pressing Corin again and reminding him they'll be working together for a long time anyway. Corin doesn't quite know if moving this fast is a good idea, but the situation is already out of his hands. Elsewhere, the Black Faction loses contact with Relin as well. While no one cares about Manroji's disappearance, Relin's absence hits Jolin hard. Jolin had found a reason to live again through her, and had even prepared a slave collar to keep Relin by his side if she joined the Red Faction. His obsession quickly turns into panic when a delivery arrives and a mysterious video stone is left at the door. What Morkai sees inside shakes him. The footage shows Relin, terrified and begging for help, surrounded by unknown attackers. The viewer celebrates capturing a young mage chick while Relin screams for help. Jolin watches in horror, crying out her name, and without wasting a second, Jolin shouts that he's coming to save Relin and rushes to the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, Corin watches all of this and reveals that Relin and the others were never his main target, and his real aim is the Tower Master of Gold, Idrin, but he has no idea who that is among the 50 mages who entered the academy. Still, Corin forms a strategy that if he can't find Idrin directly, Corin can at least eliminate suspects. Corin starts by ruling out Relin, stating that she was involved in a side quest called Shaded Love, where an old mage named Jolin had fallen in love with her. After that, Jolin enters to save Relin. Since they were both featured in a scripted quest, Corin concludes neither of them could be Idrin. Major villains like the Golden Mage wouldn't be placed in common side stories. Later, Corin moves on to Manroji, who had been previously captured, and was the focus of another side quest, The Cheater's Hidden Trick, a scenario where the player uncovers him cheating, and that's another name off the list. Corin realizes that any character tied to a clear, pre-written side quest likely isn't the secretive Idrin of Gold. So, his plan is to track down and capture every side quest character one by one, crossing them off until only unknowns remain. Meanwhile, in a dark and terrifying place, Jolin wakes up in panic. He screams, asking where he is and demanding to know what's going on. His pleas are met with silence, and a captor ignores the cries for answers and immediately begins torture. Jolin begs to cooperate, offering to talk, but his words are dismissed. What's more, Jolin is force-fed a thick red stew, and it tastes rich, too rich. Corin reveals it's not food, it's highly concentrated blood stew, and it's being used to turn them into a vampire. Corin observes this twisted experiment from the shadows, silently taking note of the madness. He's getting closer, but it's clear this mission will only get darker from here. Corin finds another ghoul and realizes how vampires create their servants. If someone is a virgin, they become a Dracule or Draculi, a stronger form, and if they're not, they become ghouls, like Manroji. Corin is frustrated, wondering why everyone seems to have experience except him, making him feel like the only virgin left in the world. A girl nearby shyly admits she's also untouched, saying she's only held her dad's hand, and that confirms Corin would turn into a Dracule rather than a ghoul. Now, since the man in front of Corin has become Corin's vampire servant, Corin knows he won't be able to lie and takes advantage of this, asking the man to spill everything he knows. The man is unable to resist and is about to speak. Korin questions the mage and finds out his name is Jolan. Further, Korin demands to know why they came to the city. Nervously, Jolan reveals their mission was to capture Mariette Dunalev and assassinate Chairman Ariu Kassar. Korin pushes for more answers, and Jolan blurts out that they were following the orders of the Tower Master, someone only known by the title Bayarin of Gold. The Tower Master, Idrin, claimed the mission was important and even planned to participate himself. Jolan isn't sure which faction he joined, red or black, but confirms that the Tower Master Idrin is among them in disguise. With this intel, Korin feels ready to move forward with his plan. At the same time, Korin threatens Jolan that he has kidnapped Jolan's beloved professor and other mages who recently disappeared, and a cruel ransom is demanded. Enough gold to fill a boat within a week, or else a finger will be cut off every night, starting immediately. As panic spreads, Jolan breaks down, but far away, the leader of the Red faction, Elder Admalek, reacts coldly, calling Jolan an idiot and saying he would have abandoned him if he wasn't his best disciple. The situation grows more tense as the two factions argue. Someone questions why the Black faction is even involved in matters that concern the Red faction. But Elder Morshatan, the leader of the Black faction, shuts them down immediately and says no one can act alone anymore. With the Witch of Space present, capturing the vampire or the chairman is impossible if she can just teleport them away. That's why they had planned to distract her during the academy midterms, forcing her to waste magic on rescuing students instead. Unfortunately, their plan was exposed. Morshatan agrees the Black faction will assist now, and Admalek, the Red faction leader, makes it clear they have no intention of paying ransom. The Magic Tower doesn't negotiate with threats, so they agree. The only solution now is to capture the mysterious clown who's behind this mess. Morshatan reveals they have a secret informant planted inside the academy, and this person might know the clown's identity, and that person is none other than the second princess, Miriam. Miriam has seen Korin's outfit before during the hunting grounds incident, and since the Magic Tower sponsors her, she'll likely report him. This will shift the tower's attention toward Korin and prompt them to launch an attack on the special dormitory. But Korin plans to use that moment to trap them all, and that was his original strategy, Plan A. Suddenly screams are heard, and Miriam is brought in, and Morshatan asks if she recognizes this person, to which Miriam completely declines, and everything begins to fall apart for Morshatan because Princess Miriam, who everyone believed would expose Korin's identity, surprises them all by saying she knows nothing about the clown or any kidnappings. Her unexpected silence confuses both sides. Elsewhere, Korin is stunned too by hearing that Miriam took his side because Korin was sure Miriam would mention him, but she didn't even speak his name, and that small act completely ruins his original plan. But it also keeps Korin safe for now. Even though his strategy fails, Korin quickly regains his focus, and also thanks the person helping him, and prepares to leave, pretending nothing is wrong, and also asks about his payment, but he brushes it off and says that he thinks Korin needs some rest. Afterwards, Korin realizes that he still has Plan B. Also, Korin's determined to think through every possible outcome. This time, Korin doesn't want to lose his master again. Meanwhile, a major shift begins, and Estelle suddenly steps in and declares that Elder Morshatan is under arrest. She lists serious crimes such as illegal experiments, murder, kidnapping, and imprisonment. After hearing this, Morshatan is shocked because he accuses Estelle of dishonoring the Mage Tower, but she stays calm and firm and says she respects the tower, but the evidence against him is undeniable. Morshatan panics when he sees that his secret records are being used against him, and the trap he never expected is now closing in fast. After that, Estelle starts to realize and questions how Korin got Morshatan's lab records so quickly. The lab changes locations constantly, and even elite squads couldn't find it. Indeed, Estelle doesn't think Korin would lie, but she's surprised by how new the evidence is. That means everything is illegal. Experiments and imprisonments must have happened recently, and if the Academy had made a formal move, Morshatan would have relocated his lab immediately. So Korin had to act quietly and fast. Estelle realizes the truth. Korin Locke is trying to take down the Mage Tower alone, a bold and dangerous move. In the background, we learn more about the larger conflict. The Mage Tower and the Old Church once held massive power, but they lost influence after the Witch Revolution, when the Protestants and 3 legendary heroes defeated them. Now, these 2 old powers have joined forces with Balthazar, scheming to destroy the Academy and regain control. Everything was going according to plan until Korin disrupted it. Chaos erupts among the villains, and one group panics over how the Protestants found and attacked the secret lab. They suspect the clown Korin might be working with them. Urgently, they decide they must accelerate their plans, burn the Academy down and rescue Morshatan during the chaos. But not everyone agrees, and Elder Admalek commands silence because he wants to retreat to the Mage Tower immediately. Their leader, Tower Master Idrin, is called upon, and with Morshatan gone, the rest can't carry the plan alone. Now, it's Idrin's turn to act, and the war between the Academy and the Mage Tower is about to escalate. Tower Master Idrin is shocked to hear that the witch has been captured but quickly regains his composure and understands the situation and orders everyone to move. Their destination is northwest of Merkaba, where a hidden marker lies, a secret from the time of the Witch Wars. Only 2 people were ever supposed to know about this location, Aaron Danwa and Josephine. So when the marker was activated, the witch assumed it was Aaron calling her, but to her surprise, it's Idrin who appears. After this, Aaron demands to know how he found the marker, to which Idrin explains that he has a powerful ally, and also there's one more person, besides Aaron and Josephine, who knew of this place, Tatez Valtazar, one of the legendary 3 heroes who fought in the Witch Wars. Aaron is stunned, and questions whether Idrin has joined forces with someone like Valtazar, and what about the consequences of such a decision. But Idrin dismisses her concerns and reminds her that rules and ethics don't matter to them anymore. According to her, mages were wrong to ever follow such ideals. Protecting test subjects, teaching weaker students, and opening up the secrets of magic to the untalented, she sees it all as a mistake. In Aaron's eyes, the Academy only slowed the growth of true magic, and her voice grows cold as she reminds Idrin how people like him never change. First they hunted demons, then demi-humans, then witches. As a child, Aaron was hunted and captured by those in power, simply because she used magic without their permission. Back then, they didn't see Aaron as a person, only as a subject to be dissected. They coldly debated whether fire or black magic would be more fitting to tear her apart. But now, Aaron stands strong, no longer that helpless girl, striking back with the same spear that once ruptured their hearts. Moreover, Aaron makes it clear that they were never true seekers of magic, and they were just hateful beings who needed someone to target. Idrin recognizes her as the central figure of the witch revolution. However, he no longer plays fair. Also, Idrin casts a seal on Aaron, confident it can hold her for 3 days. With her out of the way, Idrin plans to lead the Mage Tower to eliminate the Academy's chairman, capture the vampire, and reclaim the future for his side. To him, the current world will collapse soon, and in its place, a paradise will rise, one where only the chosen can practice magic freely. Just then, the Flamehounds Corrin arrive. After that, Corrin tells Aaron that people like Idrin never change because they've never truly suffered and they've lived without pain, and that's why they stay cruel, but now it's time to fix that. Corrin moves forward with Plan B, ready to deliver the pain they've avoided for too long, starting with a direct and ruthless strike, and Corrin's goal is simple, to rescue the professor, no matter what it takes. When Ren and Ron arrive, Knight Professor Ogun expresses his disappointment. He reminds them that today marks the first day of their monster hunts. Though the Fanbore is only a 4th-ranked monster, their lack of focus disappoints him. The professor claims he hates repeating himself and questions what he told them earlier. Both Ren and Ron straighten up and state that a good guardian must be skilled, but more importantly, they must be punctual. Ogun hums, steps forward, and signals them to begin the mission. Ron mutters in frustration that it's because Corrin isn't there. Ren whispers that Corrin usually wakes them up every morning and wonders where he went so early. Far from them, Corrin stands amid burning fires and cornered mages. A girl grins, surprised by his arrival, but it's clear Corrin came prepared. He used a rune of tracking. He steps in and launches a strike. He speaks, voicing disappointment in Elder Admalak, saying his rightful place isn't here, but beside his disciples. Elder Admalak glares, recognizing the voice. He shouts, confirming Corrin's identity as the same as the clown. With a lifted hand, he conjures a massive fireball and declares himself the leader of the Red faction, and no easy opponent. He invokes his ultimate technique, Sky of Muspelheim, a flame meant to turn all things to ash. Fire roars toward Corrin, but he stands unmoved. A dark smirk curls on his lips. The flames disperse before him, ineffective. The Elder stares in disbelief. The resistance Corrin conjured isn't mere protection or elemental superiority. Corrin's eyes burn like coals. He speaks. If the Elder relies on fire, he will never defeat him. Corrin compresses the surrounding flames into a single strike, forming a solar genesis. With one overwhelming blow, lightning carves through the enemy. Bodies drop. Corrin kneels, breathing heavily. The girl lands and calls out impressed. She clarifies her praises for Corrin Locke, not his power. She claims he must have foreseen the attack on the magic tower and prepared for this too. Corrin nods slowly, struggling to stand. The girl studies him. Something about Corrin unnerves her. She wonders at his silhouette, shadowed by purpose, echoing the symbol of justice. She lends him her shoulder, asking what comes next. Corrin lifts his head and says the next target is Mariette, and that preparations are already in place. The Mag faction has 2 goals, to kill Chairman Ariu Kassar and to capture Mariette Dunalef. Corrin claims he originally intended to become their target, but Princess Miriam acted unpredictably and shielded him, disrupting the plan. Fortunately, he holds a plan B. He continues, stating that during the official opening of Dunalef distribution, Josephine will make a public appearance at the event, then move to a less crowded area, an ideal moment for an ambush. Josephine, moving ahead through an alley, reflects on the plan. She wonders aloud, if they wanted to kidnap her, why not just take her in the carriage? At that moment, 2 women step from the shadows. One of them reminds Josephine that Corrin warned them to prepare. Josephine halts. A chill runs down her spine. Meanwhile, deep in the western forest valley, Ren and Ron are hunting. Ron proudly claims he caught a massive boar. Ren scoffs that his is even bigger, but Ron frowns and mutters that something feels wrong. He recalls that Professor Dana bought many fan boars last year for testing and questions why there are so few now. Ren narrows his eyes, questioning the same. They've come far into the forest, but the numbers don't add up. Then Ren sniffs the air and claims there's a stench of rotting flesh. He spins and shouts at the shadow behind. From between the trees, Professor Arkai steps forward, smirking. He notes the value of elder vampires, but says wolves with golden pelts match them easily. Ren and Ron are still immature, and he states that capturing them will be simple. He adds that the mountain's fan boars are already dead. His monsters now surround the boys. Ron calls out to Ren. Ren nods, he knows. Arkai chuckles darkly and mutters that it's unfortunate they intend to fight. He orders his monsters to attack. The boars circle closer. Back at the forest entrance, Professor Ogun cuts down a charging monster. He shouts for the students to form protective formations and defend one another. Fan boars, due to their rapid reproduction and enormous appetites, require population control each year. That's why he brought the students, but he never expected the boars to return to life. Then the black mages arrive. Professor Ogun warns them not to harm the Academy's students, saying that would be a massive treaty violation. One of the mages calmly responds that they're not interested in harming students or him. If he stops resisting, no one will be hurt. Professor Ogun demands to know their true goal. The mage reveals they seek the two monster wolves. Hearing this, Ogun's brow tightens. The mages clarify that Ren and Ron may not be highly trained yet, but they are growing. At that moment, Ren and Ron transform into their wolf forms and tear through the surrounding monsters. Professor Ogun swings his blade, declares that whether demi-humans or wolfmen, if they study at his academy, that means they are his students. A black mage stares, stunned, and questions does he truly intend to defy the mage tower. Professor Ogun steps forward without hesitation and shouts that they laid hands on his students. Now he will face them all. In the special dormitory, Corin is confused when Mariette tells him that she never saw the ambush he warned her about. He wonders if the enemies noticed the trap. The plan was to target Josephine, Mariette, and Chairman Aryu simultaneously, but instead, 30 black faction mages vanished. The red faction mages were dealt with, but no one knows where the others went. Princess Miriam appears, interrupting their conversation with a knowing smirk, implying she might know where the missing mages are. Meanwhile, Ren and Ron are locked in battle against the black faction. Their Golden Wolves state struggle against the Hellsvander monsters, which are resurrected using dark magic and corpses. These monsters are not just strong, they are usually durable. Professor Arkai watches with amusement as his beasts overpower the wolves. Ren and Ron recall Corin's advice. Distract first, then strike at weaknesses. Ren goes in aggressively but ends up hurting herself. Ron watches as Ren loses consciousness. Arkai smirks. He wanted to test on Ren but is content that Ron survived. The bond between the wolf siblings runs deep. When one falls, the other loses control. Ron snaps and goes berserk, panicking everyone. Just as she is about to kill Arkai in rage, Corin intervenes. Ron is angry that he is too late, until he pulls her into a hug and tells her Ren is alive. Mariette nearby is giving Ren a potion, saying they were just in time. While comforting Ren, Corin is uneasy about Miriam's earlier tip. She is supported by the Mage Tower and shouldn't be helping him. He suspects there is something more behind her actions. Corin then makes the Black Faction mages kneel. He thanks Professor Ogun with a smile for risking himself to protect the first years. Ogun credits the students' survival to their gear, made from expensive magic stones. Suddenly, Madame Josephine arrives in a rush. The chairman's marker is reacting. Corin realizes this is what Miriam intended by giving him the location of the mages. The Red Faction had ambushed Madame Josephine, and the Black Faction targeted Ren and Ron. Still, no sign of the Golden Mage. Corin, along with Mariette and others, heads to Chairman Aryu. They find her unconscious but not fully destroyed. There is still time. There, Corin sees the 4 great treasures of Luada de Danann gathered. Undri's Vessel, Dune Skaze, Lawgiver Doom Norix, and the Enchanting Monarch, Ohard Bress. As he watches the Coronation of Paradise unfold, system backups activate, and events spiral beyond his understanding. Then the final boss, Tates Valtazar, appears before him. Sweat trickles down Corin's face, and now he has to save the world by defeating evil. He looks at Valtazar in shock, but Valtazar doesn't understand the reason behind his surprise, because Valtazar has merely come to see the person who has destroyed his plans tons of times and even stolen his treasure. At this point, Corin realizes that maybe he actually pushed the buttons. However, he is a little relieved that Aryu isn't completely taken out because in the game and previous run, poor Aryu died. After Aryu left this world, Corin's master Eren was killed by Valtazar. Though Eren was able to evacuate, Corin got to know because of the information about the assassination. While Aryu is apologizing in a weak voice to Corin, he reflects on how the heroes of the Witches' Wars are aware of this place. But it is kind of astonishing to think that Valtazar made a move. With worry, Corin puts his hand on his forehead, finding it hard to believe that another incident has happened that is far different from the original one, but Corin calms himself down. Gripping his spear, Korin reminds himself how he has always changed the scenario for the better. Thus, with all the power, Korin unleashes a poisonous dragon head charge against Balthazar, sending an immense amount of fire at him. But just then, something else happened. The domain, a level all warriors dream of. A secret attack is launched in an instant by Balthazar, and it was the same as Korin's, so it was countered easily. Witnessing this, Balthazar can't help but scoff to see that Korin can already use it. Basically, this is the battle of the top-tier martial skills in the heroic legend of Arhan. Though the moment both the guys strike at each other, they end up in the second domain, and Balthazar compliments Korin for having nice skills, calling him fellow disciple, with a wide grin on his face. But now, Balthazar plays smartly, using the Calamity Serpent's ultimate essence and poisonous dragon head charge, unleashing it, and using the domain multiple times in a row like the Sword Demon. Just then, the system starts backing up while updating important commands, and the moment the backup status reaches up to 740%, which is exceptionally higher than normal, Korin's grip tightens on his staff, and he is ready for his turn. From this point on, both the guys tackle each other with fine skills and end up getting on the fifth domain, striking and unleashing amazing strength and power with swift movements. As they get to the fifth domain, Balthazar studies how Korin has gotten all the fundamentals and needs speed now, so with a wicked smile, he guides him to do that. They both unleash their ultimate moves, Calamity Serpent and Infinite Returning Heavens, releasing a massive energy and blinding lightning. But in a single second after the fight began, as both the guys have been doing the same exact moves, people who couldn't enter the domain, like Hwaran and Mariette, see Korin getting stabbed by Balthazar and couldn't understand this grave situation, while the one who could enter the domain, Alicia, prepares for the counterattack. The moment Alicia enters the domain, Ohard smiles because this is not just a simple domain. She manages to enter it easily, and the king will have some fun finally. In an instant, Balthazar appears, clarifying to Alicia that this domain will not let him have mercy on her. With that, he grabs her by her face. To his surprise, Hwaran appears at the back too, trying to attack him, but he dodges the attack in one swift movement and grabs her hand. Both the girls collapse, but seeing how hurt Alicia is, Hwaran can't stop herself and sends a chain of steel to capture this guy, declaring he is dead. One moment, the chains have trapped his whole body. The next moment, Volodazar has broken the trap, not accepting it, because according to him, dying is not his fate. Frustratingly, Hwaran approaches him, but she is thrown away, all shocked as Balthazar remarks how she lacks experience no matter how strong her body is. With that, he grabs his staff and raises it in the air to end her, but this is when his body starts to freeze as Mariette casts snowflower spells at him, but Balthazar breaks the ice. As for now, he stands firm as, using Spear of Light ahead hair, this skill can never miss the hit no matter what happens. As the Spear of Light moves swiftly, while Mariette unleashes Deogu, the Spear of Light passes it and directly goes towards Mariette. Seeing this, Mariette knows this is the end, but this is when the speed of light was sent to another dimension, and Balthazar immediately recognizes that this can only be done by none other than Josephine. While Josephine clarifies that she is not here to change things, Korin uses the Solar Genesis, Claw Solus, as bright fiery light surrounds the whole area. This is the maximum output he can unleash right now. Turning back, Balthazar scoffs since he missed the heart while attacking Korin but acknowledges his regeneration skills at the same time. He explains how this is not just his innate ability, but a commandment. He engraved the opposite ones as Balthazar. However, he mocks Korin, as the Solar Genesis on the level he is trying to hold is something he cannot handle. On the flip side, Josephine uses her special magic to create multi-teleportation. Ohard, Dune Skaze, and Doom Norix notice this and try to stop them, but Korin has cast the bright fiery energy on them to stop them, and orders everyone to move immediately. Hearing this, Mariette grabs Eru, and Hwaran is holding Alicia. They all pass the portal. Before entering the portal, Korin looks back at Balthazar, grinning widely and winking, hoping to see him soon. The portal was about to disappear completely as they all got out of the place, so Dune Skaze thinks of following them, but Balthazar smirks because his spear always connects to the target that he aimed at first. While everyone takes a sigh of relief after getting back from the slightest hole of the portal, Balthazar's spear appears in the direction of Mariette, so obviously Korin becomes her shield to protect her and take the attack instead. But this is when Eru pushes both of them and the spear pierces through his body. As the spear hits him, Eru smiles at them. Horror slashes across everyone's face. Korin tries to grab Eryu's hand, but he disappears to the other side of the portal, with a smile on his face. Korin always thought that he changed the scenario into something better. This was what he thought. However now, he sits on the ground, frozen, because he couldn't change anything.